What's up, everybody? Hey, Matt. What's good, buddy?
How you doing, Ruben?
I'm doing very fine. Yourself?
Excellent, thanks. Yep.
Good, good. Good to see you, man. Thank you for being here again, as always.
Yes.
Yeah, gonna have a little fun. And guys, I want to say, I don't know if you, we're recording, so I guess you guys saw I was already putting up some of your hellos and stuff comments while the countdown was on. So I guess on the recording it'll show that. So before we officially started the show, what that means, everybody, is that I want to get on with the show, and I'm sure that Matt would also love to get on with the show. And so we are going to get on with the show real quick tonight. So those of you who take it for granted that we always shoot the shit for 45 minutes are going to be very, very surprised to come in 45 minutes from now and see that we were already on, well into the show. Well, I don't know how well into it, but we'll be into it, HNL tonight, you can feel it. You're not feeling it, Tom. You're not feeling it. No HNL tonight. 5 minutes ago, you're already to it. Yeah, you guys are here. A few of you are here really early tonight. Wow, that's interesting. Looking forward to it, I guess. A lot of eyeballs, which, again, still can't quite understand what the eyeball icon is for. It looks like you're just looking. Yeah, what about it? I don't get that, but okay. And unless it's the insanity that went a whole nother level. Yeah. Gonna bring some tonight. We'll see. You'll see. I will tell you, I will disappoint you guys. I'm sure it disappoints you to hear in advance that you're so used to seeing us show you examples of like monster hits to the wallet and bank accounts. There's a small amount of those, but I realized I had a ton of examples that are smaller examples. I got to start using them. So tonight won't, I guess, shock you as much as oftentimes we do. There's a lot of like I said, smaller priced artwork, whatever. So you're not going to be like, whoa. So many thousands of dollars down the tubes. I mean, again, a few times, yes, but a lot of them would be smaller price shit. But I think people can relate to that more, right, Matt? Like most of us play in that, somewhat smaller sphere of the hobby than the 5 and 6 digit loss type things, whatever. Shit.
I don't think I've ever spent more. I'm trying to think the most expensive artwork I've ever purchased.
Oh,
it's probably under $6,000.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. Now, out of curiosity, would that also, if we extended that to any type of art, would that still hold?
I think that still holds. I think.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think even like the fine art stuff that I've purchased. I mean, unless I bought something specifically to immediately resell, which would have been much more in the fine art market than it would have been in comic art. But yeah, I think 6,000 is about the limit.
6,000. Wow. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's good. That's. Listen, I always say I've said it many, many times over many, many years. I always feel I do it, but I feel uncomfortable once I start paying more than $3,500 to $4,000 for a piece of art.
Oh, I've certainly sold them for more than that.
Yeah.
I've never purchased it for more than that. Yeah.
Sure, for sure. But yeah, it is what it is. No, that's good. But that's what I like about it. Like we do this, and yes, it's more of the entertainment value to kind of show all those larger examples, right? I guess part of it is because most of us, we can't really relate to being able to lose $69,000 after 9 months on a Wolverine, whatever, Hulk Wolverine Buscema cover. Yeah. It's like, what? Like, I don't even remember when did I ever spend that much in a year? Like, these guys are losing it in one sale. Like, it's what? Yeah. So I think that is why it makes it more sort of, ooh, wow, like, because we can't really relate to that personally. So it's like, wow, holy shit.
There were some pieces in Jordan's art drop yesterday that, including one piece that he had for sale during our amateur dueling dealers. Hey, Vivian, how are you? See, I actually already typed hello to her in the chat.
Okay.
There was one piece that dropped by half, I think, and I think it had been originally in the $75,000 range, and he dropped it down to like 39,000. And I was looking at it and I was like, that's a really good deal. Like I was even like, you know, the machinations of my mind and how it works, and knowing that that's something I could sit on and flip in way less than 5 years. Right. Because the price is already really, really friendly, and there are things happening in the zeitgeist that are likely to affect that price going up. And I did buy some pieces from him. One of the pieces towards the end of the show, I thought that a character was on it that wasn't. And so when I opened up the comic to check and realized that the character wasn't on the page, I let him know that I wasn't interested anymore, and he was super cool about it. But the other two pieces I already paid for, and he's bringing them to Las Vegas. He's going to hand deliver them. So.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. And delivered. Nothing wrong with that. That's always good. You know. I guess this is something related to something from, I don't know, yesterday maybe. Matt is bet on Simone Di Maio.
There was another drop, a calf drop of I think Matt Tutulio was handling, of all the artwork from some Simone Di Maio comic. I think it was an X-Men book. I didn't find, I think he's an exceptionally talented illustrator. I didn't find any of the pieces in that drop to be particularly personally compelling. But I think if not all the pieces, then most of the pieces sold during that drop. So there's clearly people that were waiting for that to happen and lining up to try and get the pieces. So I have no ill will for any artist, you know, that's making a living at it.
Speaking of him, there was a page. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. So it was an X-Men related page by him. I don't know if it was Phoenix. I remember I just looked at it quickly. It was either on one auction house or the other that finished within the last week or two. Mm-hmm. About 16 or 1800. No backgrounds, which I really despise, but yeah, I don't know, 6 panels maybe, Phoenix or Storm maybe, and there's just a lot of swirl around the characters with no backgrounds. I don't know. Anyway, does that sound like, is that like for this guy, does that sound like 1600 or 1800 for a page? Does that sound normal? Is that what they tend to go for?
That sounds cheap. But also not uncharacteristic of his work. Like, one of the things that I'm not super drawn to is that there's not a lot of background. There's not a lot of like detailed articulation that you could expect from certain other artists. And I think that there's a lot of artists that are either Italian or Filipino or Brazilian that got into illustration on a Wacom pad and are now, they've got amazing skills at illustration, but they don't trust themselves to go straight to paper on anything. And so they're keeping their work super, super simple. And then they can always scan that and add the background on their Wacom. And so the published page may look, you know, tremendously better. And then they still have something that's analog that they can sell to collectors like us. And I don't have a problem with that. Like, honestly, I have I mean, obviously I don't have a problem with it because I collect, you know, certain, you know, artist proofs. But one of the pieces that I have that is a digital piece removed some characters that were put in the foreground on the cover. And I'm glad that he didn't put them on that cover. He could have just layered it onto the artist proof. And he did it the way that he illustrated it originally, which is to do the Batman image on one illustration and do his Suicide Squad as its own illustration and leave them separate because he developed them separately. And to me, that shows integrity on behalf of the artist, that even when he's doing his artist proofs, he's doing them with the exact same mindset of the way that the digital art was created. Right. So,
and you like that, is what you're saying.
I like that, yeah. And but that may also, if I'm a fan of the comic, and even some pieces, there was a really nice piece that Jordan had that had an overlay, and I was like, I don't like that overlay. Oh. And it wasn't one of the ones that he made for it. It was like, it was. No. Was it a Madman? It was an all red Madman page, and it had an overlay that had additional art on the overlay on a vellum sheet, and I didn't like it. And
on a vellum. So that's what I was curious to ask you.
Yeah.
Was it one of those overlays where it's kind of like a vellum or vellum type paper where it's kind of a yellowish tint?
Those are onion skins
really
from this. Yeah. So this one wasn't yellow, and it wasn't like one of those onion skins from the 70s. I actually had a really nice Tomb of Dracula page from the magazine that had an overlay that had like design, and you didn't need it like on the page. Like it wasn't bringing anything to the page. It didn't change the artwork. It was like, I think the word balloons were definitely on that overlay, but like to me, I'm like, even that after a time, I was like, I don't know if I like this overlay thing. So it kept me from wanting to bid on it. But that's going to become more and more of an issue as certain artists who were digital artists start to make their work available, like Fiona Staples. Like Fiona Staples, some of her pieces are like, it's a piece from here, it's a piece from here, it's a piece from here, and they get scanned in. Right. When she's even working analog, and she's at this point 100% digital. Chris Weston was like that. Chris Weston would do illustrations on multiple pieces of paper. So like you would buy the page and you might get like 5 sheets of paper with it, like of stuff that he fixed. Like
when would you say, whenabouts would you say was that the work that was done that way?
The filth specifically absolutely was done that way.
The which? The filth?
The filth, yeah.
Can you remind me what time period was that published?
The Filth is early 2000s, I think. That was Grant Morrison's like really crazy, almost 2000 AD-ish type story. He had actually written it to be a Nick Fury like adult tale, like Marvel Knights thing, and Marvel was like, this is too crazy for Nick Fury. Like we're gonna say no to this. And so he just kind of reskinned it and brought it over to Marvel to publish it as a Vertigo piece. But yeah, I had pages that had like these weird. Like the page was drawn out the way that the page appeared, and then the piece that he was fixing would be done, and then the other page would be a full-size artboard, but the fixes would be on like a 9.5 by 11 sheet. It was really, really strange. And actually, I knew that Bill Cox had always wanted a Chris Weston, and I sent him one of those art fill-in pages just as a gift. And it's a really nice bottom panel, but it's so weird because he articulated the rest of the page, even though the artwork was smaller, rather than just do it in the center of the page and scan it that way. And I guess it was just made it easier for him to think spatially about how the piece was going to look.
Yeah, I was just surprised because, and the reason I was asking you when that work might have been published, because I remember going to WonderCon when it was back in San Francisco. Yeah. It was either between 2003 to 2005, so it's like a 2-year, 3 shows within 2 years, period. And I remember somebody there showing me a piece of war art, and I was like, it was so beautiful. I was like, what the hell is, like, I've never seen war art in so long. Like, what is this? Who published it? Who drew this? What is? If I come to find out, it was Chris Weston, some indie title thing. All these years later, I believe it's a Garth Ennis type.
That was Vertigo. So that was yeah, that was a Vertigo series that Garth Ennis wrote of like modern war tales, and he had like all the Vertigo like rock star artists had pieces in that. It was like an anthology.
Interesting. What's up, Aranga?
Hey, Aranga, how's it going, man?
Wait a minute.
Aranga had a piece in the auction. There was an Aranga piece in either the Heritage or the Comic Link auction.
In the Heritage or Comic Link? Mm-hmm. Somebody's trying to flip Aranga? Someone
flipped an Aranga, yeah.
Oh, any idea if you feel like it may have gone for more, less, or the same?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay, yeah, shit happens. Like, hey, as an artist, you gotta know, not everybody you give a commission to is gonna love it forever, and they may not even love it right away, but they're not gonna let you know they don't love it. They'll just get rid of it eventually. You just have to go with the flow and understand that that's just how it is. So you can't take that shit personally. And it's funny because I see on social media over the years so many artists post about how they saw somebody selling their art right? And they took it personally. It's like, dude, like, how long have you been in this business that you take
I
it
didn't
personally?
catch the end of that particular auction, but at the price that I did see it at, it did seem like it was cheaper than I would have valued it at. But I'm not sure what his regular pricing is. But it's for the work. Someone got it. I think at that point, if it had sold for not much more than that, they definitely got a bargain.
Okay, yeah, okay. Aranga, no, the insanity never ends. As much as we try to get people to end it, it's one of those things that will never end as long as we live and for generations to come. It's human nature, you know, never going to end. And so let's see. It never stops. Yes, sir. 3D. Who needs to even do digitally with AI? Yeah, it's getting pretty crazy. It'll be interesting to see with the speed of AI how quickly it's progressing. Imagine, like, just in the last year or so, it's getting a lot better. And I'm just like, can you imagine? Like 5 years from now, like what, you know? I don't know. It's scary, and I really hate it. And you know what I really hate the most, Matt? I go to YouTube. You know, I just want to like spend a little time just watching shit. You know, videos of this and that, whatever. You know, not always comic art, right? And what crosses in front of me all the time. And I know I'm a heterosexual male. It's kind of weird to a lot of people that I'd be saying this, but I gotta tell you, my feed is constantly filled with nothing but chicks wanting to show their tits, and not nude, obviously, but like big tits in a tight clothing, and they frame themselves in the shot so that the tits are right at the bottom of the right, so it's just, you know, and it's just they talk nonsense. They try to make it sound like what they are saying is interesting or like, right? Like people are going to care, but they know, like, it's so obvious. You just want to show your tits and you want people to give you clicks for that. And the entire internet is becoming that. Everybody, there's millions of women doing that and young girls. It's like,
it really infected artists on TikTok and stuff. Like you would see artists and all of a sudden there's like a girl painting in a cocktail dress. Like anybody paints in a cocktail dress. Nobody does that, you know, like, and so you see, they're like painting in high heels and a mini skirt. And it's like, I've never, ever seen anybody do that. But they also understand, like, and some of these women are really, really talented painters, and they know the only way they can get the followers and the clicks is to sex it up a little bit. And I feel really bad that that's number one, that they feel that they have to do that. And number two, that they may be right.
You know, like I said, it's probably in the millions, if not hundreds of thousands. Yeah. Literally, by the way, so many of them literally doing the same exact thing. And they'll make these short clips of like, they'll just say these random stupid things, like pointless things. And it's obvious they're just trying to show these double Ds. Like that.
But I also hate they all have the same hand gestures. They all do this. They talk like they're plucking something, and it's like blah 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 blah. I'm like, what the hell is with the claw? What's with the pinching air? It drives me crazy. But it's like every single like TikTok content creator speaks like that. It's nuts.
Yeah. It's like, what the hell, guys? My feet.
And it bothers me that
something like that. My ass, Aranga. You think Ruben is protesting now? Yeah, right. Whatever.
But I mean, also, you know, like the Y-Files uses a tremendous amount of AI in the images that they produce for their videos. And it bothers me, but I also understand that he's not stealing money from anybody by using AI. He was never going to pay somebody to make that stuff. Now, we can all argue, and we would be correct, that just by using it, he's benefiting from art that's been culled by people who were not paid, whose artwork was rated by these databases that collect that, and that ain't cool. But I love that show, you know, and I give it a free pass. Even though I know that that's how he's producing the images in his content. I mean, he's writing his own story, and he's, you know, on camera himself, and he's got the hecklefish, you know, kind of computer generated goldfish that talks. But you know, anything that has to do with the story, most of it is AI created to kind of like transition it's like little 7-second or 8-second clips that he's clearly run through some kind of mid-journey type filter.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because I will admit on some of those, how should we label them? I call them like titty videos, you know? But on some of them, every now and then, I do click on it. And yes, I'm aware that by doing so, the algorithm probably feeds me even more of that crap, whatever. But I do it because when I suspect, see, I want to be on top of this whole AI thing in terms of training my eye
to identify it.
To identify bullshit, because I'm feeling like we're quickly getting to the point where most video on the internet will be fake soon enough, you know? And I want to train my eye to be able to recognize it. So sometimes I will click on it, and oftentimes you can. Like if you do it enough and you study enough, just the way the person moves, the way the mouth moves, it doesn't correlate very well, you know, to the words you're hearing. So you can tell, but it's going to get better and better. So that's the scary part, you know. Sometimes I can tell just because of the sheen on the skin. It, you know, you're like, it's not natural. I could see it's kind of computer generated, you know. Like I said, it's getting better and better. That's why. So it's just
a lot of it's delivery. Like there's an even cadence to the way that people talk that is unnatural.
The cadence, that's another thing.
People say people, you know, they trip up on their words, and these things this never happens on these videos. Also, there's like 3 or 4 videos that I'm hearing narrate almost everything, and the second I hear it, I click off the video. I'm like, that's AI generated. I'm just going to go to the next thing. And it could be that the content creator doesn't speak English well enough, and they want to have the message reach an English speaking audience. And I understand why they may perhaps do that, but I think a lot of it is just stealing clicks. Like people are just grabbing generic content, changing the voiceover a little bit so that they can't get defunded, and just popping it up to build channels, and then they're going to sell the channels. It's kind of like, you know, the Chinese gamers and the the coin farms for World of Warcraft and stuff like that.
Right. Well, I think that's a good segue as any for me to first do a quick promo. Just want to say hi. Shout out to Up3 Anvil and a couple of anonymous people. I don't know. Would that be
Up Evil?
Up Evil? Up Evil, I guess. Okay. Up 3 Evil. Yeah, Up Evil. Okay. And a couple of anonymous. So welcome, guys. And then we had Luis. Luis was here. Sorry, everybody. I know you all seem to call him Luis. As a of a man of Spanish-speaking origin, I cannot call a man whose name is Luis, Luis. So I'm going to insist on continuing to call him by his birth name. And I just wanted to say that, some of you guys may remember I had Luis on the show for a show and tell. And he showed us all that, or I guess I showed you all that great painted card art he has in his collection. He's like, I would say, the world's foremost card art collector, from what I've seen. Maybe there's somebody out there that would gain the top spot. From what I've seen, it's him. Impressive collection. All right. And so he was 3 or 4 days ago on Collecting with Carl Choi's channel. All right. So maybe you want to check that out as well. So you'll see some art there, plus obviously chatting. It's about 45, 50 minutes, something like that. And I'm putting the direct link to that episode right here in the chat. All right. And then other than that, I've got, so we got Nikki B. That's the last one. Next week, everyone. Next week, James Siegel will be hosting, I guess, on behalf of Nick, instead of Nick. I guess it sounds like he won't be there. I don't know. He just said James Siegel will host. So I said, okay, I'll let everybody know. And so that episode's link is going to be popped right here into the chat in a second or two.
Maybe, I wonder if it's a second Kickstarter show.
Oh, hold on. Let me hold on for a second then. Just to show everybody, as always, that's this Friday for Nick, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. And It is on the original art experience, the EXP right here on YouTube. That's what you're looking for, and that's how you'll know. You'll see that thumbnail to know that you are at the right video. And there we go. Yeah, sure. Go ahead and tell us about your whatever this Kickstarter is you're mentioning.
Oh, a couple weeks ago, and Nick was really late getting on, and they did like an hour on the it was his Christmas in July show, and they did an hour talking about kickstarting something. It was bringing back a comic from, I want to say the 80s or the 90s, getting relaunched. I can't remember what it was, but they did a whole long thing on it, and apparently James owned a lot of the art from the original series and was part of them, kickstarting this new collection of it that I guess is going to continue it. And I can't even think of the name of the series. But
so you're saying, hold on. So I understand. So we all understand. You're saying this Kickstarter will have art in it that James Siegel happens to own a lot of?
I don't know if that's the case. Was it Adolescent Radioactive Black Belt Hamsters? Marcus is saying it was Chew. It was Chew.
Oh, Chew. He's a big Chew guy. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that artist has a new series that he's kickstarted, and I think James got early in on the Kickstart and bought some of the premium stuff. But they did like a whole hour on it. Maybe it's part 2 of that. Offering up other stuff. Maybe they're offering up some of that artist's artwork. Maybe even some of his old Chew stuff. But okay. I could be completely wrong. I'm just guessing.
Okay, well, there you go. And you don't know who's the actual person putting this Kickstarter together?
Whoever drew Chew.
Oh, okay. Layman. John Layman, I think his name is.
I guess.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Check that out. Just do a search on Kickstarter, I guess. John Layman, or it should come up. I found in the past when I do searches, and I don't know what the name of the project is, but I know the creator's name. So just searching the creator's name, it tends to come up pretty quickly. So yeah, I think I like their search engine. So yeah, everybody's saying Chew, 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 not Cave Woman. Jesus Cabrera, what's good, man? Look at the Knicks fan, showing what a Knicks fan he is.
Rob Guillory.
Oh, Rob Guillory. So who the heck is
John Layman wrote it.
Yes. Yeah, I knew he was one of the creators. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
There you go. So there you go, guys. John Layman, but I guess in this case, Rob Guillory. Yeah, there you go. Do the search for that on Kickstarter to check it out. That would be Gilroy, Chuck, but Guillory, it would be the better spelling. But yes, Layman is a writer. Thank you. Thank you for the correct spelling, Marcus. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, everybody correcting us. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sweet. Now we're into the insanity.
What's that, Matt?
Now we're into the insanity.
Yes. Let's get into the insanity. Compton, what's up, buddy? Insanity time. Yes, sir. Just in time. Man, that burnt shit. I thought we were gonna do 10 minutes, but 30 minutes went flying. Holy crap. But yeah, at least I didn't forget to do the promos this time, and we're good to go. So let's cue this up, man. Let's cue this up and get right into this insanity. And let me see. What are we gonna start off with here, fellas? Yes. Okay. Silver Surfer. Okay, I got some comments, but you know what? Let me just show you guys first. All right. So first example here tonight on Stop the Insanity. Oh, really quick, just to tell, for those of you who are new, first time here, really quick, this show is not about laughing or making fun of people because they lost money. The examples we show tonight, yes, are money-losing examples. It's not about making fun of people. It's about trying to determine what the thinking was behind their decisions to resell their artwork so quickly, when we have demonstrated, the data shows us that reselling at auction within 5 years typically results in a losing transaction for the reseller. That's what we're doing here. That's all it is. So just want to think it bears mentioning every time we do a show like this, because there's always new people tuning in. So yeah, that's it. And with that being said, let's take a look at the first piece of art. All right, here we go. right. So Silver Surfer from issue 38, page 3, Ron Lim, Tom Christopher. This is just 4 issues after Marvel brought back Thanos, right? They reintroduced him to the Marvel universe. And he was a nobody. I mean, let's face it, he was a nobody character. Nobody cared about him. Nobody even really thought about him or talked about him until he was reintroduced in Silver Surfer 34, you know? And then I must say, Matt, having been collecting and reading this title at the time, one of my most enjoyable reads at this time for me. I was enjoying Grunwald's Captain America. It was a very fun comic to read. Silver Surfer here with Ron Lim, and was it written by Englehart still at this time? I think. But whoever, it was a really fun thing. But especially when they reintroduced Thanos in number 34 for the next 3-4 years, I thought it was a fantastic series to read. I want to put it out there to you, Matt. Given, I mean, it's kind of a leading question, but given what Infinity Gauntlet artwork has been selling for many years now, I feel that it has caused the Ron Lim Silver Surfer art from the Silver Surfer ongoing title to be, in comparison, kind of undervalued. It's not to say it's not low priced by any means, but I feel like compared to Infinity Gauntlet, given that this 3-4 year run that led to Infinity Gauntlet, you know, it contained a lot of Thanos content. It was exciting and fun. I just feel like, why is everybody focusing only on Infinity Gauntlet? And to me, it feels like, oh, it's because they did a movie that borrowed the Infinity Gauntlet name, and I think that had a lot to do with it.
Yeah, but also, you know, Thanos is the big bad of the golden age of the MCU. You know, all roads led to Thanos. That film is arguably one of the greatest accomplishments in comic related pop culture ever, in terms of its success, in terms of its quality. And I'll say this, I mean, I was back to working in a comic shop. I was in LA at the time when when Ron Lim was on Silver Surfer, this deep into the run. Infinity Gauntlet, I think, was just about to come out or had just come out. And I just think that I like Ron Lim's art a lot. I think I like his take on Thanos better than I ever liked Jim Starlin's take on Thanos. Okay. But I think that everything Jim Starlin draws looks like Dreadstar with like a different face on it. It's like the Mighty Man and Monster Machine, you know, toy where you just like swap the head with the same body. And I thought that Infinity Gauntlet was an incredibly convoluted story. But I did like Silver Surfer. And this is a really nice page. You've got Thanos front and center with that great. Nice. I love the way that Ron did his panel setups in this era. He did a pretty uniform thing, but it was always interesting. It almost forms a kind of like eye, you know, like a capital I with the middle panel being a little bit thinner than the top and bottom. And then you've got like the great wide scene. It's almost like he's doing a shot list for a filmmaker. And it's a really, really nice page. It was purchased in January 2022, which is still like right there in the height of COVID. So I think that maybe some of these pages had caught fire a little bit, you know, that people were still very excited about the MCU and people had money. And as you said, for all the reasons you said, that it was so related to something that was happening, you know, on screen or had happened on screen. So this was probably a little high for the time, but I sort of feel like, you know, I'd still say it's worth somewhere between $4,800 and $5,500 today. But, you know, it just depends on how many of these pages were out there. You know, like other people may have gotten better pages, or maybe they want the ones with Adam Warlock for some reason. You know, so there's a lot of these hit the market recently. Well, but a lot of Infinity Gauntlet has hit the market over many years as well, you know. Yeah. So yeah, okay. So let me put it forth to you, Matt. Just that, you know, in a quick way. So do you feel
where do you feel these pages, especially strong ones like this, fall in terms of their what they sell for? Do you feel they sell for the right price? Do you feel they're undervalued or overvalued? Or
I mean, if you compare it to the Infinity Gauntlet pages, I think those are very overpriced. But I think these Silver Surfer pages, yeah, I think the Silver Surfer pages, the Ron Lim stuff, I think this is in the realm of being worthwhile. You know, like
okay,
at $5,700, I think it's a little much. I think it's a little higher than I would normally have assessed its value.
Given how many Infinity Gauntlet pages I've seen sell for in the high four figures,
yeah,
to, you know, $11,000, $12,000, $13,000, $14,000,
certainly,
right?
like $7,000 to $15,000, quite regularly. Yes,
right. So you still stand by your
I think that's overpaying, and it's
okay. But let's say given that the market disagrees with you, right? Given the market pays for that at those price levels, right? Do you feel, if so, we accept that the market says those Infinity Gauntlet pages are worth that much, right?
Sure. Yep.
So, like, accepting that as fact, do you then feel that a really strong Silver Surfer page from from this run, like the one we just saw,
yep,
at $5K, let's say, right?
It's a comparative bargain. It's a comparative bargain.
Okay,
but I also think that those pages hold their value. Like, so I know we're going to see that this got sold for less recently because that's what this show is. Yeah. But I would still say, like, now with the Infinity War film going back into theaters with extra footage, why didn't they wait until that trailer dropped?
Right.
Now that becomes much more valuable. You know, like, this is already more valuable today post Comic-Con than it was 2 weeks ago.
True, but let's remember, you never, you know, because we don't talk to these people who resell. They don't come talking to us. We don't know the many reasons why they resell the way they do, when they do, whatever. So you know, it's
a really nice page. It's like,
yeah, for sure.
I would be happy to own that page, and I'm not a huge fan of the run, but I think it is a really, really nice page. And I think at that price point, holy cow, like.
Well, let's with that being said, let's check out what happened to it, right? And we'll talk about the pricing some more, all right? Yeah. Here we go, fellas. Check this out. This is what happened. It resold 4 years. Check it out. That's what's crazy, Matt. 4 years, 2 months later. So, you know, getting pretty, you know, over 80% of the way towards the so-called break-even point where art tends to break even at auction around the 5-year mark. And yet, not only did it not get close to break even, but it took a really, really heavy loss, you know? I don't know, to me, I'm like, $3,300 for that. Like, oh, wow. To me, that seems uber cheap to me.
Yeah.
Compared to Infinity Gauntlet stuff, you know?
That guy could leave that page at Heritage. Well, it's a Comic Link, so he would have to move it to Heritage. But and it would make more than the original price if it were to hit auction in a month, because in a month there's going to be a trailer for the back in theaters Infinity War movie, and people are going to get psyched about Thanos again. And it's a really nice page. And even with the haircut they're going to take via Heritage, they'll make money on this.
Yeah.
And that's in the same year. That's like 6 months later.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm curious to see what these people in the chat are thinking. Nobody's really giving their opinions. Alberto's guessing, wondering if it might be an example of the Heritage versus Comic. Again, Alberto, that is not really a thing in the sense of like it's a sure thing, because we've shown plenty of examples, right, where that, you know, we're like, oh wow, and on the other, you know, the insanity adjacent shows where it's like, oh, it was resold at Comic Link or Comic Connect and it did really well. So it's really not necessarily a thing. Early on when we started doing these episodes, it certainly felt like it was a thing. But more and more, it felt like, okay, wait, maybe not. Maybe there's no rhyme or reason. Sometimes it feels like it, but sometimes it doesn't, you know?
And I'll say this too, that I think Comic Link has more buyers like us, like those of us who are involved in this show, in the chat. Like, we know that given the option to not pay a 25% premium, that you're getting a better deal if you can buy it at Comic Link, and that gives you, we'll say, 20 to 25% more to spend at Comic Link. Yeah. It just depends if there's two people that want it, and two people are willing to fight over it. And I guess I sort of remember seeing this in that auction, but I don't know if I would have gone above $3,000 on it myself, because I'm not passionate about it.
You're not passionate about it. That's different, right? That's different. Yeah. I mean, I can say the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, I love it, but I'm not collecting that. To me, that's a squirrel. I'm not collecting that. So yeah, I too, my limit is significantly lower than what I'd pay for it if I was deciding, I want to collect that stuff now. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I could go harder for it, but since it'd be more of a squirrel, I'm not willing to pay as much as I otherwise would.
Beautiful page though. And I think someone brought it up in the chat too, that there's also a massive chasm in price between Perez and Ron Lim. Like that Perez did Infinity Gauntlet, and so that's a Perez book. And
but let me say this. Don't forget, or maybe you have forgotten, so I'll remind you in case you did forget. George had to bow out. Yeah. Right? Like somewhere along the way, I don't know if it was issue 4 or 5. Yeah. He did 3 or 4.5 issues, and then the rest was Ron Lim. Yeah. But I also want to make it a point to say, I have seen publicly even some, albeit high quality, right? High quality content, Ron Lim pages also sell in that 5-figure range that the George pages sell for.
There's a really nice page that Ron Lim did for that's got, I think, one entire side of the page is Adam Warlock.
Right.
And that page went for something like $12,000 or $14,000 or something like that. But it was kind of like, I think he has the gauntlet, or it was something really consequential to the story, but also just like a huge moment told in a really well designed, incredibly well laid out way, and from the book that everybody wants it from, so that moment happened on Ron's watch and he benefits from it. But I think he also suffers by comparison.
Yeah. Sean's reminding us the reason he had backed out is because he had to go and do the War of the War of the Gods, that Wonder Woman miniseries.
Which they were kind of like trying to benefit from the confusing title that the Alan Moore pitch that kind of became Kingdom Come had been called. I
don't know. That's sounding. If I knew about that, I've forgotten. I've since forgotten, because that's not sounding familiar. Yeah. But anyways, so interesting piece. Anyways,
someone got a bargain, man. I mean, I hope it's. I hope it was a fan of the series, because they got a banger of a page. Like, that's a really nice page.
Yeah, banger page. And I think it's like, at that price, certainly if he were to be in the need, feel the need to part with it at auction in less than 5 years, I would say he stands a much better chance of appearing on an episode of Insanity Wins, rather than another one of, Stop Insanity, right? Yeah. The downside at that price is so low, and it's all upside from there, right? It's one of those where he's got a lot of upside, I believe, and very little downside. So, that's what you want to get. You're buying at the low end of the market. Those are nice buys, right?
Yep.
MLB says the Spider-Man with Moon Knight is going to take a loss, I believe. What are you talking about? Nothing to do with Comic Link. It's because they bought at Disney's show COVID High. Spider-Man with Moon Knight? I don't know what you're talking about. But if you're talking about one of the pieces that you sent me, MLB, that's not in tonight. Some of the ones you sent me are going to be seen tonight, but not that one.
Right on.
Right. Yeah, look at that. Surfer, Starlin, and Lim brought me back into comics in the 90s, says Sean. That's cool.
I mean, it's solid art. I thought that it was just too much going on for me. It was a lot of characters I didn't care about. And it wasn't particularly well written in terms of, like, Starlin's done some really good stuff. And I felt like it was just kind of like, here's a comic. But I mean, if bang for your buck as a kid with $1.50 to spend or $1.75 to spend, you got your money's worth out of those comics because, you know, every panel was well drawn. There was a lot of characters. There's a lot going on. I think that the MCU is a golden example in the films of taking an idea and making it so much better than the original idea.
Right. Okay, everybody, let us check out the next example. And we're sticking with Marvel. We're going to hit a big name artist. It's funny, Matt, while I was preparing for this episode, I was preparing all the images, you know, I was thinking, you know, how I've mentioned on previous episodes, how like, don't anybody ever think that we're only cherry picking and picking all the losers just because they were drawn by like kind of no-name type artists or whatever. And we've said on past episodes about how we've shown virtually, I would say, every huge name artist, an example by any big name artist you can imagine, from the 60s, from the 70s, from the 80s and onward. And so as I was preparing this episode, I was like, okay, let me think about it give me a minute or two to think about it. I was like, let me pick 2 or 3 of the biggest names from every decade. And I was right. I was like, we've absolutely shown every artist imaginable. It doesn't matter. It really does go to show it's the formula. If you decide to sell within 5 years at auction, you're probably going to lose money. That's just what the market has proven out, basically, you know? Yeah, no matter who the artist and how good the content is, doesn't really matter, you know?
Sean had said, you know what, Sterling didn't write the Silver. I liked the Silver Surfer series. I didn't like Infinity Gauntlet.
Right. There you go. So Tom also loved the Silver Surfer series at this time. The
Surfer series was really, really very enjoyable comic book. I didn't like. I just thought Infinity Gauntlet was just too much. It was just, you know, like I said, it was very convoluted. Right. There was so many things that went nowhere, and a lot of stuff that was just kind of jammed in to kind of try and help sell other books. You know, even though they weren't even really direct tie-ins, but like, you know, sort of reminding everybody of all the IP they owned.
MLB, if you're still following these things and saving them or whatever, by all means, happy for you to send them to me for future episodes. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. All right, let us show the next one. And Marcus, well, you know, it's such a brand new market. We haven't had the time to. Nobody has tested the theory yet, right?
Well, he did a sketch cover of a book that was in the last Comic Link or Heritage auction, and it went for less than $1,000.
Say that again.
He did a sketch cover.
Right.
That sold for less than $1,000.
Okay, but it wasn't a resale. That was just an initial sale of that sketch cover.
It's a Quintana piece. It's a Quintana original. It's comic art, and so while you would think the rule is everything he does sells for 20, 40, 50,
right. I get what you're saying.
Less than $1,000, you know?
Yeah. Hey, listen, the market will always tell you what they think eventually, right?
Yeah. It also wasn't a sexy girl on the cover. It was like a flower. So I mean, you know, content is king.
The context. Yeah, for sure. All right, fellas. The next piece is Amazing Spider-Man 339 by Erik, Larsen, Randy Emberlin. So this one sold just 3.5 years ago, $11,700. Now, I don't remember what this will resell for here, Matt. I gotta say though, as I prepped this, I remember thinking, you know, it's got a cool upside down, you know, full figured Spidey. It's got a nice headshot and not so great, you know, extra images of him in the other smaller panels. To me though, given some of the pages I've seen sell for, like I've seen some in McFarlane's, I don't know if they were, maybe they were splashes or half splashes, but I feel like I've seen other ones sell for more. So I'm not sure. Did this seem expensive to you?
I mean, I think that in 2023, it's when the Larsen market started to take off. Yeah. You know, I think people are starting to speculate that I I don't know how the chat feels. I actually liked the Larsen comics better than the McFarlane comics. But when I look at this page, I'm like, this isn't a particularly great Larsen page. Like, it's pretty simple. I mean, in that very top image of Spuddy almost looks like a Ditko drawing. Like, it's as far as like the quality of the illustration here, this isn't a great Larsen page. And so seeing that price, it does seem a bit high to me, just because it's not the page I would have wanted.
Right.
But and comparative to other pages that have sold, it's maybe one of the worst. But nowadays, I mean, the right Larsen page is absolutely still selling for this.
Yeah. I will say I feel it's a pretty good page. Not a very good page. I still think it's a pretty good page, just based on those the last panel and the third to last panel. And he's tiny, but in the second to last panel, he still is there full figured with the Sandman. And he literally is in every other panel. So
yeah,
I feel like it's better than you think it is, Tom. That's my feeling. Still don't say it's a great one, but I would still count this as a 7 on 10.
As a Spider-Man page, it's a strong Spider-Man page, but there's nothing about the illustration here except for, like, you know, that one spaghetti web that even lets you know that it's Larsen. You know, like this could have been, you know, a Marvel House artist, you know, in the era 15 years earlier. Like, there's nothing really particularly special about it. Like, when you when you get a McFarlane page, you get a McFarlane page, even if you're buying like Infinity Inc., you know, like it's still a McFarlane page. This is a poor example of Erik Larsen. And if you're going to pay that premium for an Erik Larsen Spider-Man page, I would say I think this isn't a very good one. And I think that they clearly overpaid even then. But so it losing money in resale within 5 years seems like a foregone conclusion. Like, somewhere in the $8,000 range or something, you know, like, and even that's probably higher than what it went for.
Let's find out. All right, here we go, guys.
So 7,360, yeah, so under $8,000.
Just under 3 years later, yeah.
And that's
45% loss. I mean, that's I mean, in his pocket as a net loss, that's almost half his money, man. That's heavy. Yeah.
I mean, he grossly overpaid. You know, like he really did. I mean, and yeah, I mean, this is November of last year. This isn't more valuable now than it was then.
Yeah.
You know, it would still be a massive loser this year, and he's going to need to wait until, you know, the Erik Larsen fever catches. You know, I think when all is said and done, people are going to go back and look at Erik Larsen's Venom, which I think is a better Venom than Tom McFarlane's.
Yeah. That's interesting. Most of these, they lost money from paying too much originally. Yeah.
Exactly. I agree.
You know, I don't know. I don't agree with most of these. I think
with this one, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Philip believes that's still more than he would want to pay.
Yeah, for that page, I agree.
Yeah.
This page is a pass for me all around.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. 45% loss. That's I again, I don't follow the Larsen market as closely as some other ones, so that's why I'm not really opining that much on it. But
and I mean, back then, like when McFarlane left the book and Larsen came on, like, kids were pissed. Like, they loved McFarlane. They didn't want anybody coming in and taking over that book. But like I say, I think his Venom was way better than McFarlane's Venom. And I think that, you know, as that run went on, you had some really interesting illustration. And I believe his run was longer. I could be wrong, but I think Larsen's run was a little bit longer. And then when Bagley came along, people were sad that Bagley was coming on and replacing Larsen because they got used to Larsen's style.
It's always like that, right? You know, yeah.
I mean, at the end, Bagley wins in the end, right? Like Bagley had the longest run ever on Spider-Man.
Right. It's that classic case of always the bridesmaid, never the bride, right? Like you're put into that position where nothing you do will ever be good enough because of who you followed, right? For you baseball fans who know anything about baseball history, I mean, ask people who are not even baseball fans, right? Let's say people who men, women, grew up not really being a baseball fan. Have you ever heard of Babe Ruth? Of course. Who is he? Oh, didn't he play baseball? Right? That's something like that is what you'll get as an answer. How about Lou Gehrig? You ever heard of Lou Gehrig?
Well, they know him from the disease.
It's either no or isn't that the guy, the disease you mean? Whatever, yeah. Right? Like, yeah, he was Babe Ruth, third in the lineup, Gehrig batting cleanup. So it's like, it's just how it goes, right? And you can use that same sports analogy.
Best career batting average in history, right?
Sorry, say it again.
Best career batting average in history, Lou Gehrig.
No. I don't know who has it.
Didn't he finish over 400 career?
Oh no, nobody has ever done that. No. You're confusing with the record of the all-time record. There's only one time somebody finished a single season with 400.
Ted Williams did.
Yeah.
I thought he was the last person to finish a season over 400.
No.
Not the only.
No.
I could be wrong, but I'm going to look it up.
Yeah. Look it up, man. Look it up. But anyways, well, McFarlane had his own Spidey book, so Larsen was safe. I guess that's true. Hey, Mark, what's up, buddy? Let's see, who's Babe Ruth? Let's see. I don't know. Ramita followed Ditko.
Chris 340, still great.
Yeah, but you can also chalk that up to, there's an exception to, to every rule, Philip. You know what I mean? That everybody thinks that's what that's about. Even when I was a kid, I thought that's what it was about, Rick. It's Baby Ruth. It's Baby Ruth, not Babe Ruth candy bar. And it's not connected to Babe Ruth, no. So everybody's saying, yeah, Williams, yeah, Ty Cobb. Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, bat for Marvel, DC, or Image. Oh, boy. John Olerud came close. Oh, gosh.
George Brett came close. George Brett had a 390 batting average in 1981, right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he was threatening it for a while there until he tailed off, Yeah, exactly. That's right. Cobb had the highest lifetime batting average. Yeah, that's right. That's
420.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's right. Okay, the highest single season at 420. Right.
And Gehrig did bat 423, and actually bat 500 in 1924. But I don't think he played. Well, no, he didn't. He never miss a game or something.
But anyways, everybody's putting out these baseball analogies and tidbits. But anyways, okay, we got to keep it rolling, everybody. But we get the point, right? Like in comics, it's the same thing, right? It's like, again, hey, listen, you remember who the guy I've been collecting for the last 10 years, right? Grummet. Did anybody pay attention to him? Of course not, because the second he followed George Perez, he took off. 50,000 fans took off with him. That's what happens in comics. Well, in those days, at least, when people followed artists primarily, that's just kind of how it went. So nobody pays attention to the guy who comes after. It's life,
Yep.
Okay. So the next piece up on tonight's Insanity episode. Let me see. What do we got? Yes. Okay. So I really dislike this cover. I got to say, that's all I'm going to say. Never been a fan of this cover. I don't like this period of the artist's work. Let's just leave it there. Let's check this out. So, Marvel Comics presents, it's cover number 152. It is a Wolverine cover, and it's sold for just over $4,000 at Heritage, September of 2025. All right, Tom Grindberg. This one's really interesting, guys.
Is it Grindberg or is it Grindberg?
Good question. I always said Grindberg, but I've never heard him say the name. So now that you bring it up, I guess, I don't know. If anybody has ever spoken to him or heard him say his name, please let us know. But I've always said Grindberg, and until I hear differently, I guess I'll keep saying Grindberg because I'm used to it. But yeah, so this was picked up at Heritage for $4,100, right? And check out what this
man, the color didn't do this cover any favors, did it?
Oh God, no, yeah, the color is horrific. But check out what happens here, Matt. This is wild. Check out everybody. You're gonna flip. Check out. This may be a record for the quickest flip. I don't remember what the record is on our show, but I know I measured it in days. Okay, dozens of days or something like that. So yeah, so this is kind of one of those. Let's check it out. It
September
is
25th.
what?
September 25, and it gets resold when?
Well, this was September 25, yeah, and it gets resold
October 25.
October. So he bought it from Heritage and decided, I'm going to flip it onto eBay of all places. But how interesting, Matt. Check out the fact that it's green. You're seeing green on the screen in that it actually sold at retail for higher than he paid. So he had the right, he got lucky. In my estimation, he got really, really lucky. But it did go for an extra $649. But at your roughly 14% total fees on eBay, it just puts him at that negligible, loss where it's essentially a break even, a wash, for not even 0.5%, 0.39% loss, right? So it's really interesting. To me, I just think it's a really great example, though, of somebody really, really lucking out, because 43 days, come on, we've seen enough examples here by now to basically be able to say, this guy should have lost his shirt.
Yeah, he got super, super lucky. But I mean, he also got to call his shot, right? Like, so he got to price it what he wanted to price it. Probably as a buy it now. I'm sure it wasn't an open auction, good way to put it. I don't. If that's an auction that starts at $1, he loses. He loses huge.
Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know. I mean, if anybody wants to quickly check their CAF, because this happened less than a year ago. If you want to check, if you want to use your CAF, everybody has that CAF. What do they call it? The ability to check eBay,
Market watch,
market, whatever. Yeah, old prices on eBay. Yeah. If you guys want to try to find it and see if it was bid to this price or if it was a direct sale or offer, please check and let us know. I mean, it would be more impressive, even more impressive if he let it ride, from a low bid, an opening bid range kind of thing.
Yeah, and I'm sure Mr. Grindberg is very happy that the piece retained its value.
All right, we got an awesome knowledge drop here, everybody, by Iranga. He says the pronunciation on Grindberg is what Matt said. I just looked up a video where he introduced himself. Wow, that's awesome. Wow, thanks, Iranga. Wow, that's really,
I am vindicated. Great. I am vindicated.
Good going, Matt. Good going, man. Yeah. No, it's gonna take me a little bit to get used to it, but I'm sure I can do it without making errors. Yeah, but I mean, I remember being introduced to his work somewhere around 1986, so it's already been 40-ish years, But yeah, I think I can do it, even though it sounds weird to me because I'm so used to saying Grindberg. But yeah, thank you, Iranga, again. I always prefer to get it right and say it correctly out of respect. So he probably had to buy it now. Again, probably it's not for sure, so we don't know. Is Grindberg a Mignola clone at this time? Yeah, this is where he started to try to do that Mignola. Look, Grindberg has spent his entire career
chasing other artists, yeah,
right, emulating the styles of artists that he loves, So that was his what I call his Mignola period, And let me see, sale price looks like a buy it now. Maybe, guys, like I said. Let me see what else. Maybe the seller was Justin Porter. He has some fast flips. I don't know. Why speculate? There's tons of flippers out there. Weirdly, Baby Ruth is named after Grover Cleveland's daughter, not Babe Ruth. Yeah, but Hall of Fame pitcher Grover Cleveland Alexander was named after her father. Nice. Love it, Philip. Smile when you say Grindberg. A slave to the grind. Yes, indeed, indeed. Remind me, does the heritage price include? No, Ian, no, because we don't know the buyer's state where they live. So there's no way to know what taxes they paid. And also keep in mind, there are still double-digit amount of states that do not, to whom they don't charge sales tax. So I don't take that into account. Everybody, we just know that there could be sales tax. So there's no point in me trying to speculate what that tax could be.
And the seller gets no piece of that, so it's irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so there you go. And the seller does occasionally flip. Hey, what's up, James?
I buy stuff on eBay all the time because a lot of art studios choose to post spec sketches on eBay. And sometimes I get some amazing deals on them. But, like with any auction, I have a number in my head. I set my timer. I go on 2 minutes before the end of the auction and I wait with my number. Yeah. And I hit it. And if I lose, I lose. But if I win, I win. So I've been having packages like every month getting delivered between Heritage and Comic Link and eBay.
Yeah. All right. Ready for the next one?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So here's the next one, folks. Great artist. A very fun run. My favorite Avengers run. Check it out. So Avengers 281. $960. It's got Thor in several panels. It's got Cap in one, and I don't know. I think I've been saying this since she came out. An incredibly pointless, useless Captain Marvel character.
Yep.
Nobody ever cared about her until suddenly she was in a TV show or movie or whatever you call it. But whatever, she has her fans. That's fine. I think it's a pretty good page. Okay, I'll say pretty good, not very good, but pretty good. Every panel does have Avengers in it. $960. Just real quick, what do you think about the price? Does it tell you anything? Do you know enough about this kind of stuff, Matt, to have an opinion? Or
I mean, to get a John Buscema Avengers page for under $1,000 is.
It seems decent, right?
Seems decent, yeah. Again, it's not a page I want, but it's not terrible. And I kind of love that weird lower left panel of Thor and the weird handling, like he's flying with the hammer. Although I'm not a huge fan of bearded Thor in the comics.
I was never a fan of bearded Thor, FYI, nor was I a fan of the helmeted Thor, right? With the beard, even worse. Yeah. So to me, that makes a huge difference. To me, this is not Thor, I mean, I know it is whatever, but it's not it's not my Thor. It's not the real Thor, not classic Thor, So Maki agrees that it's already a pretty good price, at just under $1,000.
Yep.
And CJ agrees with you, Matt. Yep. Steve is getting ready for the klaboom. And okay, so let's check out what happened here. 960. Oh, and let's remind ourselves it was January of 25. And then it resold 5 months later. And interestingly enough, another example of a little green on the screen, but literally only $46.25 more. And with a middleman that even at 10%, that's going to be more than enough to put you in the losing category, right? So a negligible loss again, obviously. But I feel, given again that he resold it within 5 friggin' months, again, he's lucky he didn't get his ass handed to him. I think he should be very happy that he essentially got his money back. And to me, I see it as, and he lost $85 to learn a valuable lesson, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, 960, 1,006. So it's I think 2 consecutive sales, even within 5 months of each other, and you got a steady roughly $1,000, right? So
sometimes people, put something on a credit card rather than paying it right off, and they don't catch the payment the next month, and they lose $85. So it's
exactly.
This is a really cheap way to learn that lesson. And I'm guessing that maybe the person who owned it originally likes that era. It's the era they grew up reading, and when they saw that page, they picked it up, and maybe they found a better page, and it was almost like kind of just trading up. You know, and within 5 months, it makes sense to kind of do that if you want to stay liquid. But I think we were right in that was an appropriate price. It was like a decent price. Yeah. So, you know, if this person hangs on to this page for 5 years, they're going to make money on it because they still got it at a decent price.
Yeah, exactly. And you can't go wrong. You know, it was a really fun time for people that, like myself, was reading Avengers. I only started reading Avengers for the first time with 255 because I saw that it was a beautiful, rare, painted on a regular comic book, not a magazine, a regular issue of a long-running Silver Age title, painted cover by Tom Palmer, and I was so amazed. Yeah. I was so amazed by that. I was like, oh wow, like this looks nice. And I opened it. I'm like, oh, John Buscema's back to do a run. As a back issue enthusiast, of course, I really like the Buscema stuff from the 60s. And yeah, I started buying it. And boy, Roger Stern's stories were really great, a lot of fun. So yeah, good stuff. So you can't go wrong owning stuff like that for like about $1,000, right? So
this Palmer painted, I mean, that's Star Wars painted cover. The Palmer.
Oh yeah, remember? Yeah.
Oh man, I hadn't read a Star Wars comic in years at that point, and I'm like, I gotta pick. There's something important's happening here. You know, it's probably sad with some pencils on the inside, but it totally looped you. I mean, in a way, honestly, that Sienkiewicz's covers didn't necessarily make me want to buy the book, even though those covers are great and they were beautifully painted covers. But I think maybe because Sienkiewicz, his style was very much his style, and he was pretty prolific. Like it didn't seem as special to me at the time as those weird Palmer painted covers.
Right. John, I was already kind of like feeling the stories were starting to go downhill in the early 90s. The Galactic Storm crap was that. By the way, I don't know if you're saying that's Galactic Storm. If you are, it's not. Galactic Storm was early 90s. This is still 80, 88, 89 or something like that. I don't know, 87. Yeah. I was still reading it, Galactic Storm, but I don't remember anything about it. Was this one of those Palmer estate pieces? Good question. Don't know.
Well, the piece that we were talking about wasn't Palmer, so it doesn't matter, right?
Well, he inked it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he inked Buscema. He finished it. That whole run was actually just Buscema breakdowns.
Right.
So it's Palmer actually penciling and inking. You know,
May 1st, 1985.
Oh, nice. Even earlier than a little bit earlier than I thought. Thanks, man. Wow. Yeah. So there you go. Galactic Storm was, I'm saying, John, 91. I want to say something like that. Yeah. All right. Let's keep it rolling. What do we got next? Oh, what do we got next? So, Dan just mentioned that he always imagined that that might be John Byrne under that helmet, because Byrne always used to be. He'd always caricature himself with a beard, because he had a beard at the time, and obviously colored blonde. You know. So speaking of John Byrne, that's what we're going to see here, and I was very excited to show this, because we've talked about how on many shows, not just these insanity shows, but many episodes of different shows on this channel, about how, like, you know, if you're going to collect commissions versus published, you know, that whole thing in terms of the value proposition, you know. So this is going to be an interesting one for that. All right. I'd like to get your views on all of this, Matt, as well as all of yours, you guys in the chat. All right. So here we go. Let's take a look. And yeah, before you say anything, guys, let me just tell you, I'm aware that it has since resold one more time. Okay, that we will not show tonight, because that will be an example on a future show of one of the other Insanity adjacent shows.
Oh, okay.
All right, so you don't have to mention that it sold recently. We know. Okay, so check it out. John Byrne Punisher, very, very tight primo era, early to mid 80s era, beautiful pencils of the Punisher. The only thing I don't like about this, and I have a gut feeling, and Maddie's going to agree with me, I just don't like his, from the neck up, I don't like him because he feels way too old to me. It's almost like Reed Richards. You know how Reed Richards always felt way too old?
Yeah. You know how you know it's not Reed Richards and it's John Byrne is his mouth isn't open.
But I will say this. And then I'll give it to you, Matt. You know, I've already said my thoughts on, collecting commissions and con sketches, whatever. I do want to say, for the big time guys who were legendary for their work, for as long as, like for an entire, like the entire decade of the 80s, let's say, Byrne ruled the 80s. Okay,
Byrne and Perez. Yeah.
And but it was always Byrne number one, Perez number two. And I will say, for guys like this, I feel that vintage pencil, or even pencil and inks, if it's not markers, sketches from this era of popular characters, I really feel that certainly at this price level, I feel this is cheap as hell. That's how I feel. I don't know.
How big is it? Do you know what the size of this is? Because
I think it was somewhere in the 9x12 range, something like that. Kind of standard for like a convention sketch.
I think anywhere between $500 and $1,000 is
really
fair, depending, for Byrne of this render, because I mean he'll still do sketches occasionally. It's if you're a Punisher fan, it's going to be in the higher end of that range, but I would have had $600.
Wow, really?
Yeah, if I had this in my calf gallery, I would have probably had it like $600 on it.
Man, really? Damn. Yeah. If you're selling it yourself, you mean?
Yeah.
You would only think you could get $600?
No, that's just what I would price it.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's
wow.
I think that moves it. Like, obviously, if I'm gonna sell a sketch that I've had since the 80s, I paid nothing for it probably in the 80s. At most they paid him $50 probably. And so you're already making money, so it's sort of like sell it fast, don't let anybody haggle you on it, and don't kick any money to an auction house.
Well, by the comments, no, I think everybody's kind of agreeing. They're not liking the primarily the neck up. Clint Eastwood look indeed. And by the way, hello to Mark and hello to Felix. What's up, guys? Good to see you.
Hey, guys.
Punisher face looks a bit like Clint Eastwood. That's what everybody keeps saying.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes, more to the point, he looks like a guy that looks like Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
It also looks kind of like the professor from Gilligan's Island on his off day.
I gotta say, I agree with Marcus. If you put it on any website for $600, it would sell fast. I mean, I would buy it fast. That's
what I'm saying. Like that's it moves immediately price. But if they put this at auction, they're losing a lot of money anyways.
Mark says, honestly, any loss of under 100 doesn't qualify as insanity. It's a temporal loss of good sense, perfectly recoverable. But Mark, what you're not getting, and you should be getting by this point in this series,
is the scalability.
The insanity refers to doing the same thing over and over and not learning your lesson, which is constantly reselling it within 5 years or less at auction. That's what the insanity refers to. You know what I mean? It's not the fact that it's not related to how much they lost or not, right? So there you go. These would flip easy and trade to a dealer. Very
I
true.
think so. I think that's very, very true. That this is the type of thing that dealers love to have inexpensive pieces on their table because it's always a throw in. You know, it's, you know, you can kind of make up prices on the spot. You know, Anthony loves pieces like these.
Well, yeah, no, for sure. Well, let's see what happened, everybody. Check it out. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see what happened to the reseller. Here we go. It sold, or sorry, resold 3 years, 4 months later for again. Look at the green, right? So slightly, only $100 extra, right? But of course, because it was at Heritage,
20%.
Right?
Yeah.
You lose the 25, or sorry, let's see, March 26, 25%. Yeah, so he only pocketed at most $800, which means, you know, you paid 9, pockets 8, he loses 100. Again, negligible. So again, you're lucky, but I don't know, man. I feel like this is very cheap for what it is. I really do think that classic Byrne, full figured, tight pencil sketches from this era should be worth a lot more. But hey, maybe I'm wrong.
And I know you said don't bring it up because we'll talk about it again. But when it resold, it was like $750, right?
I believe a lot more. I don't remember. Yeah, but I think it's a lot more. So yeah, let's not talk about it.
Okay.
So we'll be surprised when we do get to it at the next show. You know.
All right.
But
I mean, it's good to know that Byrne sketches from that era are appreciating because Byrne published pages are suffering. Like, have you seen some of the pages from the recently published, you know, X-Men fan thing that he did? And some of those pages are going for not much money.
People are mentioning, by the way, and it is true. I noticed that myself, even though I didn't mention it. The rifle he has, it's space age. It's like science fiction technology because that's weird, right?
Yeah.
So who knows what the deal is? It probably had something to do with whoever asked him to, you know, draw the thing or whatever, personal to the commissioner, I guess. But yeah, it looks like he killed a Kree soldier and took his rifle. I know it is very weird. That wouldn't, to me, I still don't, you know, whatever. I'd be buying it for the figure and the fact that it's vintage Punisher. But yeah, to me, I still think, you know, $1,000 is super cheap for stuff like that. I think that stuff has a lot of room to move up. And let me just say, another reason that kind of maybe underpins what I'm saying is that when I look at John Byrne commissions that resell, the ones that he did in the, you know, the 2000s, he did tons of them in the 2000s, right? When he was no longer at his, you know, what most of us call his peak. And yes, okay, those are at least 11 by 17. I'm aware, and some of them are larger, whatever. I would rather have the vintage era when we think he's at his best, any artist, and, you know, like 11 by 12, or 9 by 12, let's say, than late career where, you know, a lot of people have issues with what the art looks like just because it's larger. But listen, you must have seen, Matt, tell me if you did or not, but in this past year, some collector who had commissioned Byrne to do a lot of those, but for whatever reason, he was a fan of the third-rate villains, like third, fourth-rate villains, and he got Byrne to do a bunch of commissions of these third and fourth-rate villains. And somebody, I guess the guy sold them all to Anthony, and Anthony was selling a bunch of them for like $3,000 on average, you know? Yeah. So don't tell me like, oh yeah, 11 by 17. Who gives a shit? Like, it's a third-rate villain from late in his career. If that stuff is going for $3,000, how is that Punisher, even if it is 9 by 12 from like, I don't know what, it's probably dated, I don't know, but it looks like it's 82 to 84 in that range, you know, 900 to 1,000. Like, to me, that I'm just saying. I mean, given that, I don't know. I think
at a certain point, I used to see a lot of that stuff, and maybe that has colored my view of it. But I mean, it's a decent drawing. It's you know, but it's not everybody's favorite rendition of the Punisher. Although, hey, you know, in the '80s, maybe everybody was hoping Clint Eastwood was going to be the Punisher, you know, because Clint Eastwood was a huge movie star in the '80s, and so it would fit in its time, the time in which it was created. But yeah, I mean, but we all know, I collect commissions, you know, and I know it's the dumbest thing to collect because the resale value is so niche. And you know, while the character that I collect is a somewhat popular character, if I should come to want to, you know, get rid of it all, I'm gonna have problems. You know, I'm gonna have to do it slowly over time. I can't flood the market with 150 death drawings, you know.
Yeah, that's true. I just wanted to say to Steve, in case, I don't know if you corrected yourself a little bit after this, but so he paid 900, right? It sold for 1,000. I'm giving the benefit of the doubt from now on heritage resales. I play it conservatively. I make the assumption that they only lost the 25%, which means he pocketed 800. So if he paid 9 and he loses the 25% from 1,000, he paid 800. He pockets 800. So he's losing from 9 to 8. He loses the $100. So there you go. Good to see you again, by the way, Cap, as always. Sorry you can't stay. Shemps Art. Wow, Caesar, you've been gone for a little while. What's happening, man? And it was the Marvel Monsters. What do you mean by that?
The Byrne commission collection.
Oh, but they weren't really monsters. I mean, some of them were. Didn't they have a Plant Man and some other weird ones? Like, I don't know. They were just third-rate villains.
Yep.
Clyde, what? And lower buy in 1K versus 3K. Don't know what you mean by that. Sorry. For a few dollars more, Clint Eastwood ref. Okay. I'm actually, see, that's the thing, guys. I feel like I would rather, I'm happier that it's state, like how often are we ever going to see uninked Byrne pencils from his vintage era that we all love, you know? When it's inked, even if it's nicely inked, if your favorite inker, Austin, had inked it, right? Yes, you'd be happy. It would look great. But it looks more like Austin when he does the, you know, in that era, he did these tiny little ticks, the rendering, you know.
Yeah, but remember when you were reading the comics, you weren't reading Byrne penciled comics. You were reading Byrne inked by Terry Austin comics, and so what you want is perhaps what you saw. So I think that Terry Austin inks would vastly improve the value of that.
Yeah.
But to your point, you know, it represents a moment that you're not going to have anymore, and maybe the person who buys that's going to have somebody ink it, which would be a tragedy. I mean, look at the people who get prelims inked. You know, they get prelims inked, and now it's confusing. You know, it's such a headache.
You're making me angry now. Okay,
sorry.
Let's not even go there. What's up, Caesar? What's up? All right, let's go to the next one. So we go from the Byrne Punisher to what we got here. Let's check it out. I don't know what it is. Yes. Okay. So the Batman Vengeance of Bane #1, which I never read that whole Bane breaking the Batman's back thing or whatever. So I know very little about it.
Well, that's the character's first appearance is in Vengeance of Bane.
I was going to say, remind me, this is the series that had the Glenn Fabry covers. Is that right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And this is, I think you just said Bane's first appearance?
I believe so. Yeah, it was a special, right? It was a one-shot, and it was
just a one-shot?
I think so.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a 4-issue thing.
But it's definitely his first appearance, and it's before the breaking of the Batman.
Oh, okay. So first appearance. Okay. Now, that's him? Is that him, I guess, lying on the bed, in the hospital bed, I guess? Is that supposed to be him?
I don't know. I would imagine it'd have to be, right?
Okay, I would think so. Yeah.
Otherwise, why is it $7,000?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we got here October 24th. So again, not even a year ago. $7,200. And thank you, Mike confirms, Matt, that it was indeed a one-shot. So there we go. Maki wants. I love Maki. Maki's always taking guesses for the fun of it. He's guessing 5,500. Well, let's find out. Let me find out. Oh, and yeah. So October. Oh, sorry, it was a year ago. I'm sorry. I thought I saw 25. So October of 24. Okay. So not quite 2 years then. So October 24. Then resold in 1 year, 8 months later, just this past month, or sorry, two months ago, not quite 2 months ago, for a total of 6,300 minus the 10% to the reseller for a total loss of $1,530 for a 21% loss.
Well, Cab is saying he bought it, and I think he's saying he bought it at 6,200. Oh no, he corrected himself, 6,300.
Okay.
Yep.
Let me see. Let me get those.
Comic Art Boston is the buyer.
So Cab says, okay, I am not a DC fan, but I am the one who purchased this. Okay. So I love that. I love that you're getting the deal. You're getting the better price. So it's always good to see, better buying habits than worse ones. I'd rather see you on the buying end of these resales. That's for sure. So 62. I'm pretty sure it was 60. Yeah, you corrected yourself on 63. All right. And Marcus thinks that's a good deal. Again, I never read any of this stuff. It doesn't mean anything to me, so I can't value it. And that's why I'd rather have your guys' opinions, Birth, death page. Let's see. Thanks, Marcus. Nice Cab grab. Price is right. Maki says price is right. And Bane is used so many ways now.
It's kind of fascinating. So Cab's not a DC fan, but he dropped he dropped $6,300 on that page.
Cab, I'll tell you something. Cab, I've mentioned this before. Cab used to be hardcore, not only Marvel, but hardcore Marvel Silver Age guy and occasional Bronze Age guy, right? We're talking 25 years ago plus, whatever, right? And then, as you could expect, over time, slowly but surely, he began to expand his horizons, which we always like to say, right? When you can't afford to collect art, you feel you're getting priced out, expand your horizons, and you get other beautiful stuff for cheaper, right? And he started getting into more Bronze Age. And when that stuff started going high, he broke out into 80s stuff. He started to get occasional DC stuff and Marvel stuff, to the point where in the last many years, he's a man of all types of eras, publishers. I mean, he's got plenty of independent stuff as well, so supremely well-rounded collection.
Sure. But again, like, what makes that page special isn't what's on the page.
Let's show it again. Here we go.
It's, you can make the argument.
Oh, yeah, right. It's the historic nature of it, right? Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, but I'm sure even Cab knows, right? Like, I think pretty much everybody knows.
But that's a big chunk of change to kind of like willy-nilly spend. It's just interesting.
I don't know. Listen, I've seen Cab spend on a lot more expensive stuff than this. So to me, this is not a big deal. And also, Matt, I'll tell you one thing. If I'm perfectly honest with you, I find it really weird that Cab actually even made that statement about, I'm not really a DC guy. Because, like, trust me, he's got plenty of it. I mean, sure, he is always been more of a Marvel guy, like a lot of people. But he has such an extensive collection that if you were to look at it all, he's got plenty of DC art. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a weird statement for him to make, I got to say. I thought it was a bit odd, but it is what it is, It's
been ages since I even looked at that comic, so I don't know what the rest of the pages look like.
Bye, John.
But yeah, it's definitely a piece of the origin, but I guess you could say that about every page in that book.
Marcus says Bane is only second only to Harley as the most notable 90s Bat villain.
Yeah.
Is Harley even a villain? Like, isn't she kind of like she straddles the line?
She's an anti-hero.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
but yeah, but it's he certainly was the most remembered character, I guess, in 90s Batman lore, I guess you can say, in the sense that that storyline of, you know, breaking the Batman's back is probably the biggest storyline of that era for Batman.
Yeah, well, Death in the Family, but sure.
Well, no, okay, that's not that's so that's when I say era, to me the eras should always go, and I don't want to argue this, but I always think about the eras as decades. You know, so that was the 90s era, and of course the Death in the Family was the 80s, you know, so it came a little bit before the previous era.
5 years separate them, I guess, 88 to 92.
Yeah. Oh, was it? Oh, was the breaking of the bat as early as that? 92?
Yeah.
I was still collecting? That's weird. I thought that was 95.
No, I mean, it might have been published in like January of 93 or something, but I mean, it was
interesting. Okay. Oh, by the way, Matt, just so you know, Cab says it's not willy-nilly. The content was also very relevant as well. I also followed the Bane storyline at the time.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, interesting, because here we have a true die-hard, dyed-in-the-wool DC lover in Caesar, and even he is like asking, is Bane even relevant today? That's really a fascinating comment from Caesar, I got to say.
I mean, there was a recent, you know, a couple years ago, there was, you know, City of Bane was an ongoing series that was fairly well received. I mean, the character, it's funny that for such a recent character, he went into the movies really quickly, right? Like, he's in Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
It's a terrible version of the character, but like, he hit the films really fast. You know, as Marcus says, Bane is in the animated show, both animated shows. I think he is an important villain.
Yeah.
I just thought it's just kind of interesting to me. Like, I guess it depends what else was in that auction. As Cab said, he had some kind of a nostalgic affinity for it.
Yeah, he's still being used, and like I think Marcus said, he was put into the Batman movies, so he's being kept relevant by the company, certainly. You know what I mean? I have no opinions though. Again, personally on the value, because I never really followed that. I've never read the story, so I don't follow the artwork, you know. So I have no opinions on the value. I can't really say anything, which feels weird not having an opinion on. Listen, I don't have an opinion on this price, nor on this one, which is only $900 less, right? So I guess that means the value is somewhere in that range, right? So yeah, you're good for you, Cap, for taking advantage of the better price, you know. Yeah. So there you go.
Yep.
All right, let us keep moving, everybody. We will jump over to Marvel again and see our second example of this character. An interesting one. So here we go. Check this out. I want to hear what
I do want to say one last thing about that page, though.
Bane, yeah.
If Bane wasn't the main villain in The Dark Knight Rises,
right,
that page costs 1/3 of what it was marked.
It's such a hard thing to kind of prognosticate, you know. It's all guesswork.
Because the success of that movie kept the character in the comics, kept the character in the animated show.
Well, let me ask this, because that's what I want to get to, is before he made the appearance in that movie, had he been out of the comics for many years? Is that what was happening? Or was he in there in the comics, but just nobody seemed to care? Like, what was the situation?
He was about as common as Scarecrow.
I don't know what that means. Like,
he's just a rogue villain. You know, like he's a member of the Rogues Gallery. And you know, all the characters got their moment on the animated show, Batman the Animated Series. But you know, that leap up, because God knows that DC adapts everything into an animated show. And that has very rarely affected the price of either the comics or the artwork associated with other media. But a Christopher Nolan movie, you know, that Batman trilogy is considered maybe the best trilogy in comics history. that, comic adaptation history, that's huge. And if that hadn't, and some people find silliness in, aspects of it, but I think it's a good movie. That kept that character super relevant and made him kind of signal to the rest of the non-nerd public, the non-Batman collecting public, that this is an important villain. So now he has that status evermore because he was the villain in the last film in one of the greatest trilogies. And it's the way portrayed in that was a very interesting character. I think in the comic he was much less interesting, certainly as written by Chuck Dixon. But the recent stuff, I think, were good stories. Like they've had decent writers take a shot at reinterpreting that character and even making that character in some ways heroic. Like he's not a straight and forward, cut and dry villain as originally produced. I think that by making him a little bit more sympathetic in the origin as told in the film, that has gone back into the comics and made the character a more enjoyable character. But
MLB agrees with you in principle. He says, maybe not a third, but probably half or whatever. I will say this again, you Batman readers comic readers who never stopped collecting the way I did, you would know better if I just want to say that if he had not been used in many years, let's say, okay, so the movie was 2012. Let's say he had not been used in at least a decade or something like that. If that was the case in comics, then I would agree with you, Matt, and you, MLB, that, had they not been revived in the movie, he'd be essentially kind of forgotten as this guy who, he was in that one big story of the 90s or whatever, but after that, nobody seemed to, you know what I mean?
In the prior live action appearance was a very minor henchman role in the Batman and Robin movie, where he's, Poison Ivy's like sidekick, a really just like dumb character.
Mentioned he was in that movie.
Yeah. Most people forget he's even in it because he's in it for like 20 seconds. It's a really terrible. It's such a waste use.
Did they use his name? Did somebody say his name?
It's clear. Yeah, she called it Bane, and you see it's Bane. It's the fucking costume. Yeah,
I don't remember that at all. Wow.
I mean, that movie's terrible. So
it's a terrible movie. Maybe that's why. Yeah. Wow. Bane was working for Poison Ivy. Yeah. Tom Hardy, Venom, greater than Bane. Hey, what's up, West? Batman made Arnold Schwarzenegger's career. Mr. Freeze was popular for about 2 minutes.
I actually think that Schwarzenegger's performance as Mr. Freeze is a very solid performance and one of his best.
Bane appears in the Murphyverse, but he's not a very interesting character in White Knight. All right, thanks, Mike. What's up, Carl from Bali? Oh, Cap's still with us. So there are hardcore collectors who would still pay a lot for Bane pages even without the movie. Perhaps not through the roof, but not a great drop. Yeah, I'm not even. I feel like if the movie didn't revive him, I'm still in agreement, Cab, that it probably, like, let's say if the movie didn't revive him,
half price at best. Yeah.
Let's say the movie doesn't revive him, and then I don't know, they continue to go in the comics without reviving him there until, I don't know, 5 years ago, let's say, and they finally do. I still think, yes, this page, I don't know, lower than what it costs now, but I'm not going to even guess. It's impossible to guess, it's complete speculation to guess how much, but it's no point. But yeah, but listen, I want to put it out there. A lot of the guys, Matt, in the chat, quite a few of them spoke up and said he's still very relevant. A lot of the people,
but still that relevance, that relevance is because he became relevant again because of the movie, and whatever. He reflected back as an interesting character that deserved more usage, perhaps, because here you have a really good usage of this character. So I mean, these things are all connected. Aside from certain comics and renditions of characters becoming part of the lookbook for a production. Things that happen in the films when they're done well make their way back into the comics too. I mean, James, the best performance in Arnold Schwarzenegger's career. I mean, it's not a hard battle to win. But I think he was as MLB says, I think he gave exactly the performance that the production wanted.
What's up, Yevgeny? Good to see you, dude.
Hey, Yevgeny, how's it going?
So next, and DJ, what's up, DJ? Just tuning in. The show's over. No, I'm just joking. It's not. But yeah, listen, whatever. Hey, he's relevant. The point is, we should not move away from this piece without finalizing with he, at this point today, is relevant. If you want to say relevant again, whatever. Yeah. And therefore, now with current relevance, that you can then tie back to, hey, what made him popular in the first place? Wow, that was that classic storyline from the 90s.
And an origin page from the very first appearance of the character. No, it's meaningful. It's meaningful. Yeah. But I mean, it's funny because otherwise art by that team is going for a couple $100 maybe.
Yeah. But check this out. I wasn't aware of this, but Absolute Batman, the hottest comic in many, many years, is currently with a Bane storyline too. So yeah, that'll keep it up there. And yeah.
Well, I think from this point forward, he is a relevant character and ongoing. That the die is now set. Like that event that brought him into being, in which he does break the Batman's back, was a big event in comics. I don't think it was particularly well written story, but it was a big moment in comics, and everybody's like, oh, it brings in Ezreal, it brings in like all these other characters, and it made people think about, well, what's a world without a Batman like, which is an interesting idea. It's an interesting concept that I think could be handled better in the hands of more capable writers than Chuck Dixon. But I get why he bought it. It's just like, there's so many pages in that book. And there's pages that have Bane in costume,
but are they out there? Are they out
there? That's
a
very good question. I don't know. It's
and
not
available, right? Yeah. And in costume, if they're available in costume, is 6,200 suddenly turning into 18,000? Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's
maybe more. Yeah.
Like, who knows, right? Yeah. No. So okay, everybody, and Alberto, just here, let me show you, Matt. I feel baned out. Can we go to the next piece? If it was Captain America, he'd be like, keep talking for a half hour more.
We're going to do 20 minutes on Nuke in 10 seconds.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Okay. Bali greater than Bane. All right. There we go. Okay. So let's get back to that. To the next piece, everybody. Yes. The next piece is another Silver Surfer. Check this one out. All right. So Silver Surfer 102 from the Grindberg era. And I will say, this is the one thing I really enjoyed Grindberg on Silver Surfer. He was not trying to emulate anybody in particular on Silver Surfer, and I love how he did the very shiny, the sheen, the silver look of the character.
The chrome reflection, yeah.
So this was purchased, right at the heart of COVID. Exactly 1 year into the beginning of COVID. $1,800 purchased from Nostalgic Investments. Grindberg. I said it wrong. Grindberg. I gotta say, Tom, I just want to say, Matt, I want to say one thing. I don't know if you're aware, but in the last 2-3 years, I've seen several pieces by Grindberg from the Silver Surfer run that have very splashy images like this. Sell for in the high teens, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure I feel like I saw at least one or two sell for between 2,000 and 3,000, maybe even over 3 on one of them. Okay, and so that's why when I put this together, I was like, okay, so 1,800, yeah, that seems about right. But this is a show about losses, so it's kind of interesting. Like, really, it's going to lose? Okay, so let's see what happens here, everybody. So let's see how long did he hold on to this? So March of 21, and then resold. Wow, look at that, Matt. He held it almost. Okay, this is very, very interesting. Almost only 3 months short of the unwritten rule of the 5-year break-even point, and yet he didn't even, not only did he not come close to the break even, but he took a massive, massive hit. That is very, very interesting. Again, especially given what I mentioned about having seen other splashy Silver Surfer Grindberg pieces sell for. This is a really weird one to me because this only happened, what, 7-8 months ago?
So let's look at the timing on this.
Yeah.
So it sells in around Christmas, so not a great time for
No,
money
that's certainly one thing. Yeah.
And you figure that they probably handed it off to Heritage in the summer to get it into a winter auction.
Yeah, something like that.
So Fantastic Four First Steps released on July 25th, 2025. And in that movie, the Silver Surfer is not the Norrin Rad Silver Surfer. It is the female Silver Surfer. So people who would be purchasing artwork that reflects back into the MCU are very specifically at this moment in time probably stepping away. But again, this run isn't the same as the Ron Lim run. It's a different era, so to speak. I think it's a really lovely page. It's actually a page improved by the color, interestingly enough. And you do have Galactus on it. You got Galactus's hand. You got Galactus in the reflection, but it's Tom Grindberg. And so it doesn't fulfill the expectation of being the right character at the right time from the right artist.
That's interesting. I mean, sold for $1,000. Heritage, he pocketed 800, so he paid 1,800, pocketed 8, so he lost exactly 1,000 for a loss of over half, 55%. I will say I don't agree with your take on it, Matt, but I'm, again, because of what I said. Okay. I'm curious. What do the rest of you think? All right. I'm gonna look and hope that some of you had some interesting takes on this. CJ was thinking 14, a lot lower than that. Look at that. Maki was guessing 1560. Interesting.
I mean, it's not a full splash technically, but it functions like a splash.
Yeah, for sure. It's splashy enough that it's like, you get splash value. You should get splash value, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
I think if someone paid $1,000 for it, I think they got a good deal. But I think that it's timing. I think that the Silver Surfer is probably at the nadir of his popularity in the winter of 2025 because that Fantastic Four movie wasn't particularly beloved.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't think it's a bad movie, but it just it frequently now, like even outlets that were praising it when they first reviewed it are now talking about it like they forgot that they gave it a good review before. And, that's definitely a film that I think people take issue with the casting of almost every character.
Right. Tom and Rick are surprised, both of them, at the drop. Well, obviously they expected a drop, but at how much?
Very dramatic. It's a very dramatic drop.
Very dramatic, yeah. MLB says bought Pandemic 21, should have sold Pandemic 22. That still wouldn't guarantee anything. We've shown plenty of examples of bought in 21, sold in 22, or bought in 21, sold 23, bought in 22, sold it. We've seen it all, and for losses, right? So, too much nostalgia. Thinks Corey. Why would someone try to flip a piece from a dealer? Okay, you're making the insinuation that any purchase made from a dealer is a ripoff. That's not really cool at all because
oh my gosh, I get great deals buying from dealers all the time. Like,
yeah,
I'm going to be appearing, I think, on Swaggletooth's channel this week, and we're going to be talking about art collecting, and I recommend buying from dealers because they have so much inventory. They're much more willing than most to go lower on it. It's like they'd rather have cash coming in that they can throw at something else that they can push right out the door. Like as long as they make, I mean, in a lot of cases, you saw in Jordan's show, Jordan was selling stuff for less than he paid for it on his drop.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in some cases. And with Anthony frequently he'll get stuff in trades. So it's like the cost is nebulous. It's just about like how much money can I get for this right now in this moment in time? He doesn't want to hang on to it for, you know, another month or another day, even if he doesn't have to. Like, bird in the hand. So like, yeah, that's a really weird take, Alberto. Like, you know, some people aren't going to move. I mean, Berkey can be pretty rigid with his pricing. I frequently hear people, you know, bag on, you know, Steve and Donnelly and his brother, but I've had great experiences buying stuff from the Donnellys. So like, I don't know, man. I think a lot of it has to deal with your approach and their mood and their needs.
True. No, for sure, Matt. I mean, yep, that's true. It's no brand new day. No low price page they should have offered on Facebook, like we always say. Exactly, Tom. That's all we keep trying to stress is, can you at least try to find yourself a direct sale, a direct buyer? Like, why do you just immediately think, oh, I want to sell this? Here you go, Heritage. Here you go, whatever auction house. Take it. Like, and let me roll the dice. Like, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Again, any of you watching silently, perhaps, who any of these pieces, you know, belonged to, we're always super happy to have you on someday and talk about it, you know?
Since somebody asked, they're like, cool, the great prices from Cool Lines, that's a show right there. Okay. That Sid Mead painting on the wall, I got that from Stephen Donnelly for $3,000.
Which one?
The bottom piece over there, that's a Sid Mead painting.
Oh, Sid Mead. Okay, yeah.
And I got it for $3,000 from Stephen Donnelly in, I want to say 2012. And that was a great price then. Now it's $45,000, $60,000 painting. So
yeah. I don't like. I'm not a fan of a lot of the old time schooly dealers for different reasons. Okay, but their prices, like no, that's not one of them. Like you said, Matt, I've always said, like, I would rather, like, listen, if I woke up tomorrow and auctions didn't exist anymore, I'd be so happy. And I don't mean that in a bad way. You know, it's fun. I want them to be around. I would rather they didn't take over the hobby like they have been basically taking over, where most buyers these days seem to prioritize buying and, you know, let me see what happens at the auction before I make a move on your piece on your website. I wish that didn't happen, but that's just the way things are going and been going for 10 years now. But I certainly would never say a blanket statement like, oh my God, anything from dealers is like, what, you know, is overpriced or whatever. Like, no, I really don't like that comment. That's not even true. First of all, it's not true, you know?
It'll be on his show, not on Ungraded Truth, but we're still working out scheduling. They had covered his art purchasing lately, and I was like, you know, we should probably do a show, because the people that are getting press in like these sort of bigger comic influencer channels are like the Dinesh's and the Zataris of the world, and I think they represent just a very different approach to collecting. I don't think it's good for new collectors coming into the hobby, and I wanted to make the point that I'm buying stuff like I'm always saying, like I'm getting out of collecting, or I'm focusing in on something. And then I'm buying stuff all the time because there's still such great deals out there on stuff that I'll never be able to circle back to again. And so it's, you know, it's important to discuss that. You know, I picked up a World War II printed political cartoon this week for less than $200. You know, that's insane. It's huge. It's a gigantic piece. Like, that type of stuff is nuts. I picked up a piece of artwork from the artist of the Peter Rabbit books, a published painting for under, I think it was $300. I mean, like, the last painted piece of his that sold for $22,000. $22,000. But it was in an auction with comic art. It was completely for the wrong audience. So like even with the auction houses, it's you benefit from having knowledge. And if you're a reader of comics, you know what's on a page. If you're a collector of children's art or of movie art, and you have any level of expertise, this stuff gets lost by auction houses all the time. I send in corrections to Heritage and other sites frequently. Yes, that is the opening panel of your show of shows. I'm kidding.
MLB, like I said, I want a well-rounded market. I don't want the auctions to disappear tomorrow. I wish they didn't take over the hobby in terms of people's purchasing priorities, but I don't want them to go away. So relax, man. Didn't have a COA. Sidney Crosby, Alberto, just kidding. Okay, come on, let's get some good comments. MLB, Swaggle. Okay, enough. Sydney from
people mislist things all the time. Dealers, when they're dealing with that kind of volume, they miss characters that are on the page that are important.
That's the thing. If you do your homework, like another thing we always talk about, right, Matt?
Yeah.
If you put the time in and you do your homework, like we always say, buying from a dealer shouldn't bother you, because when you're armed with the knowledge that you need to understand the basic pricing and FMV of lots of different types of art, that's how you then take advantage of the dealers, because they're not perfect. They don't know everything about everything. And that's how you go. You take a look at what they have. Sure, maybe a whole bunch of the stuff you feel, I don't want to pay that. But here and there's going to be something that's like, ooh, shit, he doesn't seem to know what he's doing on this one. That's if I don't grab that, it's going to go quick. Like, you know what I mean? You can get.
And if you're bundling, oh my gosh, like you have a way better chance of bundling and getting a bigger discount from a dealer than you do from a private seller. Not only because they're more likely to have more of what you want than necessarily a private seller, but because they have so much inventory that they can take a hit on one piece if they're making money on another.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Maki, I don't know what you mean by you bought 2 covers from Anthony that wasn't disclosed. Are you trying to say you bought 2 covers from him and
he didn't say they were covers? Probably, yeah. He's done that. I've seen it. I mean, I got a piece
is that what you mean? Yeah. Taking advantage because he didn't know it was a cover, and so you knew it was a cover.
I bought a prelim that was published in 2 omnibuses. He didn't realize it was a published piece. You know, like he's dealing with so much stock and inventory, like that it's a lot of that stuff can get by him. But you know what? He didn't feel like he got ripped off. Dealers don't care. They're on to the next thing. Like they don't take it personally. If they've got enough inventory, they're just happy they made the sale. It's off their docket.
Yeah, for sure. Konnichiwa. What's up, Tim Finney, the land of the rising sun? Wow, we got Singapore, Japan, Australia tonight. Very international. What's up, man? Good to see you. Yes, indeed, long time no see. And we got who else? Anthony, desperate for money to meet payroll every month. Well, he certainly is. Again, we've talked about it. He's a volume guy. Ever since he became a volume seller, for those of you who haven't been around as long as I have or Matt has, there was a time when he was just kind of like a regular, okay, he had a website with, I don't know, a couple of hundred pieces of art, and that's all. And he focused mainly on 60s and 70s. That's what he liked, so that's what he dealt in, and that was it. But ever since he became a massive volume type seller, yeah, he's got to pay the bills and he's got to move shit. So that's why, yes, now it's different. You can wheel and deal a lot more with him, you know. Cash flow is king right now at this point, you know, with that type of business operation that he's got going, you know.
Well, there's also there's multiple different types of dealers too, right? There's art reps who are repping modern work from current artists. They're going to have a much stricter discounting ability because they're selling on behalf of an artist who's expecting a certain amount for each page. That said, I mean, you can go to Marquet and he's got tens of thousands of pieces that have been listed on that website for 10 years or more. Because
right.
You know, that the page is never sold. And sometimes, you know, an artist will get hot and he'll maybe mark it up slowly over time. But more often than not, at a certain point, he's got to be like, go back to the artist and be like, look, your pages aren't selling at this much. I have somebody that's offering me half. Can we just sell it? you know, and the artist will either take it or they won't, you know. So it's like, I feel like a lot of dealers are more flexible than you expect that they may be, or maybe you've asked them about a piece that they couldn't move on and thought that was the answer on everything. I mean, like,
Right.
you know, it's every instance, every piece is going to be different. I used to, because I hated arguing with people that would ask me if something was available, and I would say yes, and they would disappear, you know, the tire kickers. And I used to have like this thing on my Kafka. It's like, I'm not offering discount. It's priced as marked. And I got rid of it because I realized I'm not that rigid. I will deal on pieces if I can. But if I've got something marked for $1,000 and you offer 200, you're being a dick, you know, like, and, you know, I think you got to sort of like understand what the acceptable range of discount is going to be. So, I mean, there's that aspect to it as well.
Right. All right, fellas, let us keep this rolling. Go to the next piece. The next piece. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, gosh. Okay. I'm going to let you take this first. Yeah, I don't even want to tell you why I don't want to speak. But anyways, I'll let you take this one. Okay, so everybody take a look. This is John Byrne, prime end of the run, Fantastic Four, late 80s or mid 80s era. So yes, nice aesthetic time for Byrne. But here, let's take a look at the piece.
Whew, that's busy. Okay.
So it is Fantastic Four, 284, page 2 and 3, double page splash, by John Byrne, ink by Al Gordon.
But it doesn't feature any of the Fantastic Four, right?
Okay. I mean, it's not even like, it's just, you're like, what is happening here? You're in an underground cave system. There's a big dump truck, you know, a mole man type styled giant dump truck with a bunch of rocks, right, being carried. That's what my eye catches at first. You got a couple of naked cavemen type guys on the left-hand side there. One guy kind of almost dead center under the wheel of the big dump truck. I guess he's probably like whipping people into shape. Like, you're underground. What is this, right?
Yeah.
And in my head, I'm like, what? Okay, it's, you know, like I said, let's call this mid 80s Fantastic Four. Beautiful art, beautiful period for Byrne, and Al Gordon did a great job inking him back in those days. But given the content quality is basically, I don't know, an F, okay, at best a D. Why is this more than, say, a token $1,200 or $1,500 just to say, you know, well, just so you can say, well, but yeah, it's still a vintage Byrne from the Fantastic Four run. Like, why $3,600? Like, that's outrageous to me. So I'm going to jump in and get other people's opinions here while you talk.
Don't you know, Ruben? Don't you know this is quite possibly the birth page of Dutta or Queen Perla?
Maybe we should get a certain #1 first appearance collector to come in and extol the virtues of this awesome piece, you know?
Snicked indeed. But yeah, I mean, the cuts are pretty haphazard on this, for one. But
okay, hold on, Matt. Before you continue, just hold the thought for just a second, because Rick says need color to decipher. Exactly, but yeah. I do have that. And let me show you, and it's going to reveal something, okay? Somebody in the Fantastic Four is actually there, but it speaks volumes when without color you don't see it, right? So here we go, everybody. Here's the color version. Oh, sorry, yeah, here we go. So you got tiny She-Hulk dead center, smack dead center in the middle of the piece.
Because she's been captured by the Psycho Man.
Yeah. But I mean, come on, it's too small. Okay, yeah. I'll say from 1,200 to 1,500. Okay, because you can still say, well, Byrne She-Hulk is there, even though it's tiny. Okay, I'll bring it up to a maximum of like 1,800. How's about that? Just to say you got a piece from the original FF. Why 3,600? Why did more than one person decide, hey, we're gonna bid this to 36? Like, that's crazy to me. Am I crazy, or I don't know. What do you think? Like, what would you think this was worth? What should it be worth off the top of your head right now? What do you think it should be worth?
$2,000.
Okay. So, okay, close enough to the 1800 I was
Yeah,
saying. Okay.
18 to 22 is a perfectly appropriate range for that. But I think, again, it's a double page splash, and I think that sometimes some collectors attribute a value to that is more than the sum of its parts. So rather than it be, and I mean, in many cases, it should be less than the price of 2 individual pages, because it's one. But some people would say, well, no, it should be more than the cost of 2 individual pages. And if it's a really great page that utilizes the format in a way that celebrates the characters of the title of the comic, then certainly it could absolutely be worth more than 2 individual pages would be priced. But it's a confusing page. It's not the main characters. It could be from a Copper Age anthology book. Like, there's nothing about that tells you that it's a Fantastic Four comic.
Look at DJ. DJ says, Ruben, I have the page 1 title splash that comes before this. Much more impressive. Sure. I would hope so, DJ. Yeah, you got the good one. How do you know if Sue Storm is not in that double page splash? Well, she may be there, but when we can't see her, she carries no value at all. Listen, let's be honest. Even when she's
like the tree, like the tree falling in the woods,
she doesn't exactly carry a lot of collector value, anyways. So still Tom, still a Byrne DPS, which is why I'm saying I'm happily willing to say 1800 just to say you've got a Byrne DPS from Fantastic Four. That's okay. Or like Matt says, if you want to push it to 2K, okay, whatever, Yeah, I just think it's pretty nutty. But everybody's guessing, okay, 2250. Robot Moore, what's up? Love it when you can catch the show. We love it when you can be here. The Trojan Trash Truck. Just price is right on my guess. 2 guys hoping to get outbid. We're bidding. Yeah, I would say so. I would hope so. Okay, let me show you. Let's take a look and see what happened here. And so again, let's look at the date real quick. Right. So this was pre COVID. So May of 2019, $3,600. Then resold. A year and 2 months later.
In the middle of COVID.
And shockingly, to me, the biggest takeaway is, listen, okay, yes, what are you doing selling only 14 months later, at auction? You're probably going to take a loss. And look, you that's a pretty big loss to lose like almost a third of your money, right, Matt? I mean, $1,100. You burned it after about a year.
Pun intended.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, it wasn't, but yeah. But again, for me, the biggest takeaway, let me come back to you guys. The biggest takeaway on this, dude, is $3K. Like 36 was ridiculous. To me, $3,000 is still way more than it should be worth. This
is a very interesting point here. So now we're 6 years later, right?
Yeah.
I think it's worth less.
Worth less than they paid? Right. I think so too.
Both of them. It's worth less than both of them paid, because the Fantastic Four movie, not beloved. There's, I love that Byrne Fantastic Four run, and I think it's the best art that he did. I prefer the X-Men comics for the story, but the artwork of the era for Byrne, like Fantastic Four, was peak Byrne, and and that is a beautifully illustrated page. But what am I going to do with that?
No, exactly. Like, come on.
No one's going to frame that and put it on a wall.
Right. So this is a perfect example of all those times that you've heard me say, I don't care what anybody in the hobby says, any other collector says, that when they try to say that I'm an artist collector first and character second. No. You're a character collector first. You want your favorite character by John Byrne. That's what you want. Okay? Not just, a beautiful drawn piece of comic art by John Byrne. If that was true, everybody would be dying for this kind of art, and they'd be bidding it up to $10,000. You know what I mean?
I think there was an idea at a certain point I mean, maybe I'm saying this wrong, that this stuff was rarer than it is. And then you realize how prolific he was and just how much of his artwork is out there. And I think that now there are people, and I think our hobby is similar to comic books and similar to sports cards in that we are also greatly impacted by whether or not people outside our hobby think the hobby is cool.
Right.
And so that has a great effect on the price of things. You know, as you said on your on-screen battle with Satari a couple weeks back, you know, that he came in late in the hobby and he's one of these guys that overpays and has driven up the price on stuff, but will simultaneously try and lowball, you know, other people to get pieces that he knows he's going to sell in a relatively short period of time. It's what a lot of, you know, collectors who've been in the hobby for a long time, people like us, would call a bad collector, right? Like that they're bad for the hobby. And I think that you get those people in and those people leave, but you also get like good collectors in and good collectors leave. And we're at a point, I think, right now where collectors realize that there's enough of this stuff out there that they can really wait for the piece that they want. So I think there was a lot of desperation buying in a certain era of collecting between like 2019 and 2022. And I think that it certainly does represent the COVID era, but I think it's more than that. I think it was the culmination of collectors hitting a certain age and having a certain amount of money and then either losing that money or having more money, you know, that industries really changed in that time period. And, you know, certainly due to COVID, but it really depends on the age of nostalgia, right? Like we're dealing in 19-year cycles for nostalgia. So 38 years ago from that point is like right smack in the middle of, you know, being a kid for people that have a lot of money, you know, like, and so like, but they now know they don't need to just buy it because it's out there. They know that they can find, you know, something that's really representative of what they want from John Byrne. And I think that the right pieces are going for a lot of money, but a lot of his other stuff is not. Like Byrne is almost savagely affordable considering his reputation in the business.
I mean, on what? You mean like his later stuff?
I'm saying Byrne. That's everything Byrne. So the good stuff, very, very expensive. Anything below that, not hitting the numbers it used to hit. And the stuff that's like less demand is very less demand.
I disagree with that in the sense that like Rick mentions Alpha Flight.
Yeah.
To be honest, he's mentioning it in context of, well, you know, once you're outpriced on the X-Men and FF, you know, the next thing to go to is Alpha. To me, I've always felt Alpha Flight, well, always, not always, in the last, whatever, 5-6 years, when pages took off and like panel pages with Puck, right? A Puck panel page by himself, right? Short little hairy guy jumping around in 4 out of 5 panels suddenly went to $2,000. I was like, what? How many fans are there? Like, how much could you possibly love Puck?
Yeah,
you want to spend $2,000 for
in that time frame where that stuff started to go up, right? It's like it's in that same era. Like people started to be like, oh shit, I better get a John Byrne page because they're going to get so expensive. And then I think what ended up happening is that it didn't start getting super expensive. I think that a lot of people that had been sitting on a lot of Byrne pages were like, well, now's my time to sell them because they seem to be hitting a certain value, but perhaps they waited a little bit too long and it wasn't hitting those prices. And so a lot of collectors started to get what they wanted, you know, and obviously the auction houses are going to put their strongest pieces forward. They're not going to hold back super strong stuff. You know, they're going to put out a strong piece and then some crap, and they're going to put out a strong piece and then some crap, you know, like it's the smart way of presenting the work. But at Heritage, they don't care. If they have 5 collectors that all have 150 John Byrne pages, they'll sell all of them in the same auction. Like they don't care, even though each one of those pieces is hurting every other piece in that auction.
I know. Yeah. That's they don't care. They just don't care. That's how it is, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see an example of that towards the end with John Bogdanov Superman. you know, they've been doing that to him as well. Mind you, as the consigner, he's got to be okay with it because it keeps happening. You know what I mean? So whatever, it is what it is. You know. Hey Al, what's up, buddy? All right, so let's go to the next one, folks, and let's see what we got lined up here. It is let me see. So we got the yes, we stay with Marvel. Check out this one, everybody. We have a page from Machine Man, first issue, the miniseries from 1984. Purchased in April 21 for $8,400. And to my recollection, I'm just going by memory here. To my recollection, for the last 5-6 years, that it kind of feels like that's, as long as it had a few panels of Machine Man, it seems like almost every page that has sold that came up for auction, isn't that what it seems like they sell for, about $8,000 or something?
6.5 or better.
Oh yeah, okay, interesting.
I mean, it has machinery, and it looks so much better in black and white than in color. I really hope this gets one of those IDW art books with the whole series in the original art. And I mean, and the coloring on this is pretty damn good, but the newsprint kind of kills the detail on that machine in the middle panel there.
Hey, Matt, we got Carl Choi saying, "Oh shit, this one was mine."
All right.
He's on the resale side, okay? So boy. He's the reseller. All right, this is awesome. Thanks for letting us know, Carl. We appreciate that.
Yep.
And look what he says next. I got jammed to the face on this.
Oh wow. Did this go for like $5,700 or something?
Okay, well, let's see. CJ's guessing 68. Carl himself says machine dick slap to the forehead. Yeah, I got hammered on this one. Only let it go for my Weapon X. Maki thinks 44. I don't seem to recall going anywhere near that low. And you did fine in the end. It was for the greater good. Exactly. You're getting the piece you wanted, whatever. Sometimes you got to do that. Hey, what's up? Mike the Sig Slayer in the house. Okay, let us check. Let me see. So April 21, 8,400. And then Carl Choi. First time we get to say that. Carl Choi then resold it at auction. Oh, look at this. 4 years. 4 years. Wow, you did not take a beating on this, Carl. That's not a beating. I mean, it is sad that you lost 2K, given that you did hold on for almost 5 years. That is very sad to see it. I am sorry for you because
there are other pages that have sold for less.
The more you say that, Matt, I agree. Yeah. I think that 6.5, 8.5 in that kind of was more like the range, I think. Yeah. So this is still like a solid price. If you think of it in terms of just retail sales price, right? Like 8,100, and it's only a little bit less than what he had paid. The only surprise is that
so he bought it for 2K more than the guy who won it from the previous auction.
Oh, thank you for telling us all the deets. Thanks for all the deets.
Oh no!
Holy shit! Okay. All right, let me get to that.
Oh no!
No, I bought it for 2K more than that from the guy who won for what? Let me. Was it? Hold on. Let me make this official. We got the imagery. Might as well do it. Okay, so what you're saying, Carl?
He paid like $11,000. Oh no, I guess he paid 10.5.
Yeah, so this guy paid 84, and you paid an extra 2K more. So let's call it 10.5. Wow. Okay, so now I see why.
More. Oh wow. Yeah. So
if you paid 10.5, and then let's see. So, oh my gosh. Yeah. So you've lost close to 5K in your case. Wow. Well, we appreciate it. Like I said, Carl, really super appreciate you being honest and mentioning this to us. Again, there's no shame in being honest. That's what it's all about. We all make mistakes. Sometimes, look, you have to take the chance. You had to liquidate. And that's what you did. You wanted to get another piece.
Carl, which piece from Weapon X did you get? Did you get one of the splashes?
Oh, you should go to his gallery. Go to his gallery. I'm not even going to say it. It's a good piece. I'll say that. You know, but yeah, that is a killer. That's a killer. It's a shame, but hey, man, hold on to your Weapon X piece for a long time, hopefully, because that way you'll eventually make up those losses that it took to get the Weapon X. You know. Yeah, and you love it. Yeah, and I get it. And that's the thing, you know. And you knew that was going to happen when you have to sell to buy something else because that's what you need the money for. You're at the mercy of the auction. You need to just clear the way as quickly as possible. I get that, you know. I get that. So, yeah, I'm still sorry to see it, but I think Matt, we can both agree that his biggest mistake was actually getting too excited when he saw the page by whoever owned it. To say, hey, sure, I'll pay you 10.5 grand for a Machine Man page. That was it. That was the biggest mistake. He way overpaid for that. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, man, no, I appreciate that. That's cool. It's cool to know. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah,
he has page 1 of issue 81. Yeah, that's the page I thought. That was very, very expensive.
Yeah, I get it. Like I said, shit happens sometimes, whatever. And I've taken losses, whatever. Sometimes, whatever, depending on your reason, whatever, it happens, you know. Ultimately, like we said, Carl, man, it ended up with you getting something you wanted a lot more. But like I said, just hopefully hopefully you keep that one for many, many years. Otherwise, you may be in line for another beatdown. All right. Win some, lose some is the truth. That's the truth. He got the piece, says Rick. He got the piece.
It is kind of the piece. You know,
Yeah.
it's the best non-cover.
Yeah. Now, this was a great page. Didn't get this one. Just another. Okay. You should know this, Matt. Matt pays attention to Snick, not Calf. People bought their entire comic collection during the pandemic. What do you mean? That's painful. If just one page, that's nothing compared to them.
I mean, I sold a comic collection during the pandemic. So the person, I mean, they got a good deal, so they're not hurting. But they still overpaid because they bought at the time that they bought, you know?
You see what he did, though, Matt? He says,
he got rid of the whole collection.
After he lost in another page in an auction.
Ooh.
He did. Yeah, he's bidding on one in an auction. He didn't win it. And then somebody, how about you take this one that I bought, you know, and I'll sell it to you for 10.5. And I guess he thought it at the time.
And then he sold half of his collection to buy that Weapon X page.
Yeah. Sold a graded Megatron for 1.5K, selling for more than triple. What does that even mean? A graded Megatron. Some kind of rare comic, supposedly. It's a comic book, obviously, Maki.
Probably a toy.
A what? A toy?
Yeah, is that a Transformer?
Oh, do they grade the toys?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, okay. Yeah. More Machine Man collectors leaving hobby than joining. Carl, your circumstances were truly highly unusual, so this must be viewed in context. Well, context always matters, right? Absolutely. Yeah. And half the collection he let go to get the splash, so it was worth it. Yeah, there you go. As long as you're happy, ultimately, that's what matters, you know? It was used as a cover for a trade, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yep.
So this is so funny.
I know he means Transformer. I know what Megatron is, a Transformer, Tom. I'm saying, what the hell does that mean? A graded Megatron. You're still not answering the question. Anyways, whatever. You going to say something, Matt, before we move to the next one?
Yeah, I have to check on a date here. So I just got a message back from someone I commissioned in November of 2024, and they just finally sent me a photo of the completed commission.
Oh, really? Well, it's done. To tell you that it's at least it's something that it's done, as opposed to, hey, Matt, it's finally your turn. You want me to go through with the commission?
No, it's like, yeah. So okay. I'm pretty happy. He did a really, really good job. I'm really happy with it.
It looks good. Okay, that's what matters. Yeah. That's what matters. Cab is back. We have all made mistakes. I am said to have overpaid quite often. Again,
I don't think I've ever really overpaid. I mean, like,
I know that I've overpaid because I was going for specific things. Like, again, when I was collecting Hulk covers and splashes 25 years ago, I wanted to get everything and anything that fell within my want list. And lucky for me, they were all coming out. They were hitting the market. Dealers, eBay, dealer again, eBay, whatever. And I'm like, I want it. I'm getting it. I don't want to give up anything. And I was dropping the hammer every single time. I could afford to back then. It was cheaper, obviously, right? But I was dropping the hammer. And every now and then, dropping the hammer on eBay caused you to overpay because somebody else decided, I want it as badly also. I'm dropping the hammer. And by dropping the hammer, I mean you put a way bigger bid than it's worth. And the second place guy does the same thing, forcing you to pay up to your maximum.
I guess I just have impulse control in that aspect of my life. Where I just know what I'm willing to pay, and I don't tend to overpay. I mean, like, even stuff that if the timeline is long enough, you're fine. Like, if you're not going to sell it in a month and a half, if you're going to hang on to something for 10 years, you're going to be fine. Like, if you decide you want to sell it. Like, I've never ever lost money on art, ever. And I think I've only ever lost money on a comic once.
You must have lost at least negligible amounts on, like, okay, I don't want this anymore. I'm kind of sick of having it. Like me, like when I used to do that 15, 20 years ago, I just want to move it. So here we go, end of the year, we eBay it or whatever, and let it ride for whatever you can get. And then you get less than you paid. No? Come on.
No, it's never happened to me.
That is bizarre. Because you sound like some of those guys who, when the topic of investing comes up, and those guys are like, yeah, I bought this stock at this price, and I bought this stock at that price, and then I sold it at this, and they never talk about the losses. And I guarantee you, everybody in the stock market,
I made $5 on a piece once.
Okay.
And with all things considered, payment processing, covering certain amounts of the shipping, like I figure all that in. I keep a really detailed spreadsheet. And so I know what I paid for something, and I know what I want to get from it when I sell it. And I'm just not going to sell it if I don't get what I want for it. So I'll hang on to pieces until they hit that point where I know I'm not going to lose money. But I also bought most of the pieces that I have that I'm not planning on keeping. Most of those were purchased like at least 15, 16 years ago.
Yeah. Well, and listen, more power to you, Matt. Yeah. If you've never lost on a beat, that's wonderful, honestly, So definitely good for you. Here are because Alberto mentioned, we always talk about, why would these guys make these decisions? And this is a good example of like a kind of a good decision, right? He wanted something, he wanted way more, whatever, and sometimes that's the only thing. You got to raise money, whatever. But Dan says, at least Carl sold after he won this, which I didn't know. He sold all the art after he made sure he won the splash, and then realized, okay, now I got to pay it off. And he started selling off pieces, right? And then he says, I sold stuff to raise funds to bid, and then failed in winning the bid.
Yeah.
So that's even more painful, obviously, because you lose all the pieces you sold off.
Well, that's a dangerous game. Like that's like
that gambling, is very right? dangerous. It wasn't a smart thing. He and I have talked about it.
It is literally gambling.
Don't do that again. Yeah, he's not going to do that again. That's yeah.
But and someone I think was asking about like, what about deals for friends? And it's like, I give pieces away. Like I give art away a lot, like but if I'm buying somebody a present, or if I'm calculating that someone's going to enjoy something, I have no problem giving something away. That's not selling at a loss. That's an investment in your friendship and the joy and passing it on. Yeah. So and you have to mention, you have to adjust for inflation. You have to. Otherwise, people don't understand like where they can be losing. But I think I don't think that my taste is so specific. Again, like the death collecting, that's not an investment. I tell everybody, don't do this. don't buy commissions because they're impossible to unload. So like there's a plan attached to that as well, which will potentially make them more valuable. But you know, that's different than, I guess it isn't really that different, like, because I'm not going to sell those either. You know, like I'm not going to sell those at a loss. The closest I've come to potentially losing on a piece was a commission. And I've talked about it many times, how unhappy I was with what went down with the Immortal Hulk commission. And I've almost sold that for less just to have it out of my headspace. But I've realized that it's worth hanging on to anyways. Like as pissed off as I am about that whole, well, I gave a picture to the inker to do of my fucking commission. Like, dude, not cool. Yeah, and I end up buying it to take it off the market. So I'm unhappy with that inked commission. I'm still really happy with the pencils, but as a whole thing, it soured me on the deal to the point that I was almost willing to lose money on it. And then I just made a decision that I wasn't going to do that. You know, so those pieces will now be tethered, and if they hit the right price, they hit the right price. If there's ever a book that, you know, Joe does of his Hulk commissions to accompany the Hulk omnibus, then it's going to get published, because it'll get published with all of them. And then now they're provenance, now they're printed pieces. So, you know, that's as close as I've ever come. But like every other piece, I've been willing to hang on to it long enough for it to become valuable. And I don't have like, I'm not looking to make $10. I'm looking to make triple.
Right.
You know, so like triple in 50, our currency isn't devaluing 100% every 5 years.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you're using the metric that I'm using, yeah, you have to have patience, and you hang on to it until you're ready. And even in trades, like when I've traded pieces, I've always, I think because of the era that I bought stuff and how valuable some of that stuff got quickly, that even in dealing with what I would trade, I've certainly never lost money. But trades are a whole other different thing too, because that has to do with desire and not with value.
Right. Excellent, man. Well put. Like I said, listen, I always say on these shows, I don't want to see people, I hate to see people lose money, even though it's not my money. You know, it's not a good feeling, certainly to lose money yourself. But again, it just doesn't have to be mine to see people burning money. It's just not a good, it's not a good look. It does, you know, it can't feel good for anybody, because I know how it feels. So yeah. So good on you for doing as well as you have. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So let's go to the next piece, everybody. And yes, indeed, Rick, the golden rule. The golden V rule. Nice. What was that guy's name? Jerry. What's his last name? Jerry. Patience is the V rule. Jerry. I forget his last name, but anyways. Let us check the next piece. So what do we got coming up here? What do we have? Machine Man. Oh, look at that. Another Marvel piece. Hey, Tom, it's Marvel night tonight, baby. It's like mostly Marvel stuff. You must be really happy. And I believe it's the last Silver Surfer, 3 Silver Surfer pieces tonight. Check this one out. Very interesting. And again, curious to see what you have to say, Matt. I'm going to let you speak right away on this one. All right. Check it out, guys. This is, let me just say what it is. It is Silver Surfer, Loftier Than Mortals. I believe a little mini series from the late 90s. It's from issue number 1, page 7, Splash. A splash of Dr. Doom seemingly ripping all the power from the Silver Surfer as he lies on the ground. This was purchased in October of 21 for $4,358 at Hakes, interestingly enough. Art by Sal Velluto and Steve Geiger. Go for it, Kennedy. Let us know all your thoughts on this, whatever you got to say.
It's kind of messy, but it's kind of cool.
Okay.
A lot of Kirby crackle happening. This is one of those pages that it just makes me sad that the lettering isn't on the page.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That all hail Doom on the page would be, to me, like a massive value increaser. This is a great page. I mean, if you're a Silver Surfer collector, if you're a Dr. Doom collector, it's a great page. But at what point did a Velluto splash become worth $4,300?
Well, hold on, Matt. We've gone through this before. This has nothing to do with Velluto. It doesn't matter who drew it. It's people were like, I love Dr. Doom. I love Silver Surfer, and this is, him. Again, don't forget it goes back to one of those early Kirby era stories, whatever, stealing the Surfer's power or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's about. It's all about the content. It has nothing to do with who drew it. So just look at it that way, and yeah, it's easier to kind of think about it, But it's a lot of money.
And especially for art of that era. I mean, like,
yeah,
that's like one of the when this was published, like, artwork was pretty affordable. I mean, you can pick up X-Men pages, that were pretty affordable. Is this? I mean, this is not a cover. Clearly, this is a splash page. It's page 7. So I mean, again, October 2021. This is pandemic pricing. I'm sitting at home collecting a paycheck, and I need to spend it on something. I would normally think maybe like $3,000, but I'm probably way low, judging from like how everything's been going, in this show. Maybe it sold for $4,200 and they lost, however much money Hakes takes.
Thanks, John. John reminds us that it's a harkening back to the FF57 story.
Does that matter?
I think people absolutely, because people love artwork with flashback to origins or flashback to very famous storylines. So I do think it matters. I think people love to see that kind of stuff, And
I don't recall, like, if this is paying tribute to a specific Kirby page, I'm just not recalling the page. And I mean,
the story in general, that it was all about Doom stealing the Surfer's powers. So that's what. And you know what? I got to tell you, I would have to look it up. Somebody out there, if you guys watching can look it up for us, that'd be very appreciated if you can do it right away. I can't do that right now, but I think the storyline on this little miniseries, now that I say it, I believe the story has something to do with it. So in other words, it may actually take place back then. It might be one of those retro stories that took place back then. But yeah, I think there's some kind of a connection to it. But anyways, somebody can let us know. Signed on the Surfer's arm. Yeah, I know, that's annoying. Kenneth Gagnon. By the way, Kenneth, are you Canadian or an American by any chance who is of Canadian roots with a name like Gagnon? I would think so. And okay, let us take a look. So this is October of 2021, 43.58. All right.
And I gotta say, I don't like Doom's face on that.
I know, but I guess you have to read it. Something's happening. There's some kind of energy coming out of the mask or whatever. It has something to do with the story that would explain it or whatever. Yeah. But I know that visually you're like, yeah, you want the classic Doom face, obviously, like I always say, the mask is everything. You could be wearing your full costume, but if you don't have your mask on, it's like you're not in costume. It's like you're out of costume. You know what I mean? Like, and art results throughout history have proven that to be the case, that everybody considers it that way. They always.
And with the surfer, you want the surfboard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They pay down when you don't got your mask on, or if there's something different about it or something weird about it. Yeah. But yeah, so let's take a look. So 43.58, and then he resold it 3 years, 8 months later, and it sold for, on Heritage, by the way. Again, guys, those of you who say, oh, he should have sold it on Heritage whenever you see it resold on Comic Link or Comic Connect or Hates, right? Well, here it is. He resold it on Heritage. It's not a guarantee of anything. So not only does this guy get hammered, okay, and this was from the last auction at which the seller's fee was 20%. Okay, so it wasn't the 25. He got lucky. It was 20. But still, he gets nailed with the top 20% that he loses on this. And on top of it, look at that. Even Heritage, you know, with all the ability to bring the most possible eyeballs to an auction, it sold just the sales price, the total sales price, including the bidder, the buyer fee, is so much lower. It's like about $1,000 lower, you know? So yeah, that's a massive beating the way I see it. Yeah, 1,558. 35, yeah, over 1/3 of his money was lost. So, yeah.
I mean, again, though, I think, and I get that this is like a remixed comic, you know, like where they're doing some kind of throwback to something that had happened before. But the writer isn't a well-regarded writer. The art team isn't a well-regarded art team. So it's the only thing it has going for it, of course, are the characters. But this isn't, I don't think, something that people are necessarily looking for. This is like a consolation prize. Like you want something better than this, but this is what you can get.
Trust me when I say this, Matt. What this is all about, like 90% of the desire to have this is, I love Doom. I love Surfer. Oh, I love the Doom against Surfer. And look at him. Wow. Full page standing over him, taking his power. That's what it is.
Yeah, and there's got to be a very limited amount of those out there, right? Like there's
exactly. He's stealing the power cosmic, as Rick puts it. Exactly. That's what it is, right? So yes, what's up, Mickey? Mickey's also confirming retelling of the story from FF57. Yes, exactly. MLB thinks that it still seems expensive at $33.60.
I'm going to agree with him.
You know what, Matt? I'm with what you said earlier when you said, oh, I don't know, maybe about 3K. Do you feel that 3K is a fair?
Yeah, I think that's the cutoff point for what this is.
Yeah. Yeah, John thinks it's still high. It's Heritage. Not many see it.
This is 1999 art. You know, like it's that era. I'm telling you, like that era was like the most affordable era for Marvel art because they didn't really have any like massive stars at the company. You know, like maybe Joe Maduro or somebody was doing, you know, like X-Men or something. But like, you know, I think back to when Ed Brubaker was writing Uncanny X-Men, and you had oh my gosh, what's his name? Who did the X-23 books, doing the art? Like those were super affordable pages. Yeah, like that artwork was crazy affordable.
Sometimes that's how it works out, though, right?
Yeah.
Cover solid price, but a splash not too high, but each their own. Yeah, no, don't forget that's just, I would say MLB in your case, you're not in the hobby for too long. I would say that's more lack of your knowledge. I would say for 3K, you'll get a lot of people wanting to buy this because there's a lot of classic fans of Doom, Silver Surfer, and especially Doom and Silver Surfer. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So I think definitely 3K for sure would be fine. What's up, man? What's up? And thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. Look, I don't even think I've been like 3 weeks since I said, oh, please hit the like. Sure, please hit the like button if you mind. Somewhere around here, down below. Don't subscribe. Please don't subscribe. I'm getting precariously close to 800 people now, which is, for me, precariously close enough to 1,000. I don't want to get there. Please don't subscribe, okay? Thank you. So why... Well, nothing surprises me, but I'd find a better way to spend. Again, but that's a matter of taste, MLB, right? I'm sure. It's your taste.
When you bring up the point, you know, that if your two favorite things in the world are Dr. Doom and the Silver Surfer, how many published examples of that are there? There's not a lot.
No, exactly. Exactly. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, hit those likes. Thank you, Tom.
But I mean, the first comic book villain I think I was ever aware of was probably Dr. Doom because he was in all those Milk Dud ads in all the comics. So even if I wasn't reading the comics that he was going to be in, if I was reading Star Wars comics, there would be, you know, the Dr. Doom Milk Duds, and he was on the cups at 7-Eleven and stuff. So I have a youthful fondness for Dr. Doom because seeing his image brings me back to being a certain age.
Yeah.
And every once in a while, I'll see a Dr. Doom piece of artwork, and I'll be like, oh. And if it gets beyond a certain point, my interest immediately disappears, like it wasn't even there in the first place. Like
beyond a certain point. Oh, you mean price wise? You mean?
Yeah.
Right.
And it's not. It's a pretty low threshold. Like my what I'm willing to pay for that is really, really low. And I understand that, like, you know, if it was Kirby, you know, then forget about it. You're talking like tens of thousands of dollars, if not $100,000. But you know, it's.
Thanks, everybody.
Except for that, you know, that original run, which is kind of its own magic. He hasn't ever really been written well. A Wally Wood page from that run would be amazing. From those Doctor Doom stories where it was,
yeah, that's a nice story.
Astonishing Tales, I think. Yeah,
Astonishing Tales. Yeah.
I love those. That I was picking those up as a little kid and reading those and really, really enjoying those. But like,
in fact, Matt, I believe on one, I think it was it Stop the Insanity? On one of the Insanity or adjacent shows, I believe we had the splash page to that story, the Wally Wood Dr. Doom splash page. We did, yeah.
Beautiful.
I can't remember if it was Hold for the Gold and they made money or not, whatever. I can't remember, but yeah.
I can't imagine anybody losing money on Wally Wood art, but you know.
If you sell at auction too quickly, you can pretty much guarantee it, right? So
yeah.
So you want a Doom filler page? Yeah, that's what he's saying exactly. Yeah. Mickey says I have a cover to issue 2 of that miniseries. Well, hold on a second, everybody. Live and in action. Let me talk to my daughter, who has a face full of paint. What are you doing? Why are you closing and making me sweat? Okay, it's okay. I don't mind. Yeah, it's too hot in here, even with the fan. Cool. No. I don't know why. She's got a green face and all kinds of paint. What? Oh, you're a zombie. Oh, okay. It's not October 31st. That's what I mean. I don't know what's happening. So, for fun. Okay. So I have a cover to issue 2 of this miniseries, and I won't sell it for less than $15K. There you go. I mean, not that you need to sell it anyways, though, Mickey. That's a different thing. When you're in a position financially where you don't have to sell anything, you can hold out for whatever the hell you want to hold out for, you know? So totally get that for sure. And Steve says, keep the boutique artisanal quality to the stream. Stanford Green had a great Doom one shot. Oh yeah, that one made some attention. I remember I was seeing art.
That cover was incredible. The cover of that book was really, really good. But that Felix handled that, right?
Yeah, Felix. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty nice. Yeah. She painted her face as the Hulk for Avengers Con. Is there such thing as Avengers Con?
There is in Ms. Marvel.
Anyways, all right. Let us keep this going and jump to the next piece here. What do we have? Oh, okay. So a lot of you guys are going to shit on this one for a very particular reason. So Matt, I'll let you have this time. Yeah. Say whatever you want to say. Look at what this is carefully. Read it, and then say whatever you want to say. Okay. I'll keep quiet. All right, everybody. Here we go. Check this out. So
look at that villain's mask. It's kind of amazing.
But I'm not. No. Look at the writing. Look to the left. Look at the writing from the top down.
Oh, I can't read that.
Oh, okay. Daredevil 137, page 1 splash by John Buscema, Jim Mooney.
Photo stat.
Oh, you can read, can you?
I thought you wanted me to read the actual page. I'm like, that text is way too small.
No.
Photo stat.
Yeah.
Someone paid $1,000 for a photo stat.
This is the stat of the page, right? It's no original art, just the stat. Exactly.
So 2 people were idiots and bid this up to $1,000 by mistake when they got it in the mail and realized what they got and couldn't get their money back from Heritage because Heritage it was clearly marked. They bring it over to Comic Link and it sells for $110, right?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be that bad. And Nikki, don't worry. I didn't want to forget. We got to the promos. We got to the promos in the first half hour of the show. So don't worry. I mentioned the show. I mentioned that James is going to be hosting it. I did not forget. Don't worry about it. So what the F? Probably not realizing. I don't think it's possible, but I don't think so. The reason I say I don't think so, John, is because this is not the first time that a Bronze Age era full page stat sold for good money. So I'm telling you right now, it has happened multiple times. So I have to assume people are aware of what they got. Maybe they own the art to the splash and needed the elements to make stats. Yeah, I will say when that happens, I always say, yeah, I would rather wait for the stat to show up if it's possible, and use the real stats. But I don't believe that that's what happened here. It's not likely. You're welcome, Nick. No worries, of course. And 155 bucks for this mess, you think? How horrible. Look at George Hodge in the house. What's happening? Where's everybody coming from tonight? Why is nobody doing anything else, man? Took two people, indeed. Tuning in late for a bit. Good to see you, George. It's the birth of the monoprint. Right on. Wow, Maki's guess is 145. Okay, taking photo stat to the HNL. I would say closer to 360. Okay, and John says $5.
Drum roll, please.
All right. Thanks, George. All right, let's see. Hold on. They might flip it after they copied all the stats they needed. No, I would just literally unglue the stats and keep those original stats. I would buy it just if I did own the original page, I would keep it and just remove the stats and glue them onto your very blank looking page. So guesses of 350, maybe 1.25. Shemp says 600. Okay, let us figure it out. Oh, sorry, the date, November 2024. So not that long ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, I think they thought they were getting original artwork, and it showed up, and they were like, "What did I do?"
Hopefully, they'll tell us someday. This is what happened. Now, everybody, let's see what happened.
What?
You
See
what I'm saying?
780?
You see what I'm saying, dude? I'm telling you, people think like, hey, it's still one of a kind, and since the original art might sell for, I don't know, 15 grand or something or whatever, I guess, a few $100, it's still worth it to me. Yeah. Of course, it's a $650 loss after spending $1,020 and losing $650.
From the bunkest run ever on Daredevil.
Huh?
It's like from the bunkest run.
The what run?
It's bunk. It's the worst run on Daredevil.
Yeah, but art collectors, don't forget, a lot of art collectors don't care what run it's from. It's just they're buying the art. They never even read the story. So
I mean, they're not even buying.
That doesn't play too much into it.
This is wild. I mean, this and people are talking about monoprints not being valuable. I mean, dude.
Let me see. They would have to pay me to keep this, says Alex. Carl Choi, 275. Oh man, Shaggy getting shocked. It's still frame worthy. Stats are going for more money these days, especially silver and bronze. That's true. That's what I'm saying, Nick. That's what I'm saying,
Evidence example A, right?
Yeah. Shaggy thinks this is insanity.
It is insanity.
And the original sold in August of 25 for $14.95. No, there's no way that. Maybe 14,950. Is that what you meant, Steve?
Probably.
Here, let me put that up there. There's no way that just a year ago this sold for $1,500. No, this is worth way more, 10 times that. Sure.
Title page.
Yeah. No, that's like roughly 10 times more. Maybe you forgot the zero, or maybe you just saw it wrong. Yeah, Shem says, come on down. zero interest in this, but maybe someone wanted a Buscema example. Like, hey, listen, like I said, when you compare it to the price of what the original would cost, it's a tiny fraction. And yeah, some people are like, hey, and don't forget, it's still one of a kind. It is still, it may not be it may not be original art, but it's still an original piece of production art, which is one of a kind. So it's still super, super rare, you know? So yeah.
I agree. Color guides are where it's at. Color guides are the best value in comic art collecting. Actually, I just picked up a Charles Vess color guide to a portfolio cover, and they never ended up printing it in color. So it's like this very unique thing, but it's painted by Charles Vess, and it was like $250 or something.
Yeah. Well, Greedy and DJ, you both guys are understanding. You're echoing what I'm saying. It's still one of a kind, and somebody probably just wants something cheap. So Steve is telling us, nope, $14.95 per heritage original art. Clearly they did not sell the original art. Maybe what you're looking at is another sale of this piece, this stat, and that I somehow missed, and they think it's the original art, or maybe you're looking at the wrong year. There's no way, trust me, I don't even have to look to tell you, Steve, that the original art to this would not sell for only 10% of its actual value. Oh, there you go. People are correcting you. There you go. 1,500 was in 2005, 21 years ago. Steve, come on, man. Come on. You got to be a bit better than that. Sold on a Wednesday auction, maybe under the radar. No, nothing goes for 10% of actual value under the radar. That definitely doesn't happen. There you go. You got Tom also confirming what Nick says, that it's from 2005. It's an ancient auction, my friend. Oh, look at him. Okay, yes, 2005, not 2025. Yes, indeed, indeed. My gosh. Oh, my God. Thanks, Steve. Oh, my gosh.
This is Bronze Age. This is 1976.
Yeah.
That's
What's your point on that though? On that comment?
I don't understand why it's that expensive.
Come on, man. Especially you as a guy who does buy mono prints, right? And we're not going to get into this, right? But let me just make the statement that like the rest of us know, the idea is, yes, it's one of a kind, unless and until the artist one day is desperate for money for whatever reason, and they decide to secretly print out another one for some other guy or whatever, but at least, nobody's out there making fake stats of the stats, the full page stats. Like, it still is one of a kind for sure. And it's vintage, where the mono is current. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of surprised.
But no, the mono is tethered to the era in which the art was created, just like that production art is tethered to the era in which it was created.
Right. But what I'm saying is that with this piece,
by definition,
it's already still vintage, while the mono prints are contemporary pieces.
Yes, but that piece of production art is a copy of another existing piece of artwork.
So is the mono print.
No, it isn't. It's the only physical manifestation of the art that was created for the book.
Physical, yes, but it's still a copy of the original art.
It's not a copy.
The original art of which was done digitally.
No, but words mean things.
Of the digital file.
Ruben, words mean things, and copy has a really specific definition. And under the definition of copy, it is not a copy. Exactly, it is a printout. It is a one-of-one printout, the only physical manifestation of the digital file. Whereas that production art is it's a photocopy of other art that exists in the world. There is another way to have the original of that art. With a mono print, the only piece of art that is available is that mono print.
Well, like I said, I don't want to get into this. We've already talked about this many times. We all have our views on it. But I don't think that, I don't think that 10% ish, right, of like for well, honestly, even if it was from the 80s, like more contemporary, I feel like if you're playing around the 5 to 10% value of the original art, I don't blame buyers for deciding I'll drop 10% of the original's value to buy the stat version of that. As long as it was, the original stat, you can tell it's the original, not one of those eBay things that some of those guys keep creating their own stats or whatever, and claiming that they're original vintage or whatever. But yeah, didn't know Matt about monos. He has been here on the show many times, and we've talked about it. So yeah,
but a really specific type of mono print too. And I mean, like, and the only pieces I've collected Bruno Redondo's pieces because he was not and did not create any analog artwork for the award-winning run on Nightwing that Tom Tyler.
He wants to know, do you foresee, honestly, future collectors that come into the hobby in the future, right down the road? Do you see that there's any kind of a growth that will happen with them?
Sure. I mean, there are people that collect serigraphs. So, I mean, if people are paying more than issue price for serigraphs, then of course they'll continue to pay, the value accruement on artist proofs. I mean, in the fine art world, artist proofs are already well established. So, there's already a market for it. I mean, people are asking questions like there isn't already evidence.
Yeah.
People are buying them, they're selling, and desirable pieces will resell for more than they paid for.
Like any collector wondering, though, asking about that, though, I would presume that he means in any reasonably large quantity. In other words, do you foresee, I guess I'm putting words in his mouth, but this is what I would ask, myself anyway. So do you ever foresee the day? I know you're hopeful. Obviously, you want to hope. You do own them. But do you ever truly foresee a day where it's where the monoprints are, shall we say, ubiquitous?
I'll put it this way, because I think this is really what everybody wants to hear. Do I think monoprints are a great investment? No, I do not think monoprints are a great investment.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Because you can still buy other comic art that is analog created. And I think that we may be looking at an era where monoprints only exist in this era. That artists will choose to do instead, because they know there's money in selling originals, is they will do their blue line on a digital page, they will print out the blue line, and they will ink that blue line themselves, and that will be the artwork that gets handed to the publisher to color. And so I think that this particular era of digital artists who haven't already learned from the example of Jorge Jimenez, who was selling monoprints until Batman #1, and that cover sold for $100,000, that, oh, wow, maybe I should at least some of the pages do analog. So even in that full issue, he didn't do the whole issue, analog. He did a couple of splashes. He did the expensive pieces that he knew people were going to want.
But tell me, though, Matt, isn't what I recall at that time when they announced all that stuff, my memory of it is that they would certainly print out more if people request. In other words, only one per page, yes, but if you reached out to him at some point and said, oh, did you ever make a monoprint of this page of this issue? And if he hadn't, he'd be willing to. That's what I understood was said. Do you know about that?
Possibly. I don't know.
Okay.
I have a Jorge Jimenez monoprint of the cover to Super Sons, because that was a digital work.
Right.
And it's on really nice paper, and it comes with a really nice certificate on the back. I mean, you can tell that a lot of thought was put into the way they're done now. I mean, I think a lot of people have an idea, if they haven't seen these monoprints, they have an idea that they're somehow less than the tactile sensation of touching original art. They have the same, they're actually better paper, like a thicker board with much more texture. And frequently, at least with Bruno Redondo, he personally oversees all of them. He prints out every issue. He's not waiting. He prints out every page because he wants a reference for it to exist. And so he's also making sure that the inks are correct and stuff, and that everything looks good. So that it's part of his production process is printing it out, because that's how he wants the art to look. But I mean, does that mean that everybody's like that? It doesn't mean everybody is like that. You know, Fiona Staples has never made any of her Saga stuff available in a physical manifestation, you know, as a one of one. She's only, they've done the omnibuses, and she's like, if you like my art, buy the omnibus. You know, she's not someone, I don't even think she's done sketches.
Right.
You know, and I've seen some of the handmade artwork by digital artists is crummy. You know, some of them are just not good with a pencil. You know, like they're great with a Wacom, and they can't meet it. So there's a lot of different ways. I mean, we're looking at a really specific era in comics. I mean, are comics going to be floppies for much longer? Is everything going to go to digest size? You know, how long is it going to be until we go to straight digital?
Yeah, that's a good, it's a kind of a good little connection to what Nick's saying. He says, let me put the other one back first. He says, artists, I've seen this myself. Artists are already drawing in the computer, and then they find out which pages people want, because people ask them. And then they're like, oh, yeah, sure, I can draw that for you. And they draw it after it's been published.
But that's a copy. And so Annabelle has gotten into trouble with this, because Kirby art, Annabelle.
Oh, they're okay. Yeah.
They did a very bad job of explaining that that's what was happening with some of their artists. And people are like, wait a minute, this isn't the public. This is different, because it's going to be different.
Right.
No one can do the exact same thing. There's going to be little.
No, exactly. There's going to be time. If you examine it carefully with a fine-tooth comb, you're going to see that, oh, you did this. This wasn't done. It wasn't published from this. It's all, you know. Yeah, for sure. Exactly. That's awful. By the way, Steve kind of backs up the whole theory for the future of monoprints. Lots of Batman run by Jorge Jimenez monoprints are sold or on hold on his dealer site.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a market. There's clearly a market for it, or people wouldn't do it. So and if there's only one, and there is only one, and someone falls in love with that comic and realizes that the only way that they can get the original art is to get the monoprint that somebody else owns, well, now I can name my price, right? Like if I've got the thing. I mean, I have the first appearances and the key pages and covers of almost the entire Taylor Redondo early run. This is the run that won them their Eisners. So, you know, like I wasn't willy-nilly buying stuff. I made very specific decisions about what I wanted, how much I was willing to pay. And as a volume buyer, when Bruno opened up his commission schedule, the only 11x17 commission he did was for me. And it was a cover, and it's been, I hear it's being reprinted in the omnibus. It may be in the omnibus. I don't have it yet.
Right. All right. I mean, good talk. I didn't want to get into the monoprint talk, but it always, if I allow it to happen, and I even take 1 second to say something, I guess I should learn and know that it's going to become a little bit of a conversation. That's all right. That's what we're here for, right? We're here to chat about shit. And I will say one last thing about the monoprints. I've said it before. I'll just say it again. I think it bears mentioning. It's just an opinion, right? Just an opinion based on how, you know, what I see in the market. The length of time it takes people to catch on to certain things or not catch on, right?
Right.
I do agree that there absolutely is the potential that there could be a market formed at some point down the road in the future for monoprints. And I mean in a ubiquitous way, right?
Let's call it a resale market, because there already is a market for monoprints.
Yeah, you know what? No, but I'm saying an aftermarket, right? Like where, people trade them back. I don't mean trade as in this for that. I mean trade money for your monoprint. You know, I believe that it'll be like it could happen, because it's tied to technology. These monoprints, it's tied to the whole technological change and how the comics are created. The only thing I would say is, I don't see it becoming ubiquitous in our lifetimes, because I think people are just way too slow to ever look. It's already been a quarter of a century for blue line inks, inking over blue line pencils, and there's still way more people that don't like it than there are people who do like it and willing to buy it, right? So
and for a long time, I think that
I feel like it happened. It's just not for a long time, you know.
You're probably right, but I also don't think that people who are collecting
I may be wrong.
original analog art, I think they've already made up their mind that they're not going in that direction. So the collectors that exist before that are either going to be into it or they're not. So it's going to be the next generation of collectors who come into collecting because they love comics that are only produced digitally, and they're going to want a piece and they're going to want that one thing. But I mean, when I see what people pay for edition prints, you know, from known artists, I mean, the price of these monoprint artist proofs are really cheap considering, you know, what they represent. Now, the other aspect to that, it is that, oh my gosh, you had said something and I should have written it down because I knew it was going to go a bit. Oh. But, you know, I don't think that necessarily.
You mean the amount of time, maybe the ubiquitous nature of potential becoming? No,
I don't know. It went out of my head. I apologize.
That's all right. That's all right. Now we talk a lot about it. It's good.
That was a long side quest. Yeah, we got work to do.
Yeah. I wish it was only her. Yeah, there's other people doing it.
I can tell you there are mono prints on Illustrated. I know that for a fact. And they're not mine. I don't own any of mine.
I'll take a mono print over an ETF. That's not saying much, really. I mean, like, do people even still make ETFs? Did I mention, by the way, guys? I don't know. A few months ago, I watched I wish I could tell you what it was called. It was a documentary on the ETF. It was only a few years ago that it started, and now it's basically already dead. I don't know. Maybe Google.
Are you talking about NFTs?
Sorry. So what did I just say? ETF?
Yeah, I don't know what this ETF is.
Sorry. NFT. Sorry. Yes.
Okay.
An NFT documentary on the whole NFT boom and bust, whatever. Fascinating. Really fascinating. They talked to several people who had been known. If you read at the time, hey, this NFT sold for this much money. The people who were behind those purchases, they're on this and they're honest with themselves and they know that they lost a lot of money, blah, blah. So it's fascinating. It's a really good watch. If you like documentaries, it's really fascinating.
And NFTs, it's funny because I sort of still feel like there's a market there. I think that what happened is that all the wrong people got involved really quickly and pushed it. And it became like synonymous with stupid money, right? Like people that had made a fortune in Bitcoin and Ethereum when it was worth nothing had nothing to really spend that money on. And like, it was still really hard to spend crypto on something that you actually wanted. So people were just like, that whole market of NFTs was built around people that had like billions of dollars in Dogecoins, you know, like before Dogecoin became like really tradable. And so they started spending their money on the only thing you could spend on. It was kind of like, remember in the 70s on Wheel of Fortune, you had to spend the money you won on the prizes that were in the showroom.
Yeah, that's right. Early on. Yeah.
So it's kind of like that, where the only prizes in the showroom were NFTs.
Yeah. Be happy, Marcus. You're getting what you always want. But anyways, yes, let us move on, everyone. Let us move on. Some jokes about Matt and some NFTs, stupid phone. What? Let me skip. Okay. Let's see what it is. Question from Dan. Does he collect for nostalgia or only with an eye out for value?
Well, honestly, my era of nostalgia, I'm priced out of. You know, like what I would want for nostalgia would be the cover of Werewolf by Night number 32 because it was the first comic book I ever purchased. Similarly, a couple of Incredible Hulk comics that would have been bought within that very early time frame on the newsstand. And I can't afford those. Those are ridiculously expensive. So do I buy for value? I think I have a criteria of what I like. And when I first started buying comic art, I was buying the artwork that represented the writer and the artist team as like excellently written, excellently illustrated, award-winning stuff. I am buying death commissions. I don't even know if that's nostalgia.
Yeah, it is. You loved the whole Sandman thing back in the day, and you liked the character.
You're
You like the
misspeaking.
character.
You're misspeaking because
I'm
I
not
was
saying
not.
a bad thing. I'm saying it's a good thing.
No, but I wasn't really a big Sandman fan.
You weren't?
No, I liked the Death miniseries.
Oh. Yeah, but
But like,
hold on. You must have adored the Death miniseries, because
yeah.
otherwise, why would you run out to get that the tattoo so quick?
I also worked in a goth club at the time. Every girl I had ever dated up to that point, you know, in adulthood, was a goth chick.
A goth chick, wow.
You
They're
know,
making a comeback now. They're all over my feeds on YouTube. All tons of goth chicks, you know, with big tits, of course. You know,
that would be incredibly age inappropriate, I'm sure. But so I mean, there's a lot of connection to it. But I think it's also like I always felt, and I mean, I've said this for a long time. And, you know, we've spoken offline about all the Neil Gaiman stuff. I always saw Neil Gaiman as sort of a second-rate Alan Moore. And then when he started doing his other fantasy stuff, I started to appreciate the fact that he was a very talented writer, but I didn't really love his subject matter. So like I really love that character as illustrated by Chris Bachalo. And then I kind of felt that there were other, I have more than one death tattoo. I have several death tattoos, but I also have the Key to Hell, which is a Sandman thing. But
yeah, Tom says death reminds Matt of the one that got away.
No, it's the one that keeps coming back is what it reminds me of. But so I don't necessarily think it's nostalgia, and it is also very much related to a project that I've been working on over the long term. So I mean, there's a method to that madness. There's a payoff at the end of that. But I've also, I mean, this may surprise people. I'm kind of already out of it. Like I've accumulated what I wanted to accumulate for the project that I'm working on, and I'm on to something else, and I'm not telling anybody what it is. It's something that I've been working on. It's a project that will see publication at a certain point. And
are you saying because of that you're soon going to stop getting yourself commissions of death? Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. I mean, how many do you have at this point? Do you know?
I have less than 100.
Wow, that means it might be close to it.
Yeah.
I mean, 75 would still be close to 100 for me. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I mean,
probably around 75 is probably accurate. I have a few outstanding commissions that have taken a long time to get.
Right.
But I haven't booked any additional death commissions. I've moved on to something else. But and I don't even want to talk about it. But you know, it's not nostalgia so much as it's just a character that I love. I mean, you know, I don't know that necessarily. You know, is Stingray really nostalgic about the character Stingray? It's just this thing he collects.
He never knew who it was. He just thought, hey, this is different. It's a character nobody collects. He looks cool. He liked the design of the costume, and so he figured, okay, yeah, let me do something different, right? And that's what he does.
And so, you know, I had started a death sketchbook back in the era, like back in '95, that was going around the conventions, and it got stolen basically. And then there were other people that were also like, they caught on to this idea of having sketchbooks of just the same character. This was really big in like 95, 96, 97. And so there were two other books that were making their rounds around the convention at that time. And mine ended up getting passed off to somebody else who they thought it was theirs, not mine. And when I got this other one, I was like, oh, this isn't mine. I found out whose it was. And they're like, I actually didn't get yours. And so I don't know what happened to mine. I gave the other person their book because it was theirs, and I ended up being the loser in that transaction. But I was also kind of like, well, why did I want this? You know, and so it kind of reset. And then the whole unpleasantness with the Bachalo thing kind of put me off the character for a very, very long time for a while. But then I realized, well, I need to get past this, and I did. And my way of getting past it was to end up collecting the character for a while. And there's, like I say, there's a secondary element to why I collect death that relates to another project.
Fair enough. All right. Let's move on, everybody. Why don't we? And excuse me. You thought Stingray was a villain until you heard Stingray talk about him. I mean, was he kind of a villain when he first appeared? I feel like he He might have been. I don't know. You'll have to ask him. Not a common name, isn't it? Because Stingray's name is Newell. What? John, you think he collects Stingray commissions because his name is Newell?
Is the villain Stingray's name Newell?
Oh, are you saying? Oh, right. I think you're right. I think the character's actual alter ego or whatever, like it might be Newell, Dr. Newell something or other. I think that's part of the part of the
that would explain it, I guess.
The connection. Yeah. That's right. And he was a villain, confirmed by Marcus. Yeah. There you go.
His name is Walter Newell. There you go.
Walter Newell. There you go. Okay. But he did say that he also, he found out he had the coincidental name, but that wouldn't have been enough for him to start collecting. It was because he did like what it looked like. The costume was cool, whatever, and it was a thing that nobody knew. So okay, it'll be fun, So that's it. Yeah. So okay, yeah. Let us move on, everybody. Yeah, great talk, everybody. Great talk about monoprints. I like that. Now I'm gonna have to remember to make an extra chapter. Not just for each piece of art, but also one in between the two pieces here for talk about monoprints.
Yes.
A monoprint discussion.
The truth about monoprints.
Oh, shit. Oh, and stats. Let's not forget stats and monoprints. All about stats and monoprints. Don't talk about Stingray when he's not in the chat. Some people don't like that. That's true.
Not saying anything bad about him.
That's true. But people still hate it. They take it personally. I'm not saying Newell's going to take it personally, but
right.
Some people might take it personally. Okay, so let us go to the next one, and that is yes. Okay, so it's the aforementioned thing you were talking about, Matt, about how Heritage handles consignments when people throw in a lot of the same type of stuff, right? All right, so we have this. So everybody, take a look at this. All right, John Bogdanov. Superman, Man of Steel 19, page 19, right? So related to the death of Superman. April 2022, sold for $31.2 thousand. So at this time, I just want to say this, and then Matt, you can take over after this. I want to remind people that when this came out, up until this, basically, I'm not saying this was the piece, but right around this time, or up until this time, generally speaking, death of Superman art was never around. Okay, there's tons of fans out there, right? People that were kids back in the day, and they love that stuff now. But the death of Superman related art was never around. It was considered very rare because it wasn't anywhere to be found for sale. So I just wanted to say that, in my opinion, and I say this, Matt, because I know that you often, when we show examples that seemed high when they were purchased during the height of COVID, I just want to say sometimes it's not COVID. Sometimes it's, COVID was making, like the rising tide lifts all boats scenario, right? COVID was making everything. So everything across the board was going up in price and in value. I think in the case of this, though, I think it's a lot more to do with the fact that people were like, wow, like this, it's like this splash of doomsday, and it's, death of Superman. You never find that art. I think it's more that than just simply saying, oh yeah, we were at the height of COVID. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously that was affecting it, but that was affecting every piece of art. I think in this case, it's really a lot.
This is just one of the first pieces to hit the market, and so it's going to carry a premium.
Yeah, exactly. People were like, going gaga over it because wow, it's like you never see this stuff, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
When you see this, what do you think? Like given the price and everything.
I mean, well, we did a whole show on what the other pieces sold for.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you compare the two, then this is, I mean, it might even be low. I don't think it's a very good page. I don't think Doomsday is drawn well. But it's also, when you compare to those other pages, this would be the second cheapest page or third cheapest page?
Oh gosh, don't know. Don't forget the entire
those are all splash pages, right? Yeah.
The one we did was Superman 75. So this is not that. Yeah.
But this is I think this is part 6 of that storyline, right?
I don't remember off the top of my head where all these. Yeah, I'm not. that close tied to it, you know, where I can tell you, but I just know it is related to, you know, death of, you know, it's the death of, it's part of the storyline, right? The arcing storyline.
Yep.
Dum Dum Duggan and Cap in the top panel. Yeah. That's why Robert made that comment.
I leaned in. I was like, what the fuck is Dum Dum Dugan doing there? That's so funny.
Yeah, it's funny. John says, I don't know if he's joking, because he's always joking, but John says it's the 9th appearance of Doomsday. I don't know. But the point is, it's part of the storyline, whatever, you know, the whole Doomsday, death of Superman thing, whatever. It's a cool page if you're a fan. Certainly, if you're a fan of that, if you're a fan of Doomsday as a character, definitely a cool page. But okay, no guesses coming in, so let us go. We want to see what happened to this.
Yep.
Well, let's figure it out. All right. So April of 2022, paid $31,000. Then resold.
What a haircut.
4 years to, he held it at least, you know, over 4 years. That's not too bad. But my gosh, $16,900.
Because all those better pages that hit the market a couple months earlier.
Yeah, man. Like 50 to over half his money lost. And that's like, you know, okay, yeah, it's not 5 years. But again, not everybody watches these shows. So a lot of people probably still in the hobby don't know that it generally does take, you know, around 5 years to start breaking even if you're going to sell at auction, right?
Yeah, but again, you know, like he paid a premium because he bought early. And then all this better stuff came out. And so what do? You know, like I can totally see thinking, well, shoot, those other pages just sold for a fortune. Now is the time for me to sell this, right?
Yeah.
And then he doesn't realize that everybody that has the money for this had money for better.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. You really can't overpay if you end up selling. You mean too soon?
I don't know if it was was it too soon? Was it too late?
No, I just think, like I said, I just think the mistake was just he got overexcited when he bought it.
Yeah, so very much.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I really do feel in this case that whole idea of, and here's another point, I think it's a good point to make, Matt. So I think a lot of people, look, a lot of people in the hobby are not like you and like me and like some other guys who are like, we're deeply ingrained into it, right? We have a lot of the knowledge. We continue to always seek knowledge. And what do I mean by the knowledge, everybody? So not everybody in the hobby, like it's not common knowledge to like the majority of collectors that people like John Bogdanov, Walt Simonson, Al Milgram, right, are artists who spent most of their careers keeping most of their artwork. Okay.
Right.
Guys like Simonson, it's a little bit more well-known, yeah, because he's such a legendary, you know, big name guy. But the most people in the hobby, I don't believe they would have any reason to really know John Bogdanov never really sold his art. You know what I mean? And so what happens is I think you get excited. Oh my God, that's a Superman page. Wow, I haven't seen any of these ever. It's my first chance. Now I would be thinking, when this came up, I was thinking actually, like, interesting. Ooh, I wonder if John's going to be selling his art now. I wonder if it's from John, because yeah, maybe it was even written
the cause, right? Like maybe that auction is the cause,
right?
Like somehow that piece went to an inker or somebody, and it made it out into the world. And Bogdanov sees that page, that kind of
right. I don't remember.
Page, get a lot of money, and he's like, "Oh boy, I should probably release all my artwork now if it's going for that." And then he releases all these bomb ass killer pages, and like even the bad pages in that issue went for like, 18 grand or more, right?
Yeah.
No, it was like, what was the cheapest page? 50?
I don't even remember anymore.
Because there are only a couple that were under 100,000, right?
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, but again, that was the death issue. So that's going to carry a way bigger premium than all the other issues, right? So
and they're all splash pages. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, apples to oranges comparison between these two. The only common denominator being the artist and the character.
Okay.
But yeah, he got killed by the market getting flooded with better stuff.
But that's what I'm saying. So I think it was the excitement at the time of, oh my God, I never had a chance to get one of these. Okay, excitement. Not only him, right? It's at least one underbidder, right? So bid. Oh yeah, I got it. You know, I remember thinking, oh, is Bogdanov, is he going to start selling off his inventory, right? And even though you don't have the answer to that question, just by knowing that he was one of those artists who always kept his stuff, when you see that, the first thing you're going to think is, oh shit, is this the beginning of the floodgates opening? If it is, I'm not going to get overly excited on the bid on this piece, because shit, there's going to be way more opportunities to get other stuff, you know? But most people, like I said, they're not in the weeds with this type of information, right? Like we are.
But here's a good question. If that page had gone for $6,000 or $7,000, does Bogdanov ever release his issue?
Oh, yeah. That's a good point, but only if we could prove that was the page indeed that got him to, to start selling or whatever, so I don't know,
But it's fun to speculate.
But yeah, so that's it. So interesting, but yeah, it's sad to see him take such a beating. It's over half the money. That's a massive monster loss for sure, And James mentioned it's one of his friends who took the beating. And it's, as I said, it's tough. Didn't hold on for at least 5. James, let him know, and I mean this in all seriousness. If you haven't already told him, let him know that we've proven for a long time now that if you're going to go the auction route on a resale, 85% of the time you're going to lose money if you don't hold it at least 5 years. And at least 5 years means that's when you, in most cases, start breaking even, being able to get your money back, even though there's the third party seller fees involved.
What he should have done is he should have contacted, those guys in New York and been like, hey, can you add this to your auction?
Carl, look, interesting bit of it. Thank you, Carl. So Carl, the other Carl Sodergren says that this Man of Steel 19 page was a few auctions deep already of Bogdanov, selling his art. So he had already been starting to sell his art.
And they just really overpaid.
Yeah, that's overpaid for sure. Yeah. Look at that. MLB. One step further. I have no idea who John Byrne is. Never looked into buying Superman art. Never read it. Yeah, well, he did though. People who buy that kind of stuff bid on that kind of stuff. They're buying it for a reason. They liked it. They remember the storyline from back then, and they wanted a piece of it. Oh, if you're remembering this correctly, okay. So you're not positive, Carl, that he was already a few auctions deep. Okay. Well, we don't know then. We'll just keep it as we don't know. The point is made, though. I think, Matt, right? We've made our made. I do think it was more. The mistake was, you got overly excited and overpaid. Yeah. Some of the earliest was the Man of Steel 18, First Doomsday. Okay. And the prime pages may be sold first, though.
That'd be a bad strategy, though. You want to sell the crappier stuff first.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the good stuff.
Typically, that's what I like to do when I have a lot of something, Too late because after the Superman 75, too late because after the because the issue comes from after Superman 75 issue, but it's too soon to sell, I guess, because not enough time after the Superman 75 needed to wait another year, I think. Very clearly needed to wait roughly another year, but I think even in this case, because I'm so set in my belief that it was just the bidders got out of control, way overbid this thing to way too high levels. I think since that's the case, I believe that even had he held on for another year, which would have put him a little bit past the 5-year mark, right? I still believe he would have lost, not broken even. I still believe at 32.2
there's no scenario because of what he paid that he was going to make himself whole with almost any amount of time passing.
Right. Thank you, James. James is also letting us know he knows the reason we never get to know these things, or very rarely. And 2 times tonight, Carl Choi let us know why he took a loss. And he said he consigned it to pay for a bigger purchase. So the exact same reason as Carl, right? So there you go. But what a shame. What a shame. I bet you he did not expect to have to lose that much, which is, yeah, it's sad, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, and from the same auction house. Okay, yeah, right. Sending in money because they obviously take consignments to help you pay for whatever you're bidding on, all that stuff, you know. Seymour says, this was the best art available until the Superman 75 pages sold. It's the closest someone could have got to the death issue, and they paid a premium. Right. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. I can see why you get excited, but it's just that, you know, did he know? I feel like there's no way he could have known that Bogdanov owned a ton of art, right? And that he'd have other opportunities to buy other stuff, you know, which would mean likely lower prices once everybody realized, oh, there's a lot of stuff coming out from Bogdanov's collection, you know. So there you go. At my I want to try to learn something new, not my interest, but still interesting. All right, I appreciate that. They bid it to a whole nother level, that's for sure. That is for sure. Yeah, I told you some H&L. You see some H&L tonight, yeah. Consigning to pay for heritage wins, find the money to pay for comic link wins. Yeah. All right. Next piece, everybody, is, we got 3 more to go, folks. 3 more to go. All right. This is Marcus's favorite artist of all time. And to be fair, it's a lot of people's favorite artist of all time. And I just want to say, $78,000 gets you a lot of head from Jim Lee and Scott Williams. Check it out. So this is, again, not even a year ago. Sorry, not even 2 years ago. $78,000. And I remember at the time, Matt, my view on this is, okay, number one, I remember, you know, when I bought the issue off the stands and taking it home and reading it, I remember thinking, yeah. And I've said it on my show many times. I love close-ups and extreme close-ups, right? Artistically magnificent, beautiful headshot of Magneto, right? But as an art collector, I've always felt you have to really control yourself and separate from your feelings of how you remember the excitement of reading it and looking at it for the first time when you were just a reader, and realizing, hey, wait a second, okay, it's exciting, but in the end, I really believe you got to tell yourself it's still just a headshot, no background. And it's just a beautiful headshot. Yes, we're not going to argue that, but it's still just a headshot. So I remember when this sold thinking, why would you? It's beautiful, but $78,000 just for a headshot?
Title page.
I know it's a title splash, whatever, but it's still just a headshot title splash. You know? I don't know. What do you think? What are your thoughts on this? I'll flash everybody else's thoughts on the screen here.
Jim Lee X-Men became the second thing, you know, like after the McFarlane Spider-Man stuff, like his market started to explode, you know, a little bit ahead of this. I mean, honestly, his stuff started to explode in like 2019. Yeah. But, you know, a lot of it hadn't been out on the market. You know, I don't remember when it was when Liefeld sold a lot of his stuff, but he had waited a pretty long time to do that. Jim Lee waited a very, very long time to sell like all the best of his stuff that he had held back. So it was, you know, the pieces that were hitting the market were all really good pieces. It wasn't like, you know, like CD level pages were hitting the market, like really good stuff. And this is a really good page, but I mean, this was pretty much in line with what stuff was going for, right? I mean, this isn't really a surprise, but I could also see, as more work was coming out still in this time frame, and if all of a sudden you were into Batman, he started dropping all this Batman artwork that you know, maybe if you're not as into Magneto, it's going to be a hard resale item, certainly within a year or a year and a half.
You know, I guess, like I said, there's nothing else new that I can add to that. I guess I just feel, I've always felt that way. Again, as a reader and just as an admirer of the art, take the collecting aspect out of it, right? Just admiring. I love headshots that are well done, right? When they're really well done, I love close-ups and extreme close-ups. Love them. It's some of my favorite parts of comic art. But then when the collectability factor comes in, I'm like, okay, content is still king. And when you're talking high-end stuff, I feel like if you're going to pay into the high 5 figures, especially, I feel like, okay, how can I put it? I guess I feel like every collector, not just me, every collector would be better served with a killer panel page for, I don't know, 45, 50,000, let's say, with Wolverine, even if it's Wolverine in one panel or two panels, Colossus in one panel, Storm in another, night, whatever, right? But a really nice X-Men across the page, panel page, 5, 6 panels. I think I'd rather have that at 45 to 50. I think everybody's better off having that. It's more interesting to look at, I think, and for future, value. I think that's still better than an entire splash where all you see is the head of the villain.
There's a comp for this, though. So before this piece sold, the first Jim Lee Magneto, I think it's the last page of the issue, and it's like almost a direct tribute to the first Byrne Magneto, had sold, and I think it sold for significantly more. So a Jim Lee Magneto splash page, a slightly more interesting one in that it was a 3/4 instead of a headshot. And it was a final page, not a title page. I think anybody, if you put them side by side, would say that other page was better. It was also in his Uncanny X-Men run, not in the X-Men solo run, not the second edition comic. So there's a bit more of a desirability, but I think that ended up going for a lot more than this. So this is a runner-up. This is a consolation prize at $78,000 compared to, I think, the other one going for closer to $100,000, or I'm wrong and that piece went cheaper and this piece went for more. But there's a short amount of time between that piece selling and this piece selling.
Well, look, James says that I'll put it back up while I read it. The guy resold it too soon. Okay, this is what I'm going to get at too. This is going to be my point once we show the resale, James. He sold it not only too soon, but at a lesser known auction house. Okay, that's my bone to pick there. I wanted to rent. In my head, while I put the show together, I was ranting my ass off. Okay. My guess, says James, is that the auction house had to guarantee some minimum value as they used it in their advertising and to promote their auction. But that is still speculation, James. So we can't, you can guess it. It's okay. But I'm not going to promote that. That's probably what happened. Like, we don't know. We have no idea, right? I'm just going to say I figure they would give him the full value except for the buyer's premium. This is what I'm thinking they gave him.
Let's see it.
Give me a second. You just can't buy from Heritage and then consign somewhere else and expect to have a chance. I mean, if you held it for 7, 8, 9, 10 years, you could. We've proven that happens. Jason. I mean, it's just it's the combination.
Or if you have a banger piece like this and Golden calls you up and says, "Hey, I guarantee you $90,000. Whether it sells for 50,000 or 20,000, it doesn't matter because you've just been guaranteed by a different auction house,
right,
a threshold that you make money at." So that's it doesn't happen often, but it does happen.
Yeah.
Where someone wants it maybe because they have a whole other thing they think that helps sell it or something.
And yeah. The point though again is it's speculation. That's pure speculation. So it's no point in going into that. We don't know. Okay. Want to clarify to go backtrack just a little bit. Carl checked for us. Thank you, Carl. Really appreciate that. He says, I was wrong. The Doomsday page was actually in the first batch of that Bogdanov selling his art at Heritage. So that's what's, so the first batch he started
That was
with.
he paid the premium, and
Thanks, Carl.
he was
No worries,
punished
dude.
for coming first. Yes.
MLB says, your favorite work day because you got Ruben to keep you entertained. It's okay. Calm down, buddy. Agree, Jason. Hard to get ahead these days. Listen, I like anybody else. I like some good head, but not 70 for 78 grand. That's pretty expensive head,
From an old guy.
The suspense is killing you, David. Hold on, let me just catch up. Frame stuff and put it on the walls. I'd rather have the full splash headshot than a panel page. Well, if I understand that too. When people put it on walls, yeah, larger images. I get it. It's easier to see and make out what's happening. So I get that. I have nothing wrong, with that. Most people don't frame and hang their stuff though. That's why I see more. That's why I'm saying, let's see. Good deal when they are about to announce the new cast of the movie. Is it a good deal though? I don't know. I guess over time, I'm sure it'll be okay. Talking about auction houses, should we talk about Hake's shipping charges and shipping practices? No, that's been the topic of the town all week. Has it? I'll be doing a we call hangout, a comic art hangout episode. So nothing on the docket, whatever you want to talk about. Alberto, come back. In fact, join me in the studio if you want. I have not heard anything about that. I'm not really too much on social media, so I have heard nothing. Nobody's no
$90 shipping fees.
Okay, well, okay. Let's talk about it next week. Yeah. Bring it up next week if you can. I'd like to talk about that. I may forget, so please remind me. Hakes hasn't shipped my stuff. The golden rule, says Rick. I did look at Hakes auction and thought that the prices were too healthy. I gotta be honest. Sometimes I'm really I would never consign to them, but I'm shocked oftentimes at what some original art sells for at Hakes. They have brought some shockingly high prices. Anyways, yeah. Charge insane amounts for shipping. Okay, like I said, well, come back next week. We'll talk next week. Tonight's not the show for that. We're almost done here, but I got nothing planned for next week, so let's do it next week. Oh, dude, hey, shipping. Everybody seems to want to talk about it. Yes, I paid a lot. They were okay. They ship stuff. New leadership at Hakes. Okay. All right. So yeah, let me show you guys what happened here with the Magneto. So the Magneto, again, as a reminder, September of 24, purchased for $78,000 at Heritage, then resold June of 26. Oh, I'm sorry. I made a mistake there because either this was September of 25 or this is supposed to be like a year and 8 months later.
20 months later.
Either way, it's less than 2 years. So sold too soon. But here's the thing, Matt, this is what I want.
Pop auctions?
Yeah, thank you. That's why I was ranting in my head when I put this together. I mean, okay, let me just come back to you guys. Seriously, dude, what the fuck are you doing taking a Jim Lee classic era X-Men splash and of all places to help you sell it, you give it to some no-name Rinky Dink Mickey Mouse operation?
Okay, I have a theory.
Okay.
That dude died.
What dude?
The guy that bought it died, and his wife or whoever was left handling his estate contacted an estate sale place, and it was Landry Pop was their auction house.
You think?
What else makes sense?
Yeah, I look, I was just thinking, you know what it is? It really irks me. Listen, I know when a particular market gets hot and it starts really growing, right? It experiences a lot of exponential growth. I get the fact that, hey, business-minded people, money-minded people want to get in on it, and they try to get in on it. I get that, right? So I have no problem with that. But what I do have a problem with, in particular, specifically to this hobby, right? To relate it to this hobby, when you see that, okay, original art's taking off, right, for several years. Listen.
Apparently he did not die. He just made a poor decision. So there we go.
Look, yeah. So that's what I want to say is about the auction, the choice of auction, right? in my mind, I'm just like, okay, I don't have anything against somebody deciding, hey, original art or whatever, comics are really booming. I'm going to try to open and compete with like Comic Link and Comic Connect or whatever, you know. I have no problem with that. The problem with a place like Landry Pop is they don't specialize in anything. They're like a Hakes, right? And Hakes has a bad, you know, no offense, sorry Hakes, but they have a bad reputation, certainly with anybody I know, right? Because they have all kinds of crap, like junky little toys with comics, and then big little books, you know, all sorts of junk, whatever. Like,
oh my
and
God.
so,
So
you can't take that seriously. Like, I don't take that seriously.
I'm looking at the auction results of that entire auction.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Dennis Cowan Silver Surfer page sold for $96. Absolute Carnage Deadpool page, $96. Greg LaRock, Mike Esposito Marvel Team Up story from 1984, $445. Earl Norham painting, $699.
Earl Norham?
Yeah.
Okay, but what is it?
It's a fantasy painting with Spider-Man on it. It's weird.
Oh, a Spidey painting?
Amazing Spider-Man, the Big Top Mystery. So it's like a children's book cover.
Oh, okay.
I guess it was an interior page, page 29, but it's a full painting. It's like a single image, less than $700. Oh my God, a Joe Orlando Carmine Infantino page went for $31.
Hey, you know, since Seymour says that he knows the consignor, and you know, he just said he made a poor decision. I'm curious, Seymour. Did you know before it actually went to auction? Did you know that he had decided and he was going to ship it to them, to consign it to them? Did you know? And if so, did you have like a discussion with him and kind of talk about that? I'm curious. And if so, like what was his thinking behind that? That's just wild to me. Like, they're known for nothing. Hey, I didn't even make my point yet. I haven't even my point, Matt. What I wanted to say, okay, about a place like Landry Pop is I just think it's so Mickey Mouse whenever somebody decides, hey, I want to get into the auction business of collectibles, and they don't even get a platform of their own, and they have to pay those invaluable people. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You know, they have a platform and they just rent it out to all these no-name, tiny little local auction houses, estate auction type places, right? In small towns. Like,
if you're gonna be a company that's gonna use that type of interface, you have to go the extra mile, right? Like, number one, you have to have already a tremendous buyer list for the thing that you're gonna sell, and two, you got to do a print catalog, you know, and really build up the hype, because otherwise it's just gonna get lost. Mac Rayboy, Flash Gordon Sunday Strip from 1959, less than $1,200.
Yeah. Yeah, look, they're not known. They're not known. Like, it's such a bottom of the barrel auction house for original art. I don't know if they do well on any other stuff.
A Herb Trimpe Marvel Treasury Edition Hulk page, $976.
Yeah, that's
Herb
actually
Trimpe Hulk page
from the Treasury, though.
Should be $4,000 any day of the week, right?
Is it a great page?
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I don't know, but listen, you made your point. Look, that kind of a platform is not going to get you, like, more than likely great prices on stuff, you know. So listen, Seymour says this, and I disagree with this. Let's take Seymour's comment. He says that Landry Pop advertises on invaluable and live auctioneers. Well, first of all, it's not that they advertise on it, it's that they run their auctions through those websites, okay? Now, Seymour says they get more eyes on their consignments than Comic Connect or Hates. Okay, you have no way of proving that, number one. And what I want to say, Seymour, is, again, I know there's like a lot of my friends, we've had this discussion in private. We all feel the same way. And if we feel the same way, we know that it's probably the same kind of feeling for most people in the hobby, if not all people in the hobby. You would never consign your art to those people, like the people that, you know, like, again, you got you got your top 2 auctions that everybody knows, and then you got your 3rd and 4th one people can kind of agree on, right? Like they're not even in the top 4 or 5, whatever, like, and they use a third party platform for you to do your bidding. It just, people take it as a joke. So that's just a horrible decision. But anyway,
Amanda Connor, Jimmy Palmiotti, Star Wars coloring book cover, $214.
Doing for what?
And Amanda Connor and Jimmy Palmiotti, Star Wars coloring book cover.
Oh, a cover. For how much?
$214.
What's on it?
Princess Leia, R2-D2.
Oh. Yeah, look, it's people don't look. And now a few extra people will get eyeballs on their next auction. Look, we're helping them out.
Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, and also I'll say this. I mean, I think he's trying to make the argument that because it's on these other sites that get a lot of traffic, that equates to them actually getting eyes on their auction. Number one, that's not verifiable. It's probably something closer to the, like, every click away is a drop of like exponential amount of zeros, right? But like, the fact is they're not getting any eyes on their auction, and they're not getting any of the right eyes on their auction. I mean,
that's the key. That's the key.
I can put a billboard for Cincinnati in the center of Washington, D.C.
Yes, exactly. It's like YouTube, right? Like I talk about it all the time. The reason I tell people don't subscribe. I figured out right after a few months of doing this how YouTube actually works. For the first few months, subscribe, everybody subscribe. And then when I realized how it works, and I realized, okay, there's no chance in hell I'll ever make any money off the advertising. Okay, when, you know, if I ever get to that point where I can get monetized or whatever, right? Because we're too much of a small niche hobby, right? When I figured that out, that's why I was like, okay, then don't subscribe, you know? So it's the same thing. I see channels here on YouTube, dude, where it's like 150,000 subscribers. And I look at their videos, they get, I swear to God, less views than I do.
Likes, 20 views. Yeah.
It means nothing. That's why
they're buying followers. Nothing. They're buying followers.
That's right.
And so like Live Auction and Invaluable, they just like, they do a stolen like kind of thing where they buy keyword advertising on things that already have hits. So they're not actually drawing attention to something that's for sale. They're drawing attention to something that already sold, because nobody cares if you draw traffic away on something that's no longer available. Like, who's going to complain about that?
Right.
So they're basically reskinning like other results. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the right people are being drawn to the site, or even being drawn to the right part of their site in order to bid. I mean, that, what I just saw is crazy. Like, I certainly didn't hear about this auction at all up front, and am really shocked at how little like the prices were on things.
That, again, this is what
they have less Instagram followers than I do.
Huh?
They have less Instagram followers than I do.
You see what I'm saying? Like, again, it's just a simple rule. Like, you have various places to sell shit in the hobby. When you want to sell something, you don't go to like number 9 out of the top 10. Who, you know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. MLB. You're saying it's going to be difficult to find me a sponsorship. I've said from the beginning, I don't want to be monetized. I don't want sponsorship. For the penny ante bullshit amounts that you make, the trouble for me to have to keep track of it so that I then don't forget to declare it on my taxes next year, I'd rather not make any, money on sponsorships, whatever. Yeah, and those people don't pay enough, man. Landry Pop, hey, Tom, go check them out now. Now you know to put it on your radar. The good news is you don't have to wait 5 years to make money on those auction wins. That's true. You guys should do an episode on all the stuff that's sold at Landry Pop auctions compared Dissimilar pages sold on Heritage. Oh boy. No, like I don't want to, whatever. It is what it is. It's just being honest. Right? I don't think I'm saying anything that people all you guys do not agree with, right? It's an opinion show. It's a discussion show. We discuss what we believe. That's what I believe. I stand by everything I said. Hey, if they get better at what they're doing and they decide maybe to focus on comic art and comics one day, maybe they'll get better and bring people more money, whatever, and they'll get more, consignments. But for now, I absolutely have no problem telling people, do not ever send your comic art to that company. No problem saying that. It's my right to say that. That's what I believe. So, let's see. Coach Tom Landry will make it America's auction team. Most of the big buyers wouldn't think to look there.
Yeah.
Spinning. Send Jim Lee pages to Katawiki. Are you joking? I don't really pay attention to Katawiki. It's European, so I'm like, whatever.
A lot of them won't ship to the US. Like a lot of stuff has gone for way less than it should have on Katawiki because they won't ship outside of France or Spain, I guess it was, or Italy.
Okay. And yeah, here's Rick saying again, extra eyes. Yeah, maybe, but not the right eyes, like you said. Exactly. Yep. Exactly. Like you said, you can get yourself 1 million subscribers on your YouTube channel, but if all they did was click that to make themselves a subscriber and then walk away and never ever came back again, you're getting 30 views on your videos, which is what determines the money you're going to make, which means you're making no money. So it's all meaningless, worthless shit, right? So that's why I always said I was very happy to be averaging about 525 views per video, given that I'm only doing it currently at 780 whatever, you know what I mean, subscribers, right? To me, that's more successful than, again, I'm not trying to put them down or whatever, but I'm not Aranga, Bill Kazra, whatever, the channel, right? Yeah, they kind of make they get probably like anywhere from 50 to 100-ish% more views than I do, right? But that's with the power of CAF behind them, right? That makes sense, right? They can generate more traffic than I do. But they're doing it with about 8,000 subscribers, right? So, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I say, to me, I feel it's more successful if you can get 500 views on 700 or 800 subscribers than 1,000 views on 8,000, or you know what I'm saying? So it's that whole ratio. That's why I kept thinking, yeah, I'd rather that, to me, that looks better. So I'd rather people not just, oh, let me do you a favor, I'll hit the subscribe. No. Please don't. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to become one of those 100,000 subscribers, right? Where you get 20 views on the videos, So that's what I'm saying. Now I know why, CAF Plus, Bill was doing it. I get it. He was doing because he always intended to try to monetize it. So I get it. You got to do what you can to grow the channel to try to monetize, But I know that the potential monetization level is so low that it's like it's not worth it, Go ahead, Alberto. Unsubscribe. I'm good with it. Push me quickly back to 300. I'd be more than happy. No problem. Maybe they're big on TikTok. Oh boy. Hold for the gold. Ruben will pay us to unsubscribe when he gets closer to 1,000. Oh yeah. Landry Pop has been showing all their consignments on CAF. Gosh, really? And nobody cared. I guess it's one of those things where people see it and they're like, Landry Pop, what's that? Ugh. And they just don't, right? They forget immediately. That's why it's a mistake. You can't do that, man. That's so bad. Another auction ending on the 12th. Interesting. In 2 days from now. Interesting. Okay. 4 hours on what? The 5th piece. Okay. So, yeah, let's catch up here. Anything important? Let me see. Sorry, peeps. Good night, DJ. Have a good one. Not enough cleavage on the show either. Yeah. We don't have cleavage. What am I gonna do? Frank Forte Art.
Hey, Frank.
Oh, he's one of your fellas.
Frank is a comic artist and publisher.
Okay.
He's an animator for a very long time. Worked on Bob's Burgers. Great guy, fine artist as well. He's got an example of his art, his icon.
Very cool. Frank's asking, do Comic Connect and Comic Link both sell on Live Auctioneers? I don't even know. Because I don't follow those sites, like it's a third-party site. So why, as long as you have as a company your own dedicated platform, why would I go to a third-party platform, right? So
right, they have their own. They have their own.
Yeah.
You can tell because their rules are different.
Yeah, no idea, Frank, on that one. You'll significantly increase your long-form views if you post shorts from time to time. I won't, Seymour. Our hobby is too niche. Trust me, I already tried it. I have, well, not those 1 minute shorts, but I have like 15-minute video type things, which compared to 4 or 5 hour shows are shorts. It didn't help. Those videos got way less views than my live streams. And trust me, I do not want to increase. That's the thing. That's the thing. I got a nice little group we got going here. I like it the way it is. So that's it. If it stays like this, I would love it. Matt should show more skin, then we get more views. That's true. That's true.
No, we'll have James Siegel on. Just have him show those guns.
Can we clip a 15-minute? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Your shit's starting again, Okay. So let's move on from that. So yeah, last word is 67,000. Okay, a $23,000 loss has to hurt big time, of course. Sad, but because it's Jim Lee, Scott Williams, X-Men, great looking art, great character. I think, again, the key is now hold on. If you hold on long enough, this guy will eventually get his money back or make money on it, whatever.
By the second new X-Men movie, when they bring in Magneto.
Oh, I forgot they're relaunching X-Men, right? With the Disney, right?
Now, not with Magneto in the first film, but he'll probably be in the second. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Hey, listen, just the fact that X-Men's being relaunched and it's with Marvel, Disney Marvel, not Fox anymore, that alone, even if he's not in the first movie, just the hype, if the movie trailers and, previews, photos or whatever, if they start looking good and people are getting excited, that alone excites people enough to where you sell your X-Men collectibles and people want to buy them more. You know what I mean? Because they're excited about it. So the anticipation helps, right? So, not much great art in the pop auction. Nice DPS with Galactus. I've seen bids go up on their auctions over the past couple of months. I think they also upped their BP to 22. That's the crazy thing, is that they're one of the least known auctions. And yeah, I think because the way they work, I looked into it a little bit. It's like, I think it's 18%. But then if you want to pay with your credit card, it's 3% more. And if you're bidding on Live Auctioneers or whatever, another 2.5% or something like. So it keeps it's just do this, it's more. Do this, it's more. Yeah, and it can go easily up to 22, 23%. Yeah, so yeah, it's crazy shit. Why do you keep congratulating on this, on getting this wall power piece? Jordan bought that? Is this another joke? Are they joking? You know anything about that, Matt? Jordan, you know anything about Jordan claiming to have bought the X-Men piece?
I don't know.
Okay. Pretty good for Landry Pop. They used to also mix the art in with comics, so things got lost in the mix. No, exactly. That's what Hanks used to do,
Yeah.
You'd see a piece of comic art for $8,000, let's say,
a shoe from Golden Girls or something in the next one. Yeah.
Right. Like, what are you doing? Too late for Disney to reignite Marvel fever, I fear. We'll see. Just paid $75 per year for comic art fans premium. Whoa. Fingers crossed it will help get more eyes on my art. Oh, yeah, because you're an artist. Yeah. But I'm not sure. Listen, for $75, it's literally, Frank, like, as an artist, just trying to get his art out there, it's free. Not 75.
And you get 2 online conventions a year that you get to vend at for free. 48 pieces.
Like,
time.
Come on. It's dust. It's pocket dust. Come on.
Yeah.
To try to get your art eyeballs on the art, So yeah. The most important thing, Frank, for you, I think, it's not whether you paid $75 or not, although it's better to do it because you can show your art larger. The more important thing is your strategy and how you're going to show your art. In other words, how often are you going to show it? Don't just do it one piece and then 3 months later another. Like, nobody's going to notice you. Don't bomb the site either, though, with multiple pieces every day. So that's the thing. You just got it. It all depends on how you do it. That's more important than your $75. Believe me.
Yeah.
Have you not seen what Brand New Day has been doing? Yeah, that's true. Wow, big time. Jordan Seymour in the chat tonight. Yep, Jordan owns. Oh, Jordan. Oh, that Jordan. Oh, wait a second. He didn't admit to buying it. What do you mean? Jordan owns the Magneto piece. But he said I asked him if he knew if the seller was gonna consign to Landry Pop, and he responded, no. If I had known, I would have bought it from him.
Right.
That's what he said. So he doesn't own it.
I don't think he owns it.
Yeah. What are you guys talking about, man? Spreading false information. Hey, what's up, Tiff? I think non-USA citizens pay more too in their auctions.
Probably for currency conversion.
Maybe. Yeah, I can't. Although I got to tell you, with Heritage, I certainly don't pay anymore being Canadian.
Oh, so, Rick saying that he posted it recently in his calf gallery.
He's the current owner? So why would he? Seymour, why were you lying? Why would you lie? He posted it recently in his calf gallery? That is so weird. Is he still here with us? Did he leave? Or is he shocked because we caught him? Anyways, listen, I already made it clear. I think you can't go wrong with that. As long as you don't try to resell it very soon, you'll be okay. Great piece to have, but that's the point. Have it. Don't flip it. Anyways, okay, so let us move on. Second to last piece here. Check this out. Curious what you think about this one, Matt. It is the Judge Dredd 1976 concept illustration, fully fleshed out illustration, concept illo from Carlos Esquerra. Yeah, so this is kind of like that Wolverine first time that John Romita ever did the style, that illustration of Wolverine to try to figure out what his costume would look like. But it's for Judge Dredd.
That is crazy expensive.
So you feel that for the very first image ever drawn of Judge Dredd, because it's not a Marvel, DC, American character.
We don't know that that's the first. It's just a concept drawing.
No, I know. It could have been one of 3 or 4.
Canon, yeah.
Yeah, I get that. And that's for that reason alone, I would not even bid unless, it was like super low, take a chance on it kind of bid,
I can confirm that splash page is indeed in Jordan Seymour's gallery.
Okay, let me hit it. He would have bought it direct. Oh, I see. So saying he would have bought it, but he still ended up bidding and winning it. I see. I get you. Okay. All right, Seymour. There he is. Right. Got you. Yeah. I said I would have bought to him instead of buy from LP if he knew he was selling. Right.
Added on July 12th. Yep.
Well, like I said, Seymour, I think it's at that price, it's more reasonable, and I think, like I said, you're going to be okay. I think again, as long as you don't try to sell it within the next 5 years at auction, I think you're going to do real well. Hold on to it for 10 years, you're going to do really well. That's my feeling. So, yeah, it's a cool piece to have for sure. Googly eyes on the bike. Didn't realize this came up again so quickly. Yeah.
The other thing is it doesn't really look like Dredd.
I know that's the thing, right? It's understandable why, because it's concept, right? It's concept, and obviously they changed it after the fact. But look, it is what it is. But I do agree. I thought okay, at the time I felt, this should go for tens of thousands. In my head, I was like, should it be like 15 grand, 10 grand, 20 to 25? I was admittedly very surprised when I saw it hit 50. I was like, wow, that's I don't know. It seems like a lot of money, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Tom agrees. Way overpriced. But yeah, let's take a look. Let's see what happened to it. It was shockingly resold at the same auction house. So not only, look at this, April 25, by the way, Matt. Yeah. So basically a year ago-ish, right? So you're already flipping it, and you're flipping it at the place with the highest fees to the seller. Wow, you're cruising for a bruising, as the old saying goes. let's check out what happened here. Check out, yeah, what he sold it for. Well, sorry, what he ended up getting for it. Yeah, so a year, 14 months, a year and 2 months later.
Honestly,
oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. Let me correct. It did not go back to Heritage. It did go to Comic Connect. Okay. However, it's still 15%. Like, to me, if you're going to flip something this quick, this is where I say, you know what? Put it in one of Comic Link's featured auctions, get them to hype it up, and at least it's only 10% off.
I'm still surprised it hit 28,750. I mean, like,
oh really?
I mean, 20,000, I think,
yeah,
is reasonable-ish. I don't know. Like, it's such a specialized piece.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, that's for sure.
I mean, what are his early published pages going for? Early Judge Dredd appearances.
Well, I got to tell you, so I just saw one sell for about I think it was six and a half, something like that, grand. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right. You know.
Okay, but not super early. We're talking from like the mid 80s, not the, so a good 7 years into.
I mean, I honestly think that's when he was doing his best work, though, too. Like Carlos's run in the 80s, like was it right before Ballins? Was pretty amazing.
He was before, yeah. No, listen, I agree. Like, I agree that it's a hard thing to piece because, again, it's not a published thing. You can't know for sure if there was a few concept pieces done. I get it, right? It does have to have value because it is first appearance, concept art. So it does have, it's for sure it's going to have value. But that was the point, is what's a fair value for something like that? Should it be 10 grand, let's say, a fraction of what a good Ballin piece would go for published, Yeah, that's the thing. It's hard. It's very hard to value, for sure.
Yeah. It's an oddball piece.
Yeah, for sure. But he is the creator, like Rick says. It's the creator of Judge Dredd, the co-creator. Rick feels 15 grand would have been like a fair price. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. My first thoughts were, I don't know, like 10, 15, and then the more I thought, like, yeah, in a good market, maybe up to 20 to 25, I could see it happening. Although personally, I felt like if I wanted it, I'd be more comfortable in the 10 to 15, but yeah, 50 the first time around. Wow, that's impressive that they bid it up to 50, but such a shame that he, 12, what was it, 14 months later, a year and 2 months, something like that. Like, you want to get rid of it already? Like, and at auction again, like, what are you doing? He lost 25K, bro. He paid 50 exactly and lost 25 out of his pocket.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Can you imagine? Think about it. Another to put context on that, everybody. It's kind of like saying, okay, I have this piece of art and it didn't cost me anything. Somebody gave me this piece of art here and suddenly I gave it to you and I paid you 25 grand to take it. You know what I mean? Like, you're losing the artwork you thought you loved, I guess, when you bought it. So you have no artwork anymore, and you have no $25,000 in your account anymore. Man, that hurts,
I mean, it's funny, that Tom's like, plus the tax. It's like, no, I think he's going to make out okay on his taxes this year.
Huh?
He's going to make out okay on his taxes this year because he's got a $25,000 loss.
The write-off, I guess, if he makes enough, yeah.
Well, he's going to probably end up writing it off over the next 6 years. He's going to carry the loss, right? He's going to do a max of $6,000 a year.
It's like Jason's saying here. He thinks that with the prices where they are, most of these quick reconsignments are probably to pay for wins, basically trading one for the other so he can get something new and shiny, right? That they love more.
That they're going to sell in 14 months. But yeah, I mean, it's addictive, right? Like there's an element of addiction to handling things that way.
Yeah.
You know, there's a gambler's mentality. I mean, that's throwing $25,000 away. Like that.
Yeah.
There's no other way to look at it except
that's what I'm saying.
$25,000 away.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, why do you think that on this series, Matt, the background of my thumbnails always shows money burning, right? Yeah. I mean, it's God, that hurts. And again, I'm not laughing at the guy. I feel for the guy. I mean, he could probably afford to take a 25K loss way more than most of us, but still, even wealthy people, trust me, even wealthy people, very wealthy people, despise taking losses like that. You know what I mean?
I gotta say this though, like, I mean, certainly, you know, there are pieces like the piece that Carl got, you know, that Weapon X. That's like a lifetime collecting solved, right? Like, if I had that piece in my collection, I'd probably stop collecting.
Yeah.
Like, I think that would sate me. That would be enough. But generally speaking, the pieces I pay the least for are the pieces I like the best.
Right.
And I know that it's not worth selling them because they're not. I mean, if I need $100, I get bigger problems than selling a $100 piece, right? Like I've made a lot of bad decisions by the time I get to the point where I have to sell a $100 piece, have to sell it, right? So, you know, not knocking on wood, you know, not being in danger of that happening, I'm never at risk of selling them, so I just get to enjoy them. You know, and we've talked about this before. Like when art gets to be a certain value, it becomes an albatross. It becomes a fear. Like,
for some of us,
what if it gets stolen? What if my house burns down? You know, like there's like, it becomes something that you're no longer collecting the art. The art's just like, it's drawing down a certain element of your comfort. But and maybe not for all people. Sure. So I mean, and I'd ask this of the chat. I mean, like, do you find, you know, that especially like people like me, you know, where I'm buying a lot of stuff. I'm you know, I've purchased something in 2 or 3 auctions this month, on top of stuff that I bought on eBay, and I get, I think, more joy from inexpensive discoveries than I do necessarily from hunting down and trying to like acquire pages, you know, from runs that I like. Because honestly, like the odds of getting like that one piece that I think is the best piece of that issue are super, super low, no matter what it is. Like that, if it's a banger piece, then it's a consensus banger piece, and that there's a person who owns it and they're going to want a lot to give it up, you know, like, and you can always get lucky, you know, and sometimes you can, you know, scratch, you know, a grail piece off your list in an auction or on a resale or something like that. And I've had that happen where I was able to get my hands on a piece that had slipped through my fingers before, and for less than it had been marked when I lost it initially. But did any of the people in the chat find that to be the case too? You know, are you getting more joy out of more pieces? Are you getting more joy out of one big piece? Are you building your collecting life around saving up and having certain pieces in mind, or knowing that an auction's coming up, or booking a commission or something like that? Like, what's the motivating factor behind your particular collecting?
Yeah, good question. Robert, by the way, look at that. Beautiful. Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also.
I like to have Chinese food before I get to enjoy such epithets, but I do appreciate the sentiment.
But I just want to say, let me highlight my own comment. GCF is what it's all about, baby. Good, cheap fun.
Yeah.
I stepped away just to quickly show the thing that I'm collecting. I've been collecting for the last year. These are newspaper strips called Biography. It's got Paula Abdul, Janet Jackson, Duran. You know, I got look at these one-hit wonders here. Been around the world and
Is that like Tom Fox Marnick that did those? Who did that stuff?
Nah, this is Steve McGarry. Yeah, I mean, like, so I'm collecting very affordable music and entertainment. So like Hollywood. I have another one over there of Robert Englund as Fred, with Freddy Krueger or whatever, But yeah, that's what I've been collecting this past year. And as you guys know, because I've mentioned it many times, I am in the process of selling off my collection. It'll take years because I'm not really making a big effort to do it. I admit I shouldn't say that too loud because Vivian will probably kill me. But I am slowly but surely making sales here and there, whatever. But at the same time, I wasn't gonna completely stop. It's just that I'm like, let me just collect something again. What I've done my entire time in the hobby, collecting down, as MLB loves. He's taken me up on that, and he keeps saying hashtag collecting down. Every time I feel things get too expensive, I find something else that's less popular and cheaper to buy. And this stuff's cheap, and I love it. It melds my love of comic book illustration with my other lifelong passion, which is music. So for me, it's like a super fun, and I can buy as much of this stuff as I want. And I'm not going to feel that same feeling of, oh my God, I have so much tied up in this or whatever, because it's so damn cheap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So GCF, baby, good, cheap fun. That's what I love now.
And I have honestly been buying some stuff lately that I don't think I would normally collect, and just enjoying the absurdity of it. But I think I've also, as I've said before, I've never lost money on a resale. And I think I have a decent enough eye that I can spot value that I think will matter to me later. And, to the point of people who are reselling stuff to put towards a bigger piece, I completely understand that mentality. But you should be selling that stuff and making money to make your buying power more valuable. You should not be sacrificing something to push towards the next piece, because that's an ongoing loss. Like you don't even just lose once, you continue to lose. You lost on the original sale, you lost your buying power on the piece that you're purchasing. Like it creates there's several rungs on that ladder of failure.
Right. Well put. Yeah. Great way to finalize it on that ladder of failure. Yeah. Okay, so guys, let us take a look at the last piece in tonight's Stop the Insanity show. And this one, well, I know some of you already know. Don't spoil. Listen, for the fun of it, please. You already know. So I know some of you guys already know what happens on this one. Please don't type it into the chat. Not everybody knows. So let it be a surprise for everybody. Okay. Yeah, let's check this out. So where is it? Here we go. All right, so it is the cover to Adventure Comics number 449 by Jim Aparo featuring Aquaman. This one, November 22, the middle of COVID, booming, purchased at Heritage for $40,800. The first thing I just want to throw at you, Matt, because I remember when this sold. I just want to know, do you remember this selling, or is this kind of like a new one for you?
I don't recall it. I mean, okay. It seems high for Aparo non-Batman, but it's a pretty classic Bronze Age cover.
Okay, but you're right on the first part. Is that I don't even I'd have to look, but I don't even think that Aparo Batman has sold for 40,000. Has it? Or certainly not like a bunch of times. If it happened once or twice, okay, I believe it. But I cannot imagine it's come, close to like, oh yeah, it happens all the time. Let's see what the other guys are saying here. Let me jump in right away. If you never sell, you never lose. Okay, what can it be? Whoa, isn't Aparo hot again? I mean, look, he's always been a great artist. He's not a Neil Adams, but same level. But the crazy thing for me is that even Neil Adams Aquaman covers, Superman covers would sell for less than this.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that actually other apparel Aquaman covers have sold for more than this.
Say that again?
I think other apparel Aquaman covers have sold for more than this.
You think?
I'm almost positive.
I don't think so. Is it possible you're confusing it with what's his name? Nick Hardy. Nick Hardy Aquaman from the late 60s or mid 60s.
Well, there's an actual Aquaman cover, not an adventure cover, with Black Manta on it that Aparo drew that I believe sold for $42,500.
Interesting. Okay. So one could say the consignor was underwater on this piece. Yeah, you could say that. You can say that. Quite deep. I think he went deep sea diving on this one.
The pockets were certainly deep.
Yes. Isn't this a white whale? Yeah. One could say that. Okay. So, well, let's find out, everybody. For those that don't know what happened here. So we have November of 2022. Purchase $40,800. And then it was resold in June of 2026, less than 2 months ago. He held on for 3 years and 7 months, and it sold for a total of $8,855. So yes, over $40,000 purchased and resold for only $8,855 for a out-of-pocket loss of $33,100, or in percentage terms, an 81.13% loss on the purchase. Wow.
So 1 month after this sale at Comic Link, Heritage sold that Aquaman cover for $42,500.
Okay, I'm sorry. 1 month after this?
Yeah.
After this bad result?
Yeah.
Oh, so you mean last month?
Yes.
Okay, so last month, sorry, say that again, last month.
July 10th. So last month on July 10th, Heritage sold that other apparel Aquaman cover with Black Manta on it.
Right.
For
and I saw that one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. 40, how much?
42,500.
42.5. Interesting. Wow. I mean, Black Manta is, everybody's kind of favorite Aquaman villain. So of course that'll go for more. But so then Matt, here's a great question.
Mm-hmm.
If this one sold at 40-ish, and we've seen another one, mind you, it's now 5 whatever years later. Yeah. Another one sells for 42. Do we say that, are these both outlying? Are those two results outliers? Or is this sale a massive, way too cheap type outlier? It's hard to say, right?
This is definitely an outlier. I mean, have you ever seen, how long has it been since you've seen any apparel cover go for this cheap?
Yeah. I know. I don't know.
I mean, does everybody hate Johnny Depp's ex-wife so much that having the character that she played in a movie on the cover is killing the value of the comic art?
Yeah. Yeah, man. Like I said, I'm like at a loss for words. It's so stunning. Such a lot. Like, it's so, first of all, I do think, listen, people have their own opinions, and that's okay. We all have them, right? And my opinion is that $40,000 seems already strong for an Aparo Batman. I think Batman should cost $40,000 at the high end on Aparo. That's just that's how that's what I feel. Okay. Yeah. My own personal feeling and opinion. And so therefore Aquaman being way down on that the rung on the ladder you mentioned, in popularity as a character, I do feel that 8 to 10 grand is more than enough for an Aquaman cover. I think this should be the normal price. and that 40K is outrageous. But again, 2 people have paid it so far, so I'm always willing to admit and concede that I absolutely could be wrong, completely wrong. It's just what I feel, though, you know.
I mean, there's a couple of interesting things that could happen. Number one is that, assuming that the DC universe is going to recover and that they're going to move forward with slowly building into a Justice League type movie, they're going to have to bring in, I mean, they haven't even cast Batman yet, but they're going to have to bring in Batman and Wonder Woman, and, you know, Aquaman is going to have to come at some point. We've only seen on screen the Jason Momoa kind of take on Aquaman, which is a really specific version of the character from the comics. And if they are to cast somebody who looks a little bit more like the classic Aquaman, will that, and it's, you know, somebody who's popular, will that revive Aquaman as a character in some way, you know, in any meaningful way that people will want to go back and collect that artwork? And I think that one thing that's interesting about Aquaman as a character and as it relates to art collecting is that there are people who collect nautical art.
Yeah.
And those could be people that may come from outside the hobby that are trying to expand their collections of nautical art. And maybe they were or weren't fans of either, you know, Namor or Aquaman at some point, but sometimes these covers mean something. This is a whale cover. And I'm sure there are people that collect whale covers on art. But if that small niche collector, if there's not competition for that to be happening, you know, at the same time, at the time of an auction, and there's only one person that really wants it without any competition, then I can absolutely see something like this happening. They just got lucky that another Aquaman collector didn't have any money that month, you know?
Yeah. No, well said, man. You've got more, you've had, your thoughts on it are more extensive than my own. I don't know what to say. Honestly, it's wild. That's for sure. We can all agree this is wild what happened here, you know? It's funny, as a little joke, Seymour says the consigner would have had a better chance at Landry Pop. I don't think so, but you never know. On a result like this, anything could happen, you know? Marcus believes that even bad apparel covers, because he owns some, of course. Let's not forget he owns some. They should go for 15K.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. I mean, I remember in the article that I did a long time ago that got picked up by Forbes, and this would have been like back in 2009. And I looked at the price of comic art in 10 and 20 year intervals. And I had noticed that art that was being sold at Comic-Con in 1995 for basically like $5 a page, you know, like Brave and the Bold pages, Adventure Comics. I mean, in that stuff were Phantom Stranger pages, you know, from Jerry Teleok. There were Jim Aparo Spectre pages in these piles. Like, they were just not really, they weren't key pages, but they were like, you know, journeyman pages. Even those journeyman pages 20 years later were in that $1,000 to $1,500 range. And if you take that same metric and you jump, you know, another 15 years in the future, and you hit another 20 years in the future, and you see some type of related growth, and I know, you know, it's not going to be the same that we saw during COVID, but there should be some calculable rate by which increase will occur, as long as the characters stay relevant. Then it would be easy to see $40,000 be the floor price on pretty much any Bronze Age dynamic superhero cover. Yeah.
I just want to make the connection. Correction. The correction. MLB has reminded me that this resale was at Comic Connect, not Comic Link. So I just want to put it out there for the record. All right. This was a Comic Connect sale at $8,855. And thank you for that, MLB. And thank you for all the help again on sending me some of the some of the examples tonight that we saw were some of the ones that I had record of the initial sales, but but anything that sold at Comic Connect was sent to me by MLB because I don't follow those auctions, you know. So thanks, MLB.
This is a 1977 comic cover. So it's kind of an interesting era at DC Comics, right? Like they really weren't doing very well.
Yeah, I don't know. See, I don't know. Like I know there's that connection with everybody getting excited with movies and stuff, and I don't know though. I don't know how strong is the correlation to the values we see on the collectibles, you know, to the fact that, oh, okay, well, they just put that person in a movie.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Look, we talked about Infinity Gauntlet, right? I mean, like that's an absolute correlation.
Oh, there's a. I'm not saying there's not. I know there is. I'm just saying it's so hard to determine how much of the value is, you know what I mean? It is as a result of it. You know what I mean? That's harder to kind of determine, you know?
Well, these are all, we're talking about unique items, right? So like correlation is already hard, but you know, in how you can calculate in what the dominant factors are going to change by who the artist is, by what the character is. You know, actually Jordan had for sale a splash page with Lobo from Omega Men. It wasn't the first appearance, but it was like his third appearance, and it's probably the only splash page before Bisley took over his look of the character. And it's kind of weird to go back and see, you know, what Lobo used to look like before Bisley took the character over. And so with the Bisley version being the version that will always be what comes next and already has via the appearance in Supergirl, there's going to be more of a premium placed, I think, on Bisley renditions of the character than even those earlier appearances. So what would normally be a powerful, I guess, value indicator in it being, you know, a birth page or from the original run is going to be less attractive than, say, the cover of Lobo #1 or Lobo's back #1 or something like that. That something that is much more representative of the direction that the character reached in the pop culture writ large is going to have more power. But that's what we're talking about. Like, these are all pop culture items, right? Like they're certainly artwork, and they're an artwork delivery service that carries a narrative. So you're talking about, you know, narrative, figurative art, but it's also very much pop culture. So movies and television shows are part of the pop culture and tend to reach more people than the comics themselves do. So that's what widens the tent, and that's what brings other people with money into the hobby and gets them interested in these things. So, you know, that's all relevant. And obviously with Bane, you know, like, did Batman and Robin improve the value of the character Bane? No. But did, you know, Dark Knight Rises improve the value of the character? Absolutely. So there's going to be individual context for all of this stuff. And that's why, you know, even when we talk about, you know, prices like, oh, this seems like a lot. Well, you can compare if someone has enough work out in the world, you can kind of get an idea, as we do, that this is worth this, so this other thing must be worth this. But we can't speak to the hearts of the collectors and the people that are actually paying these things. Why one page, which is very similar to another page, may have personal elevated meaning to them more so than another one. Why a piece that we could all, with some consensus, agree is better illustrated may go for less than a page that we feel is less well, you know, illustrated.
Of course.
So, you know, in a way, that's maybe why shows like this are important, right? Like it's tracking a moment of consensus via the chat. Tracking a moment, you know, as we have this conversation and people agree or disagree, that we're constantly retaking the pulse in the hobby about how people feel about things and how they're feeling about value. And these opinions, our opinions, the chat's opinions, those are going to change with economic factors. Those are going to change with how the characters continue to be written. Like if a character that you really like all of a sudden gets put in the hands of a company that makes it so terrible that you hate the character, you're going to unload all the artwork that you have for it. You know, maybe for less than you paid for it because you just want it gone.
Right.
So, you know, it's important that you have this show where the community gets to check in once a week and have an opinion about it. More so, I think, than even the CAF updates, which are really presentation. It's like two people picking something and talking about why they think it's great. You have to have an element of conjecture, and that's going to involve speaking negatively sometimes about things, or presenting something which is bad, you know, for the hobby, and pointing out how something has had an impact in a negative way, which is not something that these other shows cover. So it's sort of like, you know, the yin to the yang, and that's why these shows are important. You know, I'm glad that people tune in every week and watch this stuff, but it's really as important for us to find out what they think as it is for them to listen to what we have to say about it.
Of course, which is why I always say, what do you guys think? Like, you know, and that's why I'm always actually kind of disappointed, if I'm honest, when I'm like skimming through and like, let's say I say, what do you guys think about, you know, what happened here, the value, whatever. And quite often everybody's talking, but nobody's actually giving their, you know, thoughts on what they thought of that value of that piece. I'm like, why? How can you be interested in this and not have an opinion? Give me your opinion. Yeah. What do you know? It's weird. I'm like, I want to know what everybody thinks. You know,
Marcus raised a really interesting thing. He's talking about Walking Dead pages, and so like television reaches so many more people than movies do. Yeah,
Steve brought it up, right? He asking. Oh, and to be honest, Steve, I don't know if you were being facetious or not. I took it as a serious question. He just asked, did the AMC, you know, when the show started or whatever, did that have that effect on the artwork? So I was like, yes. And then Marcus started answering with his, you know, answers or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, I sold the birth page, the literal birth page of baby Judith, her being born. That the last page of that Walking Dead issue was in, the birth of baby Judith. Page. Yeah. That was in the original Pop Sequentialism exhibition back in 2011. It was one of the only pieces that actually sold during the exhibition.
Yes.
You know, so it's obviously that had reached.
Do you know who
wider audience?
Is that out there, like in some gallery or no?
Who bought that? I have that somewhere. I've got a record of who purchased it. I should check. I think was it Dino? No. It was a person who had a massive collection of Silver Age Marvel artwork at the time. Like they were a really big collector of that, and they were like, oh wow, you have this, and they bought it. And I mean, it wasn't expensive. I mean, the beautiful thing about the catalog I produced is it had the prices of everything in it. If you buy art from me, generally I send, you know, one of the Pop Sequentialism catalogs with the artwork, unless, you know, it's like third, fourth purchase. I'm like, you don't need another one of these. But it has the original prices of what things were marked in that exhibition, and you can check and see like how those prices have changed since 2011. Like in some cases dramatically, in some cases not so much. But you know, again, it's like, you know, I thought that Powers art would be like ridiculously expensive. It's still pretty affordable,
right?
You know, and that had a show of sorts. I guess it was on the Xbox. Like Xbox had its own network or something at one point, and they did the Powers TV show.
I remember there was a Powers show. I don't know about Xbox. I didn't hear anything about that.
I think that was who produced the show. It was like produced for an Xbox streaming service that you would watch through your Xbox. Oh, and that's why it died, because the kids who had Xboxes, you had to have an Xbox or something.
Tom is saying PlayStation.
Oh, so, was it PlayStation?
Yeah. So that means you could only watch it if you owned a PlayStation console
through the Sony app. Yeah, like it was this weird thing that they were doing. They were trying to, like, this is the early days of streaming.
Hey, MLB. So MLB and I had a long conversation privately about something related to this, kind of like all these consoles getting expensive. And then at one point, he mentioned something about a console where you had to watch something through the console or some shit. I don't know what it was, but yeah. So that's interesting. That's crazy. Like what did the company actually think? Oh, let's do this. And then people who don't normally play video games will be forced to buy a PlayStation console, and they'll go out and actually buy one. Is that what they were thinking? That people who don't play video games would actually buy a video game console just so they can watch whatever that show, a Power show?
They were trying to expand. Remember, this is when Roku boxes were first starting to become common too. So like Roku is sort of like a de facto cable box. Now, like your DVD players and Blu-ray players, they're all cable boxes ostensibly.
Oh,
so they come loaded with, you know, a certain amount of your TVs. Your television has its own TV station that comes with it. If it's Samsung, you have a Samsung TV Plus. If it's Sony, you have like this other Sony thing. So it wasn't. It sounds kind of like a radical idea because it was handled poorly, but what ended up happening is that it just changed the way that it was being done. But I think it ended up like really sort of killing the audience for it. You could say, you know, Titans was part of the DC app. You had to buy a separate DC app to watch Titans when it was on, and Doom Patrol, you know, until it all got rolled into HBO eventually. So, I mean, I the only digital comic subscription I ever had was actually the DC one because I wanted to see Titans and Doom Patrol every week. So, like, but what's crazy is they went after Powers because Powers was the most awarded comic series of its era. I mean, you had Fables at Vertigo, and then you had this other thing, which was like, and honestly, Fables got co-opted by that Once Upon a Time show, completely, you know, kind of stole the plot.
They got screwed on that. Yeah.
Dangerous when you're working with public domain characters, right? But with Powers, you had like this universe from this guy that at that point, everything he touched was gold. Brian Michael Bendis could do no wrong, you know, in that era. And so it was a smart thing to greenlight. And it was a well-made show, but it just didn't take off. And it kind of actually ended up kind of killing the comic too, because people didn't feel like they needed to watch it anymore.
Right. Man, that's wild. Oh, and the last word about for me on the that Aquaman piece. I don't know if it's true. Who was it? Philip? Was it Philip Bladden? Yeah, Philip Bladden. I think he told me that Rob Liefeld ended up as the buyer at 8,000 whatever for the Aquaman. I think that's what he told me.
I just picked up a Rob Liefeld piece from Jordan.
Oh, did you? Well, I don't know if you noticed, guys in the chat earlier in the show were mentioning that you made out like a bandit going crazy on Jordan's show last night. Is that true?
Yeah, I did pretty well. Actually, so one of the pieces in Marcus, it's funny because Marcus was sort of goading me to buy this this page from Wanted #1. And when I looked at it, I realized that a character I thought was in that page wasn't in that page. So I messaged Jordan. I'm like, oh, I was like, actually, the reason that I was buying this isn't on that page, so I'm not going to pick that one up. I'm sorry, but you know. And then I found the person who had the page I wanted, which was a splash page from Wanted #1, which is the first time you see the two main characters together in a splash, as he gets introduced to the kind of like Lazarus pit type thing they have.
Right. And
you can actually see the kid Wesley, who looks like Eminem, and you know the girl that was played by Angelina Jolie, who actually looks like Halle Berry, which is
Angelina.
Yeah. But you never saw the movie Wanted?
I never did actually. No,
it's great.
Really?
Yeah,
I never. I never. I had the comic because my friend. So Hart. You guys all know Hart.
Yeah.
Hart was like he gave me some stuff that I was trying to sell his art when he was getting out of collecting, and he had a few Wanted pages, and he told me all about it, and I was like, oh, okay, that sounds interesting. And then I tried reading it, but I didn't find it that interesting as a read. So I was like, I don't know if I'm going to want to watch the movie. You know what I mean? So I just never did.
Very Mark Millar. It's very Mark Millar. So like it's
Mark. Don't call me Millar. Miller.
Miller. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it Miller?
Yeah.
Miller, isn't it? Yeah. So Mark Miller, who you know, had made the sweetest deal any comic creator has ever made in the history of comics. The deal that he made with Netflix, the X-Force page.
Oh, you don't even know what he's talking about?
No. That was like that was a very expensive page. If it's the one I think he's talking about, no.
Oh, the one from Jordan?
Yeah. No, that he had the page 1 of X-Force #2, which is the second appearance of Deadpool and the very first appearance of Weapon X-13. which is like a kind of major character in the Marauders and stuff. It's a great page. And he had dropped it. I think he had it at $80,000, and he was dropping it down to like 62 or something. Which, I mean, if I had that money, that's a bargain, really. But no, I picked up a Snake Eyes page that I think it might be a prelim, but it looks really finished, and it's like the best Rob has drawn in years. Like it's a sick drawing, and I'm like, oh, it was $200, dude.
$200
for fucking Rob Liefeld.
GCF, baby, good, cheap fun.
Yeah. And then the other piece I picked up was oh God, what was it? It was it was from Justice League 100. And it's the first appearance of Verlin Black, who has had a couple of identities, but mainly known as Sister Superior and Miss Morphine. So she ends up taking over the Authority. And I mean, we know that the Authority are coming in some version of the DC universe because they've already introduced the Engineer. And so this is like a really cool looking character. It's a half splash. When you look up that character in like fandom or any of the like DC like pages, it's that page that they show to represent the character. So it's really cool, and that was pretty cheap. I mean, I think I spent $650 total.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean $650 total on everything you bought?
Yeah.
Oh, so they're just saying you went wild because you bought several pieces.
Yeah.
Okay. It only cost you $650 total. So you were buying good cheap fun.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
huge fan of it. Huge fan of it. I mean, and like Nick's auctions, like Nick has a really kind of focused collection of the stuff that he buys, and so you'll see a lot of the same artists on a lot of those EXP shows. But like, there's some amazing stuff in there, and I ended up picking up a page which was the first appearance of a kind of minor character, but again, it's the representative image of that character, you know, from I think it was a Cyclops comic or something. But it's a really cool character. It was the first time she's revealed. And again, it was like, I don't even think it was $200. Like, and it was really good art, you know, and that's the thing. Like, there's bargains out there. And that's the stuff that makes me really, really happy. And if I use the theory behind what I had purchased in the 90s and what I sold it for in the 2000s, then I'm sitting pretty, you know, and I'm patient.
Yeah, for sure. That's how you got to look at it. Absolutely. Well, fellas, it's been real. It's been a great. We did go way longer than at least I wanted to, but it was really fun. I got to say,
covered a lot of ground.
And a lot of what we talked about was great. I love to talk about that shit, and yeah, I think it was good. I hope you all enjoyed it. We saw some old friends here for the first time in ages tonight, like 2 or 3 of them. That was pretty wild. And yeah, covered a lot of ground. As we always cover a lot of ground in between the pieces, but like tonight, yeah, I don't know, something about it just seemed much more fulfilling somehow. And yet it didn't feel like we were here forever. For God, it's been 5 hours or something.
Moved really quickly.
Yeah. So. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, man. Jordan is the first. Yes, we know who Jordan is. The original first appearance collector. We do know that. Just let you guys know. So yeah, as I said earlier, so next week nothing planned. So it'll just be Comic Art Hangout. Somebody remind Alberto in case I forget. I'm already forgetting. What was it that he wanted to talk about?
Oh, the Hakes mailing and all that.
Oh, that apparently that for me it's not like, oh, somebody jacked up their rates. I want to talk about like, why was everybody talking about it? Like, why was a shipping cost raise such a talk of the hobby for a week or whatever? Because whatever, they always do it from time to time, and it's nobody's ever happy. So
I think they're under new management, and I think that people are using that as a perceptive indicator of not good things.
Okay, interesting. Okay, yeah. So somebody please, Tom, keep it in mind, will you? And then remind me or remind Alberto, whatever. But Because as usual, I'll be coming on with nothing, no topics planned unless something comes up during the week, which I don't think. I did go see Supergirl. I will reveal what my thoughts were on that, I suppose. And I did not see Spider-Man. Maybe I should, but
I'm gonna go see it again tomorrow. I'm gonna go see it with.
Are you really?
Yeah, with Jeff and Daryl.
Oh, tomorrow, yeah, with Jeff. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, well, enjoy that. What are my thoughts on one of friends? Rex's place Monday. Thank you, Ruben. Thank you, Matt. Always a great show with you guys teaming up. I love it. My favorite friend to be with. Yeah, so it's awesome. Thanks, David. Hig shipping. Okay, you guys rock. Thank you. You rock, Steve. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, Peter. Wouldn't be number 3 if you was here. What? If you was here? Who the hell's Peter? What are you talking about?
Peter Rowe?
Yeah, but he left a long time ago. Thank you, Peter. Wouldn't be
That's
number
he's saying. I guess he's thanking Peter for leaving so he could be the number 3 in the chat.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's hilarious.
I guess. I think. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I'll take it. It sounds good enough. You know, Scott, thank you for being here as always. I appreciate it. Well, look at that. Sean's still with us, just being quiet about it. Wow, Sean. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. And there were first appearance collectors before. Sure, always will be, always have been, always will be, you know. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Heard he died and his wife decided to raise shipping. Okay. Thank you, John, for hanging out, taking off and coming back and hanging out some more. That's pretty awesome, too. Ruben missing out. On what? What am I missing out on? Mike D in the house. Fun show. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did. Matt brings it every time. He does indeed.
Thanks,
he does indeed. Thanks, Rickster. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. John, as always, beginning and ending rock. Can you do a 15-minute video on your opinions on Landry Pop and Comic Connect? No, but I probably will have to make a little chapter for the Landry Pop thing. I don't know. I don't want to bring bad attention, whatever, to it, but it is what it is.
I think you're helping them. I think, but if you put that as a chapter stop, you're actually helping them. And
listen,
and maybe that will.
I honestly agree. I honestly agree. We'll certainly, because we bring up, oh my God, things go for so cheap there because, you know, they don't know what they're doing. It always brings extra people. You know, Tom's going to go. Tom didn't know anything about it. He's going to go and check on the next auction, which, remember, guys,
2 days.
Somebody mentioned 2 days from now, apparently they got one finishing. So go and check out what they have. Yeah, we're definitely helping them, at least by sending them people who are going to go looking for bargains. And the more people that go, well, the prices do start eventually
getting bargains. yeah. It's like having a successful karaoke club. The more people that show up, the less everybody gets to sing. But you want more people there.
Yeah, exactly. What, Marcus? Ruben missing out on the Spidey conversation? What do you mean?
There's some stuff to talk about in Spidey. Yeah, you should see it.
Oh, you mean the movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can wait a month until nobody's going to the theater anymore, where nobody's gonna want me to break their heads, right? Like I'd rather go with the empty theater, like I usually do. Yeah, so I can wait. I'll wait a month and go, unless my daughter convinces me to go. But she already saw it, so I don't want to go with her so quickly. Mm-hmm. But it's funny because everybody told me they like it, but nobody has given a hint that, oh my God, there's stuff to talk about. I haven't seen online either people going crazy talking about it. So that's it.
You're missing a lot of. I'm seeing a lot of it. I get a lot of that in my feed. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, it's interesting. Okay, I guess I'll find out when I watch it. Hopefully, I'll remember that. You know, oh yeah, this must be what those guys were talking about. You know, I hope so. Anyways, don't know, no idea. Go look it up, Johnny. Go look it up. No idea. We know nothing about them. Nobody here knows anything about them. Just have super chats in the cock shows to get number 1. What? Okay. Sweet Home Alabama. Great tune. Not sure why you mentioned it. Watch Cap on Rewind. Labeled it Sarah Jane Preview. Would have watched live. Okay.
What's Sarah Jane Preview?
Sarah Jane Blum. She's the illustration head.
Oh. I guess he's a Sarah Jane fan.
Go ahead. Oh no, that's too late for me. I get sleepy in a dark room, even though I'm up very late. But if you put me in a dark room, yeah, the sleepiness hits me, so I can't do that. I got to go early afternoon. Yeah, when there's like 3 other people in the left. So about a month. They're usually about a month after
We're
it
going
opens.
to a 3 o'clock screening, actually.
What?
We're going to a 3 o'clock.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. They don't want to spoil it for me? Yeah, I hope not. When they credit Tom Grindberg in the movie, the crowd cheer. Yeah, right, whatever. But anyways, guys, thank you again. Been a lot of fun. Great show tonight, everybody. As always, thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Wonderful, man.
Thank you, Ruben. Thank you, Pat.
We will be back again. Don't forget Nikki B, of course, Friday for James. It'll be James. And then be back here at the usual time and place for Comic Art Hangout, where we'll, I guess, talk about a whole multitude of things. We'll figure it out. And look who's here. Jeff himself. Yeah. And it's 3:30, making sure it's 3:30.
Oh, 3:30. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Thank you for the great show. Thank you for watching. Appreciate it and participating as well. And what Cat for comment? What? I heard Cat for comments. And anyway, thank you, Tom. And then you can stink all you want. What? With your shoes off? What? And my feet don't stink. I wash myself. So, but have a great time, everybody. Those of you who haven't watched and are going to go watch Spider-Man, enjoy it, please. And yeah, we'll see you here next week. And the week after, be ready. It'll be another show and tell. 2 weeks from now. But for now, yes, indeed. I'm gonna put that up there. Thank you. As I always say, everybody, go blue.